Welcome to the Impregnable Demon King Castle Volume 2, CH 51-103. It has been 2 weeks since Phoenix's party was repelled. While I am the floor boss of the 10th stratum, I am also officially the chief of staff, which comes with things that fall under my professional duties like planning battle strategies. I guess you could say that I have been living a full life. Kashu, my hard-working dog-eared secretary, continues to be adorable, and I have been getting along with my sleep buddy, the beautiful vampire Miller. After witnessing my repelling of Phoenix's party, I feel like I might have a chance to network and deepen my relationships with the people who doubted my abilities and reserved their attitude towards me. The monsters from the 1st to the 4th stratum all felt my black magic firsthand, so they know. But the monsters from the 5th stratum and below didn't. So it was impossible for them to immediately accept that a human, out of all potential choices, was suddenly promoted to the position of chief of staff. Recently, I have talked with a variety of people, regardless of which stratum they are from. Now then, since I have been officially recognized as the Demon King Army's chief of staff, I have been allowed to live in the staff quarters. Different buildings have been prepared for each race, and I have been placed in the one that was prepared for Magians. Magians are basically identical to humans save for their horns, so their buildings are identical to human ones too. It would be quite different if it were a mermaid or birdman dwelling. Back when I was an adventurer, I didn't have any assigned dwellings or anything like that. So it's a rather strange feeling to now have a place to call my own. Among adventurers, there are those who have built their own mansion, but as long as they're an adventurer, your fancy mansion might as well be your vacation home. It's a job that requires you to go from place to place while diving into dungeons. So it's difficult to settle down in one place. The sense of security or stability of being settled in one place. I was enjoying it. A day in my life naturally starts with me getting out of bed. My consciousness reconnects with reality. I'm half asleep and vacantly lying in bed. Even so, I cancel and regulate the black magic that I applied on myself. The mattress is soft and fluffy and the sheets are smooth. The futon is fluffy and light, and it feels nice and warm being all wrapped up in it. I'm hugging something. Is it a pillow, or maybe a half-rolled up futon? It's supple, warm, and feels amazing. It's soft to the touch. That something makes a strained moan. With a rustling sound, something tickles my face. Yet it smells great. I rub my face against it, and it jolts. Lilim, don't. It's fine if it was a pillow or futon, but since when could they speak? Also, since when did they have body heat and a heartbeat? When did they grow hair and have 2 round protrusions? Protrusions that feel amazing to hold? While still wishing that my rapidly fading sleepiness would allow me to continue sleeping, I assess the situation with my fully awake consciousness. I'm here, in the bedroom of my apartment. On top of my bed, sleeping on said bed was me, and the blonde, crimson-eyed, and beautiful vampire. My clothes are still on. Good. She isn't naked either. So then, what am I doing currently? I was hugging Miller like a pillow. No, good. Very not good. I leap away from her. Forgive me, Miller. I get up in a panic and immediately apologize. Miller was wearing my robe for some reason and nothing else. The sight of her wearing my black sorcerer robe with nothing underneath was an unparalleled novelty. I did not make her wear it. Good morning, Lem. My, aren't you vigorous so early in the day? Miller giggles and smiles, one hand covering the front of the robe that barely hides anything and the other tucking her hair behind her ear. Such stimulating movements got me a little excited, but I controlled myself. Now is not the time for that. I'm really sorry. You were simply half asleep. Yes, it's quite all right. It was just an accident. She smiles like a motherly goddess. Oh, benevolent Miller. It seems like you have been sleeping well. I am glad. This all started on the day my blood was sucked by Miller. That's when we became sleep buddies. It's a strange relationship where we are closer than friends, but not lovers either. We met 2 years ago, but we only truly got to talking and getting to know each other for only a few days at that time. It would have been hasty to take the relationship to the next level so soon. Ever since I started living in the staff quarters, the time that I spend together with Miller has drastically increased. That is to say, like this. In my apartment. At first, she just wanted to come along while I did my grocery shopping, but then she wanted to treat me to her cooking and then later got drunk on beer. I couldn't let her go home like that, so I offered her my bed. I was gonna sleep on the floor, but she said we were sleep buddies so it's not a problem, and forced me to sleep on the bed with her. Ever since that day, she has been coming to my place almost every day. Honestly, I don't have any life skills, so Miller has been extremely helpful. It's fun when she's around, and while it might be bad for my poor heart, I've recently been able to talk with her more naturally. Although I have noticed that more and more of her personal belongings are left in my apartment as the days go by. She also shows me her vulnerable side sometimes, and she often wears my clothes as she pleases. For some reason, our relationship should be deepening steadily. However, as the word buddies suggests, we are not lovers. I've noticed too, lately, my sleep has been somewhat deeper, perhaps because of how comfortable it is. Indeed, so please don't worry. Besides, she puts one hand on the bed. The mattress sinks slowly as she moves closer. Her face comes close to mine, her golden locks falling smoothly. If I did not like being touched, I would not be sleeping together with you, she says, while breathing out a long sigh and giving a bewitching smile. And I believe even you feel the same. That, before I could say anything, she placed her white, delicate finger on my lips to stop me, and for that purpose, I must entice them to assault me with love rather than lust. Saying that, she pulls away. Let us make breakfast. Operation through his stomach continues today as well. This time, she gives a smile like that of a sweet maiden. She truly is a woman of many faces, and the troubling thing is that I find every one of them charming. A hero never loses in battle, but somehow I feel like I keep losing to her. At any rate, this is how the morning starts for the Demon King Army's Chief of Staff. There was a small incident, but my new everyday life begins like this, waking up next to Miller. Several minutes after Miller left my room, I head towards the washroom. I could still feel the softness and warmth in my hand. I washed my face to drive away the wicked thoughts. When I popped my head into the living room, I could see the figure of Miller in the open kitchen. Before I knew it, she had put on comfortable clothes and a white apron over them. Her long hair was held together by a scrunchie, forming a ponytail, spilling out behind her. I think it has a somewhat wholesome beauty to it. I do enjoy her usual suggestive approach, but if I was forced to pick, I'd have to go with her relaxed and natural figure. Anything I can help with, thank you, but I'm quite alright. Please just watch TV and wait. Even if you aren't a chef, you can still partake in cooking. Ultimately, you'll only be as good as a homemade cook, and your growth will stop just short of being able to earn money with it. Nonetheless, I don't possess a delicate sense of taste, and I think Miller is a good cook. By the way, when I was studying under my master, I was supposed to make my own food, but on the first day, my master scolded me saying, "Stop, I'll do it. At least I have some ability." And I never had to cook. Was I really that bad? The first time Miller offered to cook, she said us cooking together seems like a lovely idea, but 2 minutes later, "I want to treat you to a meal I made from start to finish, so please just wait in the living room." And she drove me out of the kitchen. Since then, she's never let me help out. Maybe I should try practicing secretly from now on. While thinking that, I turn on the TV. It's slim and the image is crystal clear. It's miles apart from the box-shaped, staticky TV we had back in the countryside. I tune into the news channel and see some familiar adventurers on the screen. More accurately, it was the adventurers' dungeon clear footage. It was footage of the time Phoenix and CO challenged the Demon King Castle's 10th stratum. It was aired just yesterday. When dungeon clears are aired on TV, They are all basically made into a TV special. One slot was prepared for every stratum in the Phoenix Party's Demon King Castle dungeon clear, which totaled to 11 programs. That definitely got them motivated. The clear of the succubus domain on the 5th stratum, where the Demon of Love Citri works, was completed in the shortest time. So it was broadcast together with the clear of the 6th stratum, led by the ruler of the waters Viper. Conversely, the clear of the 7th stratum, the domain of sky and trials governed by the eloquent Thrush Lord took a long time, and the broadcast was spread over 2 weeks. This way, everything balanced out. From then on, it would continue with the usual 1 slot per stratum broadcast until the 10th stratum. The actual clear time was quite short, but with before and after interviews, extra scenes of the party training, and a look back on how they got here, they managed to fill the time slot. Normally, such blatant stretching for time would incur displeasure from the viewers, but since the dungeon clear footage and the result were so shocking, no one pointed it out. Next week, it looks like they're going to air a documentary on Phoenix's party. They assumed that the clear of the Demon King Castle was a long shot in the first place, so they prepared plenty of raw footage and alternate plans. Goodness, what a shocker. The Minotaur commentator, who is well informed of the activities of adventurers, begins to speak. The flame hero Mr. Phoenix was never defeated in any of the officially unveiled dungeon clears until now, so it was truly shocking for the viewers. It's a real shame we couldn't see the crucial bits. But you know, I thought the cameras inside dungeons were made to withstand magical energy. It's not supposed to break even if you hit it directly with magic. Mr. Mino nodded to the words uttered by the famous dwarf comedian. Yes, you're right. They were all melted. Some cameras broke without displaying flames. It's possible that these were broken by magic filled with highly dense and pure magical energy. I believe it was spirit magic. The scene was crazy when they managed to get a camera in the dungeon. There was nothing left, just 2 people standing there. Man, I really want to know the details, but I have to ask about that dark sorcerer guy. What was it? Lemageddon. That Demon King Army Chief of Staff. Why didn't that guy melt like the cameras? I shouldn't say it like that, but I do wonder how he was able to withstand the flames. It's because he is a Magian. Magians' horns can store magical energy and can enhance the quality of their magical energy, much like how spirit magic can. With the same quality of magical energy as spirit magic, I believe he was able to protect his body. Aha, I see. So that means Mr. Chief of Staff had stored up a huge amount of magical energy? But that means that he used up all of his reserves, right? So that means that the next person who comes along will have an advantage. You're not wrong to think that, but I would like you to recall Mr. Lemageddon's actions prior to the one-on-one fight with Mr. Phoenix. If you exclude the way he used Mr. Alba's attack against him, he skillfully commanded his subordinates to defeat his enemies, allowed them to have a one-on-one fight with Mr. Phoenix, and then finally he began to take action. Right up until the halfway point, he was fighting smartly, and he seemed to use his subordinates well, but then the plan became all about Phoenix. It seemed like the plan had changed. Indeed. In fact, the watchdog of Helmiston Aberius, and the chief of the werewolves Mr. March Osiers clearly mentioned how they were permitted to have a one-on-one fight with Mr. Phoenix. The spirit commanding general Mr. Kimmeries requested for the frost hero Miss Bella's avatar, and his subordinate, the black wound hunter Miss Lara, displayed her fixation for the hunter Miss Lily. Ah, now that you mention it, so you mean Mr. Chief of Staff was considering the feelings of his subordinates when planning his strategy? Is that why the plan became pretty inefficient halfway through? I believe so. Perhaps he had the intention of forcing Mr. Phoenix to use up his magical energy. But even so, there are surely more effective ways of doing that. Judging from what we saw of Mr. Lemageddon's abilities from the footage, it's only natural that he would think that too. So, in other words, he allowed those that felt frustrated about being defeated by Phoenix in one blow, and those with some connection or interest in a party member to do as they please. Then he fought Phoenix by using his own horn. And if another adventurer were to come by, he'd finish them off with a plan that doesn't rely on his horn. Even in that case, the orders he gives to his subordinates would change depending on how the adventurers got to the 10th stratum, and if his horn doesn't have enough magical energy, he will most likely form a surefire plan with that in mind. Judging from what I saw, he seems like he possesses a genuinely high-performance magical energy organ. Summoning 5 monsters in one go, right? Was that using the magical energy from the horn? I don't think so. Phoenix and Co., or rather, Mr. Phoenix himself, only sensed the summoning after it was completed. Yes, if the horn was used, he would have been shocked at the response from the first summoning. I see, so even his own magical energy is amazing. Just who is this guy? To be able to seriously win against a wielder of one of the 4 great spirits. Since he only has one horn, could he be the Demon King from 2 generations ago or something? His physique and fighting style are different, and to think that man would return is quite. It's possible that the real person has 2 horns, but chose to hide it by having his avatar only have one horn, although I am uncertain as to why he would do that. He said he was the Dark Sorcerer, so I expected something like a Black Sorcerer, but he was able to dodge the magic sword and use it against them and also defeat Phoenix with a punch. He's all over the place. Not to mention people are gonna complain that summoning a bunch of floor bosses is unfair. There will certainly be people with that opinion, but the cost on the summoner is, allow me to put it simply, high depending on how strong the contract is. Practically, a summoner would normally summon just one strong subordinate or many weak ones. To summon 5 floor boss equivalent monsters at once is nothing short of amazing. So that's how it is. Well, I suppose there are people who think spirit-wielding heroes are unfair as well. Certainly. What's important is how one uses one's own power. And on that, Mr. Lemigaton used his splendidly. That's some high praise. On the other hand, what about the Phoenix party? It was around the 5th stratum, yeah? After the Black Sorcerer left their party, it's like they hit a bump in the road. Honestly, Phoenix and CO have been gathering harsh opinions. Aside from the 2 heroes, the other 3 haven't been doing well ever since the 5th stratum. I thought they improved a little until what stratum was it again? The 7th stratum perhaps? It was plain to see on the 8th stratum and beyond, that they have not improved. Other people started chiming in and the topic shifted to Phoenix and CO. He's a good commentator. Let's remember him if we ever need him, said Miller in a good mood as she carried breakfast over to me. Gosh, I'm so embarrassed, getting all this praise. They are justified evaluations. Although I wish society acknowledged them rather than just Lord Lemigaton. That's gonna be tough. Working as a monster while also being an adventurer will be quite difficult. A monster's job is to lie and wait while an adventurer's job is to go around the world. You need to be in a party and clear dungeons in order to be an adventurer, and I could barely do that in the first place. Nobody would want an adventurer who can only clear dungeons that are a day trip away from the Demon King Castle, not to mention a Black Sorcerer. Under those conditions, not even I would want that. I just don't see a future where the Black Sorcererdom is re-evaluated in a straightforward manner. There must be a way. There must be. I'm very happy that you put so much thought into that, but it's fine. I have someone like you who notices me, and the people at the Demon King Castle who acknowledge me. I even have first-rate adventurers like Phoenix and Ariel who understand me. I can't possibly hope for more than that right now. You are too modest, Lem. It is fine to have a society-altering ambition, you know, and I pledge my life to help you achieve such a thing. Thank you. I can sense the essence of a fan who wants everyone to appreciate the good qualities of her favorite. Her feelings are a little too strong, but it's the thought that counts. Well, I guess I'll dig in. Please, bon appetit. I eat my breakfast while continuing to watch the news with Miller. After the meal, I change my clothes and head out first. The apron-adorned Miller walked me to the entrance and saw me off. I'll see you later. Have a pleasant journey. This is kinda nice, having a place to come back to, that is. The reason I left the dormitory first was to meet Kashu. She's still a child, so she lives with her mother. It's walking distance to the Demon King Castle, but I still worry about her, so I've been picking her up and taking her home. I've asked Mila to come with us before, but she just says it's Kashu's turn. They both get along well, and lately, the demon of love Saitri has been getting along with them as well, and I hear the three of them have been having some girl time together. At those times, I've been training my endurance by running with the chief of the werewolves March Osiers in the second playing field, receiving swordsmanship training from the Reaper Knight Furcus, solving the eloquent Thrush Lord Kame's riddles, etc., deepening my friendship with everybody in the Demon King Castle. The lively, admirable, and lovely little Kashu is popular with those in the Demon King Castle as well. There are even those that I can talk to because of her. I've been told many a time that they were cautious of a human who newly became the chief of staff, but as soon as they saw my relationship with Kashu, they concluded that I couldn't be someone who hates monsters and discriminates. Putting that aside, it seems that there were those that harbored suspicions that they smelled a similar scent to one of the big four, the time demon Agares, self-proclaimed guardian of the hearts of children. I'm not sure if I should be happy about it or not, but upon seeing Mila's shameless approach towards me, all those fears were eradicated. Having done that, recently there have been odd rumors saying to make the queen be so flirtatious, just what kind of man is he? And the like, but that, too, soon disappeared. Around the time the rumors spread, I started seeing a lot of injured staff members. I wonder what happened. My instincts told me that it was better that I didn't find out. In about a 15-minute walk, I think, I see a 2-storied apartment building. Each floor had 5 apartments, to a total of 10. It's not pretty, but it was a solid building. Kashu's home is in the middle of the first floor. I walk up to the door, and before I could knock, it opened. Good morning, Lem. It wasn't Kashu. The girl with hair longer than Kashu and lively disposition was Maka, Kashu's older sister. Good morning, Miss Maka. Geez, I told you just Maka is fine. I thought it was almost time for you to come, so I was waiting for you, she says, looking up at me. If I remember right, she's 12 years old. She seems more mature than Kashu. Is that so? Is Kashu in? You don't wanna talk to little Olemi? No. It's nothing like that. I don't know what this girl is thinking. My closest guess is that she adores me, but somehow I think there's something more than that. It's Rem. 1. TL note, child speak. You're here again, huh, Lima. 2. TL note, same as above. The twins rushed to the door with a pitter-patter. They were Kashu's younger brother and sister. The girl's name is Mia. The boy's name is Nuts. Mia acts like a young lady. They are both 5 years old. Mia thinks of me as a nice older brother ever since she received things like clothes and sweets that I gave to Kashu and her mother. Nuts, on the other hand, is cautious around me because I suddenly appeared and got along with his older sister and his mother. Morning, Mia and Nuts. Mia approached me and I pet her head. The laughing face she makes because it's tickling really resembles Kashu's. Nuts bites my other hand. Ouch. But instead of out of hostility, I sense he's doing this out of a will to protect my mom and sisters at all costs, so I don't get mad at him. I wish I could clear up the misunderstanding and get along better with him. Hey, knock it off, Nuts. Bonk, goes Maka's fist on Nuts' head. He stops biting me and starts crying. Maka hit me. While crying, he hurls himself into the arms of his kind older sister, Kashu. There. But Nuts, you know it's not nice to bite them, right? Kashu strokes her little brother's head while gently reprimanding him. All men just wanna get pretty girls. Even Limai just wants to get with Kashu. It warms my heart that he calls his older sister pretty even at a young age. And he even worries about her. A fine young man. However, bad people who go after little girls as if they were women are few and far between. I was able to make him understand that I'm not like that. Welcome, Lem. I'm so sorry for all the commotion, said their mother as she lines the dining table with breakfast and casting an apologetic smile my way. Oh, it's quite alright. I was an only child, so I'm rather jealous. Hayla M, if you could have an older sister, what kind of would you like, Tilda? Maka goes right next to me and asks in a sweet voice. I wonder. Maka, Don't put them on the spot like that. I was just asking a question. Maka has the chef job and is training at her mother's friend's shop currently. Please enjoy the meal today as well, Lem. My cooking's delicious, you know. Her cooking certainly is delicious. You need a lot of food to generate a lot of magical energy. That's why I can still eat after just eating breakfast. Is that so? I mean, I've already cooked Lem's portion. You've done a lot for us, and Cashew's salary increased by a boatload, so living has gotten a lot easier. Considering Cashew's household situation, the Demon King Castle matched her daily wages accordingly. Somehow, lately, I've gotten into the habit of having breakfast at two places. One time I was delayed, and when I got to Cashew's place, I found her waiting for me without eating. Since then, I've been visiting her for breakfast. Cashew's mother asks me how she's doing in the workplace. Mako asks me personal questions. Mia begs me to use my magic, and Nuts stays vigilant the whole time. In the house, Cashew is the younger sister to Mako and the older sister to the twins. She mainly takes care of the twins, so she doesn't talk much. It's kind of funny to see a different side of her. After the meal, Mako was the first to leave the house, followed by me and Cashew. When it's time for the mother to go to work, the twins are left under the care of an elderly couple that they know. For a while, Cashew was walking quietly, but as soon as the house was out of sight, she instantly moved closer to me. "See, could you?" She hesitatingly stretches out her small hand. I smile and clasp it. "Of course, wouldn't want you to get lost, right?" "Why, yeah, I don't want to get lost," said Cashew, embarrassed yet happy. "Lem, this morning you have a briefing session with Lucy in your schedule. Like a proper secretary, she manages my schedule." "That's right." "As soon as we reach the castle, let's head straight to the meeting room." The topic of the meeting is unknown. I wonder what it's about. I wonder, maybe it's about how to fix the broken 10th stratum. Originally, each stratum is made to suit the floor boss, but in my case, there wasn't enough time. Since it was already set up for my predecessor, we used it as is. Looks like this all happened at the perfect time to create a stratum that suits my tastes this time. I've been asked many times for opinions on its construction, so perhaps I'll bring it up during the meeting. I see. What kind of stratum would you like?" "I'm not sure. Got any ideas, Cashew?" And so we continue heading towards our place of work, hand in hand. "So you've arrived, Lamagaton." It's the meeting room where I met with Her Highness for the first time. It's dimly lit, but visibility is clear, and even though the room is spacious, the only things in it are a long table and chairs made out of stone. Before this room is merely a narrow room that houses the recording stone that is equipped with a teleportation function. Including Her Highness and the Big Four, there are 5 chairs. However, there has been a new addition. Being the Chief of Staff, you'd think that a spot next to Her Highness would be reserved, but my seat is across the table and facing her. Today, Lucy's crimson hair is styled in a twin tail with an immense volume on each side. She might look like someone who is just a little bit older than Cashew, but she is genuinely my boss. "No matter when, I shall answer your call." At my response, she gave a proud chuckle. "You have done well." "Thank you very much." That matter with the Phoenix Party was superb. They were all annihilated, so they had to regenerate their avatars here. Especially since 2 of them are heroes, we managed to get a lot of money. Her Highness gave a satisfied nod. Technology that can recreate one's whole body using magical energy is used for avatar creation. It's very expensive to use, so adventurers try as best as they can to not have their avatars broken. Replicating superior magical energy organs, special skills like Lily's Godspeed, and any magic tools in possession will further increase the price. Money is requested in exchange for the labor of replicating them. A shop that's under the Adventurer Union will charge a fixed price, but there is a system in place where regeneration and repairs that are done right after a dungeon clear, in the same dungeon, are subject to a discount. Since Phoenix and CO all requested for avatar regeneration then and there, the Demon King Castle profited. The Flame Hero also included the repair cost of the 10th stratum in the payment. "Is your bosom buddy rich?" the destruction of not just the cameras, but the entire stratum was billed to Phoenix. This is a rule of dungeon clearing, so he agreed to it. We only split the earnings from the broadcasts between us evenly. Any money earned individually will belong to that person. That's how we did things. Ah, I see. Unlike the sought-after flame hero in TV, magazine interviews, and events, the Black Sorcerer didn't get many jobs like that. Did you? Yeah, despite being from the same village, the same age and even the same party, the difference between our incomes is incomparable. I mean, yeah, I was earning a whole lot more than the average adventurer, but I didn't have any of the additional income that the other famous adventurers had. People like Phoenix get asked for various TV commercials, and I think Lily was asked to do shampoo commercials. Albert did commercials for easy-to-move-in shoes, and Lark did commercials for a company that handles armors. I got nothing. Zilch. Nada. Even when they interview the entire party, I'm just there as an added bonus, and more than once during these things, I wasn't asked a single question. The other four during their break, that is to say, on the days that we aren't clearing a dungeon, they get job offer after job offer while I have nothing to do. Although it's thanks to that free time that I was able to devote all of my attention to my training. No, wait. There was one time where a small-time magazine was putting together a special feature, something like the hope of the black sorcering world. I remember walking out of the interview partway through when they asked me just how to butter up a famous person. It wasn't an interview about black sorcerers at all. When they asked me just how did you butter up the flame hero to keep you in the party, I was profoundly sad. That's how badly the world treats black sorcerers. Right. Apologies. I did not mean to dishearten you. Come, would you like me to pat you on the head? No. Please don't worry about it. Oh? When I do that to Agaz, he seems to get motivated enough to work for a month without sleep or rest. Agaz dude. Well, I suppose if a pat on the head is enough to satisfy him, then there shouldn't be a problem, I think. Right? I'm not sure. I'm fine. But you have my thanks. I suppose you do have Cashew and Carmela, so you have no need for other sources of comfort. Her Highness held her chin and seemed to understand, so she returned to the topic at hand. At any rate, I did think it took a frightful amount of work to create your avatar, but to think you inherited his horn. Ahaha. Fear not, Lamageddon. Rather, you have my respect. I thought the pain would be too much for a human to bear. Well, Master somehow managed to keep me from dying. Grandfather is a genius, but he was not good at handling delicate matters. He made it compatible with you, but I don't believe he was able to perform the feat without diverting the pain. Yes, it hurt a lot, but it was something I wished for. For grandfather to give his horn to a human simply because he wished for it. Lamageddon, did you blackmail him? As if Master even has a weakness. I blurted out while Her Highness roars with laughter. I truly can't think of one. Oops. There's more I want to talk about, but we should get back to the topic at hand. Everything up to now was just small talk. I know the reason I was summoned was for something else. Yes. You personally know 2 demon kings. Yes, grandfather and myself. That's right. There's no point in denying that or deceiving her anymore. To tell the truth, I have fought others with the title of Demon King before, but I only personally know 2 of them. In that case, are you not curious about what your master's son, your boss father, the previous Demon King, is doing right now? Sooner or later, I was planning to indirectly ask her about that, but now the person herself is bringing up the topic. I am curious. Good. I would be insulted if you weren't. Her Highness gave a weak smile, and then wiped all expression from her face. My faith, that man abandoned his post as the Demon King. I'm not saying that you should live your life only to work, but what he did was unforgivable. I sit up straight and listen intently. That man said all this dungeon clear business is outdated. He said I shall create a new kind of business and put an end to dungeon clearing. And left this dungeon behind. That's of course. He has his beliefs and logic. Currently, Viewers undoubtedly lean towards the adventurer's side. That much is evident from the fact that it is called a dungeon clear. The adventurers are the ones broadcasting the videos, so it's only natural that people lean more on their side. But they aren't called defense videos. That man said that he will change this disadvantageous arrangement that we monsters find ourselves in. A splendid aspiration. Wonderful if it came true. But I ask you, Lemageddon, is it not a shame to abolish dungeon clears from the world for that purpose? I agree with Her Highness. Certainly. There are people who discriminate against demi-humans possibly because of the role they play as villains in dungeon clears. It is unfortunate. However, that can't all be blamed on dungeons, and there's no guarantee that it will go away if you abolish dungeon clears. It's because of dungeon clears that I found my dream. I can't agree with the idea of getting rid of them. Besides, we're changing things from the inside. We're trying to prove that it's okay for the monsters to win as well. It's reckless to resolve to somehow get rid of it, cutting off that other path. It seems that man started advancing his plans after grandfather's disappearance. They were able to defend the Demon King Castle, but nearly all of grandfather's subordinates changed occupations or followed that man. So that's why the Big Four and all the other monsters are all young people. Everyone's strength is worthy of being called Demon King Castle monsters. But I did wonder about the large number of young people working here. It's not unusual for monsters to be replaced. But I thought it was because Her Highness is also young, so she preferred to hire young staff. It seems I was mistaken. I have been trying to figure out what that man has been up to. He's going to make a big move soon. I've confirmed that he's planning on buying out a certain dungeon as part of his plan. Buyout? Huh. It's not easy managing a dungeon. If you're in the red, you have to think about selling the whole thing. I don't know what that man plans to do after he buys it, but it's clear he won't let anyone clear or defend it ever again. I can't allow that to happen. Her Highness truly seems angry, although I sense no hatred. I believe I understand the situation. However, I don't think there's much I can do. Lemageddon, my faithful chief of staff, I want you to use your abilities to make the aforementioned dungeon profitable. Turn it into a dungeon that attracts adventurers like moths to a flame that burns them all the same. Eh? Wait, what? So you want me to go on a business trip? Actually, I guess that isn't unusual. Dungeons are led structures that don't always have guests. Even if there were guests, they have to start from the first stratum. There are days where there's nothing to do. During those times, there are those who do other work that is appropriate to their job and those who temporarily transfer to other dungeons. If I think about it, a business trip isn't an unusual order. My 10th stratum is still being rebuilt, so even if adventurers come, they can only go up to the 9th stratum. There are probably high-ranking parties who want to clear the Demon King Castle one stratum after another like Phoenix and CO did. Until the 10th stratum is newly built, all I can do is stand by and wait even if other adventurers come and challenge it. Conversely, only a few of the mid-ranked and below parties who still want to challenge the Demon King Castle were left after the shock of Phoenix's party losing. Each and every person in the Demon King Castle is strong enough to handle those few who remain. Even if they were to break through, they can't go past the 9th stratum. If it's you, it can be done. You are my chief of staff. After all, you are also the person who inherited grandfather's horn. You and that man have a connection. Originally, he was supposed to inherit the horn, but I did instead. A piece of my master is within me. Her Highness and her father, there is a connection. We are linked by fate. A strange fate, but linked all the same. I permit you to use the ring, but please consider their work schedules. Also, I'm sure you already know this, but do not use the horn. If you have to, keep it to just one horn. She's referring to when I release the horn. I'm prohibited from changing my right arm and growing wings. If I just grow one horn on the right, people can accept it as simply an act. What say you? Until the 10th stratum is finished, will you accept this job? There are still things I wish to ask, but for the time being, my answer has already been decided. She is my boss. I am her subordinate, and this is work. If Her Highness orders me to. Indeed, Then I shall. Her Highness ordered me happily. Crush that man's ambition to dust, my faithful chief of staff. I heard everything. Miller appears in the meeting room around the time I finished talking with Her Highness. Carmilla? What is it? I shall go with Lord Lemmerton to the aforementioned dungeon. As usual, her golden locks are beautiful today and her red pupils sparkled like gemstones. No, you're not. Her Highness flatly refused her proposal. However, Miller isn't one to back down so easily. But why, Your Highness? I should have paid vacations stored up. I shall use them all here. There needs to be someone there to tell them of Lord Lemmerton's greatness. What I find amazing about Her Highness is that she never mentions the things she was being asked about. As expected of the Demon King, she doesn't get fazed by trivial things, right? Probably not. My reasoning is simple. You are the floor boss of the third stratum. High-ranking parties, particularly the top 3 ranked parties, probably won't come. But other adventurers aren't so naive as to let themselves be cut down like common rabble. If we lack the Chief of Staff's strategic planning capabilities, more adventurers will break through the first stratum. Then Sir Kimmeries and Lerard will stop them in the second stratum. Thanks to Lord Lemmerton, his stock of ghosts have increased exponentially since that day. I'm glad that Frost Hero Bella's ghost is extremely compatible with Kimmeries. In order to force avatars to submit without damaging them, freezing comes in handy. When Kimmeries uses his necromancy on frozen avatars, he can add them as his subordinates with almost no damage to them. If I were to pinpoint a weakness, it would be the fact that the manipulation of the ghosts must be done by the practitioner, making it very difficult to give detailed orders to more than one ghost. Also, the durability of these ghosts pales in comparison to the original avatars. Their attack power can match the real thing though, so they are a considerable threat. Carmilla, one of my loyal Big Four. If you truly think that going along with Lemmerton is in the best interest of the Demon King Castle, then go. But, if you only wish to be with your dearest, then I ask you to cool your head. I understand your feelings towards Lemmerton, but I have need of you as well. Stay here. As you wish. I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness. I lost my composure. Even though she forced herself to say that, she seems to have understood that she can't leave if she stops and thinks about it with a cool head. I know that she treasures this place and Her Highness, who so rightfully appreciates her. All the more if I think about what happened to her 2 years prior. I never doubted her, which is why I didn't butt in. Good. The village isn't that far, so you can visit him on your days off, or Lemmerton could summon you with his ring. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. At least, that is what I read in a book once. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Miller flicked her eyes in my direction. Is this okay, Lem? Her eyes were wet. Why yeah, the village is nearby, so I'll drop by once in a while. I just started working here, so it isn't good for me to be away for too long periods of time. When the previous floor boss of the 10th stratum quit, their subordinates either changed occupations or transferred to a different stratum. Even if you were to call back the people stationed in the other strata, you have to consider their compatibility with me. I don't want them to work for me simply because the Demon King ordered them to. I want them to work in a place they are comfortable with. It doesn't give a good impression for someone who was just inaugurated to not show his face in his place of work. Although I'm sure Lemmerton will be lonely on his own. For now, you can bring one person. I don't mind if you bring along Cashew. Flop, goes Miller as she crumples to her knees. Oh, of course. Cashew is Lord Lemmerton's secretary. After all, it would be harsh to leave her at home. Yes, I'm fine. She so convinces herself as she slowly stands back up. I shall go and explain the situation to her family is what I would like to say, but I shall leave it to Agnes. As you can see, my appearance would make things awkward. Naturally, adventurers and even the ordinary person don't know that Her Highness is a little girl. It's possible that Cashew told her family about Her Highness. But even if that were the case, it will surely be weird to be told that your daughter is being sent on a business trip by a girl who is barely any different in age to that very daughter. Albeit more recently, the man known as the last of the Big Four, The time demon Nagaz is probably suitable for the role, provided that he doesn't get excited when seeing Maka and Mia. Also, my recommendation can get you as far as the reception desk with no issue, but to defend the dungeon as a human, while they have feelings about humans, I have a hard time imagining the demi-humans welcoming the Black Sorcerelum from the bottom of their heart. Even if I was kicked out of a party, I'm still an adventurer, so of course, they won't. It's more accurate to say that the people in this dungeon are too open-minded. So it's not only a matter of my abilities, huh? Indeed. Coming to them while they're on the brink of closure and explaining that you are the Black Sorcerer Lemageddon, hailing from the Demon King Castle, I doubt many of them will welcome you with open arms. I shall prepare myself for that. One more thing, Lemageddon. I believe you should bring along one more person. As Carmela said earlier, if you bring along a monster who knows of your true strengths, things should go somewhat smooth there. It's a matter of trust. This is something that needs to be accumulated and built up. I can't just walk up to them and say I beat Phoenix's party. Sure, it's a big achievement, but it's my only achievement. Besides, it was a big achievement for all those involved. Just having someone who already has trust in me come along, should change their impression of me considerably. In that case, please at least let it be a man, Your Highness. I give a special exception to Citri. I have already asked Furcus, one of the big four, the Black Knight Furcus, who is given the title of Reaper Knight, but she's a woman. Calm yourself, Carmela. While it is a pleasant breath of fresh air to see you flustered so, it is hard for me to continue the conversation, with Miller holding back her laments on the sidelines. Her Highness continues the conversation while giving a concerned glance at Miller. As explained earlier, I have many young people employed under me. The only one who is famous in the monster world is Furcus, or rather, her predecessor is the one that made a name for himself. The Reaper Knight Furcus is a second generation who inherited the alias, dungeon name, and spear from her predecessor. Even so, the weight of that name is immense. Furcus is also a gifted individual who should not be made light of. That much is true. Miller reluctantly agrees with Her Highness's words. And besides, Carmela, Furcus is only interested in strength and food. You have nothing to worry about. You're wrong, Your Highness. One cannot predict when one might fall in love. For even I once foolishly looked down on the Black Sorcerelum. Simply spending more time together thoroughly raises the possibility of something happening. We also don't know what manner of insect would flock to Lord Lemageddon on the other side. Is that so? I suppose so. If that's the case, Yumaha, let us task Cashew with surveillance duty. If Lemageddon does anything strange, she'll report back. Wait. A splendid idea. I expected nothing less of you, Your Highness. What? And then you can deal with any problem that arises on your days off, right? Indeed, I don't have the slightest hint of doubt that Lord Lemageddon will cause an issue, but it's possible an annoying insect might attach itself to him. The conversation seems to have resolved itself. Well, I guess it's fine if it eases Miller's worries. On top of bringing Cashew along, I will also act as her guardian while she continues to facilitate as my secretary. I don't believe I will leave her behind and go gallivanting with women at any point, but if I ever do, I suppose it can't be helped that it will be reported. Then it's decided. You may both leave now. We bow to Her Highness and leave the meeting room. Oh, it was lunch break. Perhaps to further explain to her about her surveillance duties, Cashew was taken somewhere by Miller, so I was heading to the cafeteria by myself. There, I was called out to by one of the big four, the Demon of Love Citri. Incidentally, Citri became one of the people who know about the horn in these 2 weeks. Her Highness convinced me to at least allow the big four to know about it because it wouldn't be good for Her Majesty's allies to be out of the loop. Originally, the other 3 knew that I was the disciple of my master because they were there during the interview. Information that she would have known too had she been in that room at the time. I was hesitant to tell her, so Her Highness told her in my stead. I wonder if this is safe, Master, but they are your granddaughter's trusted subordinates after all, so perhaps you'll forgive me. If we were to meet again, he might just bonk me on the head without a word. I once sent a letter to him detailing my new place of work, but he never replied. How very like my master. I just can't imagine him sitting down and writing a letter to me. Or rather, he wouldn't even write a letter. He'd probably send a familiar. No, he'd probably come directly. He just doesn't strike me as someone who would write. Good day to you, Saitri. Saitri is a cat-like girl. From her eyes to her mannerisms to her fickle mood. Her small build, childlike face, and hair that's tied up in two low points all give off a childish impression. She has the dream demon-like characteristics of horns, wings, and a tail, but they've always felt out of place to me. I just can't put my finger on why I feel that way. I heard you were suddenly assigned to a business trip. Sounds rough. Did Millie tell you about it? Foo-foo. Millie's really feeling down. She's really fallen for you. 1 TL note. Millie is Saitri's nickname for Miller. Ahaha. I wonder what Lim thinks of her. I think she is a wonderful woman. Oh my, what a quick response. Could it be that you're unexpectedly comfortable with girls? She stares at me, measuring me from head to toe. Not at all. She makes my heart race every time. I see. How adorable. We were walking side by side for a while, but suddenly Saitri grabs my arm. I told you before that we'd have a little chat, right? Yes, I remember. At the welcome party. That's right. I thought I'd talk to you before you go on your trip. If you form a contract with me, you can summon me whenever you're in trouble on your trip, right? If I remember correctly, she promised to form a contract with me if we talked and came to an agreement. Yes, I suppose so. In that case, come here. She brought me to the supplely room. Besides us, there was no one else in here. If you manage to keep a straight face at what I'm about to do, then I'll form a contract with you. And in the next moment, Saitri's body began to. There was something that had me wondering. During the welcoming party, Agaz called Saitri a dream demon wannabe. Saitri's abilities are the real deal, so I thought maybe he was being sarcastic about her not being strong enough to be one of the big four. But even so, why wannabe? The answer to that question was right in front of me. Her clothes flopped to the ground. I thought her body had instantly disappeared, but I was wrong. Out from the crumpled pile of her clothes came a cat-sized demi-beast. So, it spoke with Saitri's voice, but not with the same bubbly and bright tone as before. Now, she had a tone that sounded scared of rejection. She had a yellow and black patchy pattern to her fur. She was a leopard. On her back were hawk-like wings. Since the world found peace, one thing has been discussed more vigorously than in the past. Exactly how far do we go to classify something as a person? In the past, orcs and goblins who both had their own languages were treated as monsters. But there were those that could speak the official language. Communications were established. Being able to reproduce at a faster rate than other species, and having an abundance of possible job variations, the so-called humans became the majority party due to their numbers and diversity despite their lack of any racial physical characteristic. Phoenix, Alba, Lark and I fall under this race. The elf Lily, the vampire Miller, the mage Lucy and Agaz, the werewolf Marchosias, and the like resembled humans the most, so their classification was simple. They are all people, but because they all possess characteristics that humans do not, they are called demi-humans. The same goes for dragonkin and birdmen. Even orcs and goblins fall under that now. But then came the problem regarding those that imitate people and have a good command of the language. Alrons and the demi-beasts like Saitri here. In the end, a law was established that, if they so desire, they can apply to be a citizen of a country as a demi-human. I knew it. You're creeped out, aren't you? But even then, there are those who discriminate against them. Just what about them is so different from people? I'm not smart enough to answer a complicated question like that. But what I do know is that Saitri is a reliable colleague, one who was ready to be hated yet revealed her secret before me. I crouch in front of her. Of course not. You have a beautiful coat of fur and a splendid set of wings. Saitri's eyes opened wide. Really? I smile and nod my head reassuringly. Yes. But it's not cute at all. I suppose that's why she takes the form of a cute dream demon, to be able to become whatever you want. I'm jealous. Not long after that, Saitri looked up at me. She hesitantly flaps her wings, and then she timidly lands on my shoulder. Is it okay? Better than okay. In fact, you're so light that I'm getting worried about your diet. I think my joke landed because I saw her lips finally loosen up. She licks me on the cheek. Thanks, Lem. Don't mention it. I don't like this form. As a dream demon, I can look cute and it matches my magic. But no one would hire someone camouflaging themselves as a dream demon except Lou. 1. TL Note: Lou is Saitri's nickname for Lucy. Even under normal circumstances, finding work as a dream demon is tough. Trying to find work as a demi-human who transfigured themselves into a dream demon must be even harder. So that's how it was. Agaz is a little mean, but Millie let me be her friend. I think Fu doesn't really care about anything. And you complimented me. 2. TL Note: Fu is Saitri's nickname for Furcus. I think she shinned a little and she returned to her usual form. It took only a moment. However, since her clothes were left on the side there, she's completely naked. I was about to immediately avert my eyes, but then she grabbed my head. I tried my best to somehow only look at her eyes, which looked back at me with amusement. You know, I can change into any form that a person desires. I want to repay your kindness by becoming the most beautiful woman of your dreams. So what do you say? Just say the word. I'll become anything you want. I was shocked for only a moment. I take her hand and pull it away from my face. I remove my tunic and put it on her. Lim, this is the form that you wish to be, right Saitri? Yeah. Then you're perfectly fine the way you are. You don't have to worry about thanking me. Maybe it was just a bit of fun, but I didn't want an ally to change themselves to suit someone else's convenience. After Saitri blinked her eyes in surprise, her whole expression changed into a laugh. Ahaha, I get why Millie likes you. You're a real player, aren't you? Huh, what do you? Sorry for testing you like that, Lem. Millie's such an easily tempted girl, I couldn't leave it to her to do it. I can't get mad at that. If she says so, then that's what it is. Saitri stretches her hand towards my ring. I've taken a liking to you. So, let's be friends. Yes, please. And a friend helps a friend in need, right? I hope so. Me too. That's why I'll come help when you're in trouble. Our magical energies flow together, and I form a contract with Saitri. Looking forward to working with ya, Lem. Likewise. Now, should I put on my clothes? I'll head out. How kind. I thought it was an obvious thing to do. I'll be borrowing your tunic. It'd be trouble if you gave it back to me right now. Ahaha. Just as I was about to leave the supplely room, a thought popped into my head that I just had to ask her. Does your true form have anything to do with how Miller doesn't get angry when I talk to you? Miller isn't the type of woman who wouldn't be worried about a demi-beast. There must be something about Saitri as a person that causes her to let her guard down. Huh? Oh, you see, it's because I have transcended the boundaries of gender. What do you mean by that? That's still a secret. Does she mean she's a species that has no gender, or is she actually a boy? Anyway, there must be a reason that even Miller has decided that it's okay for Saitri to come into contact with me. But I suppose if the person in question says it's a secret, I can't get her to divulge it. Oh, let's have lunch together. Sure, I'll just wait in front of the door. I won't tell Millie if you take a little sneak peek. You know, I'll make sure the door is firmly shut. So not cute. I left the room. I grabbed my chest. Man, I was so nervous. I don't have enough experience with situations like that, so it took a tremendous amount of willpower to keep calm. Will there ever come a time where I'm used to seeing naked women? I find it a little hard to imagine a day like that ever coming to fruition. I may or may not have heard a voice saying how cute from the other side of the door. Do you believe that you all can rise to the third rank and above as you are right now? I stare fixedly at the man in front of me. A man with crimson hair and a pair of black horns. We are aiming to be first ranked. That is your objective. I am talking about the reality of the situation. The top 3 ranked parties have been the same for years, thus it is difficult to break the status quo. That is why you dismissed your black sorcerer, ushered in the Frost Hero, and embarked on your clear of the impregnable Demon King Castle. You somehow garnered attention and your popularity skyrocketed. We were called into the room in an inn under the guise of collecting information for an article related to the party, but it seems like the man in front of us had no intention of interviewing us. Sir Phoenix, you are suitably a person of outstanding talent. The other four are also worthy of their own merits, yet somehow, three of you haven't been able to exhibit your strength, as you once could. But time heals all wounds, as they say. I don't see the point of this conversation. What is it you want us to say? Are you interested in a hero of a new age? This man really resembles my best friend Lim's elderly master. A hero of the new age? The man was probably in his 30s. He's tall, has his back as straight as can be, and if we stood next to each other, I'd probably have to look up at him. He always has a smile on his face and speaks calmly. However, for some reason, he feels shady. Indeed. Of course, this is an activity that has received permission from the Adventurer Union. As for the false request to interview you for an article, I decided that it would be the simplest method of getting a chance to talk to you. To send out a work request without it first being allowed by the Adventurer Union is prohibited. His claim to be operating with the Adventurer Union's permission is most likely true. Only a hopeless fool would spit out such falsehoods. That said, whether or not an Adventurers Union permitted request will be received is decided by the party or individual involved. Surely, if we heard that this was actually about a work request, we would have turned a deaf ear. "Ya think we're gonna trust someone who would spit out a lie just to see our faces?" said Alba while glaring at the man. In the room are two three-person sofas with a small table in between them. There are two single chairs covering the remaining two sides of the table. The man sat alone in one of the three-person sofas. Alba, Lark, and I sat on the other sofa while the girls each sat in the single chairs. That is harsh. Had I not done that, we wouldn't have been able to meet. No, you all just announced that you would all be retraining yourselves after the failure to clear the Demon King Castle. It would look bad to the public if you were to accept work that is unrelated to dungeons. To come to us knowing all that must mean that you have something extremely good to tell us. That is exactly right, Sir Lark. The man smiles broadly. What was the name he gave us in the beginning? I think it was Fellow. We plan on rising up the ranks fair and square. I don't know what conversation you had with the Union, but we are currently polishing our skills, so I believe you would have better luck with other parties. Nay, Miss Lily, it is precisely because you all are in the spotlight right now that I wish for you to undertake this request. Moreover, this will benefit people like you. Those last few words were directed solely at Lily. That's what do you? Lily had a puzzled expression. If you're not gonna leave your seat, wouldn't it be faster to just hear him out? The Frost Hero Bella said in a tired tone. They all turned to look at me. Indeed, it shouldn't be a problem for us to leave now that we know that this isn't an interview. Just as I was about to decide to leave my seat. Oh, that's right. My proposal should also be able to clear the path for people with unfortunate jobs such as Serlem. This man, without touching upon the heart of the matter, he pulls at a person's heartstrings. My interest is piqued, and I am urged to lend him an ear. Tell me the brief version. Surely enough, Sir Fellow smiles broadly at my words. The top 3 positions in the adventurer rankings have been unchanged. Before your steady rise, the rankings were unchanged up to the 10th rank. Yes, that is how unwaveringly popular they had become. Even if someone was interested in seeing the latest dungeon clear video, they turn their eyes to the popular parties. Unless an adventurer has an extremely good gimmick or a party is structured to match that of a popular party, it is impossible to acquire fans in this current state. That's the truth. But only because the clears of the top 10 ranked parties were always interesting. And that's great. There's something about being popular that just makes you popular. Nothing wrong with that. However, those who have been trying to build a reputation but don't have what it takes to be popular, even if you have abilities that surpass all, will disappear into obscurity without ever seeing the light of day. We listened quietly. The man continued. For example, the unfortunate jobs Black Sorcerer and White Sorcerer. In times of war, they were priceless treasures, but now, they are treated as incompetent. Why is that? It's because parties are only limited to up to 5 members and they are lacking in visual appeal. Being able to lower the enemy's abilities or raising your allies' abilities were originally superb magics. Due to the dungeon clearing craze, they were the first 2 jobs that were probably viewed differently. If it wasn't for the party limit, those 2 jobs wouldn't be a bother to their allies. If more of them were gathered, it would be more reassuring, although that would require more people to protect them. Since that isn't possible, they have a very low priority, and as a result, a perception that they were unnecessary had spread among the people. Take the elves, for example. They are not the hostile species they once were and instead now choose to seclude themselves in the sacred forest with no contact with the outside world. They have a history of not interfering in battles. That's why elven adventurers are shunned. They think that these once non-conflict seeking people are only now participating because it is a fight in which their safety is assured. There was a situation like that in the past. Alba once insisted that Lily's avatar should have human ears. In the end, she made everyone approve of her with her prowess. But there was no shortage of cold remarks when she first joined the team. The most harshly handled race is the demi-humans, who are called monsters. If one does not closely resemble the norm, humans, they are rejected when trying to apply as an adventurer. In truth, the only races that are recognized are elves, dwarves, and animal-eared demi-humans. Magians, dream demons, dragonkin, birdmen, and countless beastmen are said to simply not match the established look of the traditional hero party. What he said is also true. However, this is an unavoidable aspect of the established setting. It's the same reason that muscular men are not called for a bikini babe feature. It is not discrimination, it is the fact that it does not suit the thing that they are trying to create. Even so, is it not a sad state of affairs? Around that time, the man's smile disappeared. These were not words to keep up appearances. He truly feels a little sad about it. Is this all about preparing a place where those who desire to carry out activities as an adventurer can do so through a means other than dungeon clearing? Yes, exactly. Adventurers are just and the monsters are evil. Is there a need to be trapped in such an old-fashioned setting? No. There is not. I plan to provide a new form of entertainment. How? For example, I buy out a dungeon and after repairing it, I turn it into a combat field. A field in which you could play something as simple as capture the point, or perhaps the current conventional style of fighting until one side is completely annihilated, or perhaps even a fight with a rule that allows you to revive as many times as needed until a special objective is achieved. By the way, participants will not be treated as the hero party or monsters, they will all be treated as players instead. That way, there is no good or evil. I want to create game-like fights with the liberty of choosing anyone to be in your party. 1. TL note. He actually says Gintery, which is a children's game where they try to occupy the other's home base. So I translated it as capture the point. Matches in which demi-humans and humans can be mixed freely. From what I've heard, it sounds like an interesting experiment. If I make full use of the dungeon, a special area can be created that can increase the effectiveness of black and white sorcerers tenfold only when they stand in it. This is because their efficacy can be increased by the magical energy provided by the dungeon. Currently, the monster side is prohibited from utilizing the magical energy that is used to construct dungeons for anything else, but if both sides are allowed to use it, balance can be maintained. I see. So for example, if it was a 5 versus 5 match, having a black sorcerer or white sorcerer has its benefits. If there were more participants, they could include one in each team. If their efficacy is 10 times as good, they can't be ignored. As an ally, they should apply pressure to the one on the enemy's side. Tournament or one-on-one battles can be prepared for those that are bad at team sports. Speaking of ongoing projects, there is a tag tournament scheduled to happen in this town. It is a tournament where anyone can come together and compete, adventurer and monster alike. If more things like this happen, even outstandingly talented individuals who couldn't shine in dungeon clears can gain popularity. And so he concludes, if this is realized, These will be officially recognized by the Adventurer Union, which means that they can affect the rankings. How would you like to participate in Magic 2 Lonely Battles, Sir Alba? What do you think of competing in archery matches, Miss Lily? Would it not be a flashy spectacle to see how many attack spells you could withstand, Sir Lark? Heroes are normally those that lead their allies, but they are also those that can individually take on powerful foes in the hour of need. Wouldn't you like to be able to freely fight with your full strength from the very start of the battle? Oh heroes, I see. I think I understand his way of thinking a little. The top 3 ranked parties are already standing at the very pinnacle of the industry. However, we still haven't been able to break into the top 3, yet we still strongly desire to be first ranked. Recently, we garnered attention by attempting to clear the most difficult dungeon, the Demon King Castle, and the failure to do so has us interested in future trends, and Sir Fellow here wishes to win us over. More effective than simply calling people to join his cause, he can gather participants, he offers benefits to us and also uses us to attract customers. Just how much groundwork did he lay in order to make the Adventurer Union approve his project? He is a man who speaks frivolously yet is unfathomable. What say you? I would like to ask one question. Go ahead. What are you aiming to achieve? I'm sorry. For an instant, I saw his smile twitch unnaturally. To take things this far would require a certain amount of dedication, or rather, obsession. By creating a new form of entertainment, the profits will be enormous. That's a lie. You came to persuade us. If money is the most important thing, wouldn't you have mentioned it during your persuasion by now? Yet you have not touched upon that once since you began talking. I merely thought that such things do not interest you all. You may be right. However, I think it is you as well who has no interest in such things. The intuition of a hero? Take it how you will. More importantly, are you going to answer my question? In the next moment, we all stood up immediately, because we all felt an immense amount of magical energy rising from him. Ah, no, please excuse me. My apologies, for it seems I got a little carried away with my emotions. The pressure alone from the magical energy just now was extremely similar to that time with Lam. Finding answers to my suspicions, I sat back down, but I must say, that was splendid. As expected from the 4th ranked party, what a marvelous response. It seems he has no plans on offering an explanation regarding the magical energy. He, once again, plasters a smile to his face and answers my question. My objective is merely fairness. Truly, that is all. Fixated on one way of doing things, unfortunate jobs were born. Fixated on one setting, the good and evil theme from that setting has permeated across the general public. So he's saying he wishes to resolve that and remove the prejudices towards jobs and species? From what I heard, I do think it's a wonderful sentiment, but to achieve your goal, wouldn't the continuation of dungeon clears be a hindrance to you? As far as you are concerned, they are symbols of unfairness. What marvelously keen insight you have, Miss Bella. Yes. Eventually I plan to make dungeon clears a thing of the past, he said, like it was nothing special. We were shocked at those words. In other words, you don't plan to just introduce a new form of entertainment, but you want it to completely replace dungeon clears. Do you mind keeping that a secret from the Union? Sir Fellow puts a finger to his lips as if shushing us. Just because he said it doesn't mean I'll believe it. Who would seriously believe that one man's ambition can make dungeon clears disappear? So, what do you think? Not a bad idea, yes. I'm sure everyone thinks so. Sir Phoenix, you'd be able to give your best friend a chance to play a role. Even as a third party, I can only imagine his humiliation and hardship. Please think about it. Think about everyone acknowledging his power, about everyone applauding his efforts. With you all lending me your strength, that future can become reality much faster. By cooperating with a man who wishes to abolish dungeon clears, there might come a future where Lam's efforts take center stage. This man seems to have misunderstood something. In my head, I have already come to an answer. First off, let me make it clear what I think of his proposal. By preparing a form of entertainment that is abundant with variations, a spotlight can be shown on those who, thus far, have not been blessed with the opportunity to play their part, to allow demi-humans, who had no choice but to play the part of the villain, to shine as an athlete. I believe this to be a splendid idea. You have my thanks. Sir Fellow smiled. By preparing a stage where my teammates and I can play a role individually, it may be possible to excite the viewers in new ways. This is a project that is brimming with possibilities. Yes indeed. However, I won't be able to meet your expectations. May I ask why? While his smile remained, the area around his eyes twitched. I looked around to the other four in the room. Apart from Bella, 3 of them nodded their head in agreement. Only Bella waved her hand as if to say please, go ahead. One reason is that your true objective isn't to just increase the number of entertainment choices but get rid of dungeon clears entirely, and we do not agree with that. He could have lied about it, and he could have deceived us without us even knowing it. But he didn't, because he wanted to make us his allies. If we opposed the abolishment of dungeon clears, it would hinder his implementation when the time came. He probably wanted to get the future first-ranked party on his side right now. Another reason is that Sir Fellow misunderstood something. Sir Fellow said that if I were to lend my strength, I would bring forth a future where Lem could flourish. Yes, he's your best friend, right? You would do anything. I would do anything to be of aid to my friend. But this is where you're wrong. I would never think so arrogantly that I could ever do something like setting my friend up for success. It's not the same as fighting together and helping one another in the journey to victory together. Halem, there are more games now where you can play a big role because we took on a new occupation. Is something I would not and will not say to my friend, at the very least. That is not a reason to cooperate with Sir Fellow. Simply because he is your friend and equal, you cannot say something like I got you a job. Isn't that just a matter of feeling? I wouldn't be me if I ignored my feelings. Sir Fellow stared me in the eye. After a short time, he shrugged his shoulders. If I had invited you differently, would the result have been different, I wonder? What do you think? In that instance, we would have altered our course the moment we learned of your goal. As I thought. However, in order to achieve a fair arrangement, dungeon clears must be abolished. As long as monsters are perceived as evil, my goal is yet to be realized. Apparently, he has a strong dislike of the people's perception of monsters. Before, when I was talking with Lem at that bar, there was that adventurer that was rude to that demi-human waitress. His followers didn't even stop him. I feel sorry for the demi-humans who are discontent with a setting where monsters are evil. There are those who are making changes from the inside. There are people who want to convey that adventurers and the monsters alike are mutual enemies of equal strength and that it is all right for either side to win. That sounds daunting. What I'm trying to say is, there are other ways besides abolishing it. I wish to achieve my goals swiftly. Many of the options that Sir Fellow presented are excellent. But I cannot accept this offer. The part where you have taken an interest in the project itself is enough. But let me assure you, you are not the only party that I have invited. I'm sure that's true. He already decided to open a tournament in this town, at the very least. The participants have already been put together. We were approached as the candidate for a collaborator with the strongest influence. If you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me, even if you were to fall below the 5th rank. He's assuming that the ranks of those that cooperate with him will naturally go up rapidly. If Sir Fellow abandons the plan to abolish dungeon clears, we would take up your offer. We might be first ranked by then. However, I respond to his smile with a smile of my own. Hey, in contrast to everything up to now, the laugh that slipped out just now felt genuine. Well then, I suppose we're done here. This time, I stand up. Yes, thank you for your time today. The other 4 left their seat as well and proceeded to leave the room. I was about to follow them out when he called out to me from behind. Speaking of which, Sir Phoenix, whatever is your best friend doing presently? I tried to search for him, but for some reason, I could not find him. That sounded forced. He is searching for his own path. I see. One more question. I know someone who works in the Demon King Castle, but there seems to be no information on your defeat other than that it was at the hands of Lemigaton. If you don't mind, Could you tell me how a contractee of one of the 4 great spirits lost? How do you know someone who works in the Demon King Castle? You don't get it? I knew it. He suspects. If my guess is correct, he's connected to Lem's master. Blood relative? Maybe the son or nephew. Regardless, he's someone with a blood connection. Considering his hair, eyes, horns, and magical energy, it's almost unmistakable. I'm sure Lem has somehow realized it in his heart too that his master was clearly a demon king. When I realized it, I did some digging. He's most likely the boss of the Demon King Castle from 2 generations ago. If that's the case, it isn't odd for Sir Fellow to know personnel from the Demon King Castle, although it appears that he isn't privy to the latest information. Not knowing Lemagitton's true identity and having to ask me for details about the fight must mean that he isn't affiliated with the Demon King Castle anymore. Abolishing dungeon clears also means putting the Demon King Castle out of business, so it only seems natural for him to not be affiliated. He wasn't actively revealing his true identity, but he seems to be trying to make me realize it. The reason for that is probably to confirm something by gauging my reaction. He released his magical energy at the time, acting in a way to see if I would recognize it. In other words, he wanted to see if I would slip up and recognize his Demon King magical energy signature. Everyone has their own unique magical energy signature, but blood relatives' signatures generally resemble each other's. He wants to see if I can recognize the magical energy signature of a boss of the Demon King Castle despite not reaching the 11th stratum. Whether I've met the Demon King from 2 generations ago or perhaps the person who inherited the Demon King's horn. Technically, it could be another blood relative, but how would you determine that? I stayed silent, and he raised his arms as if to tell me to lower my guard. Whoa. I'm not scheming or something. It's just that's right. If it turns out that you do have a connection that allows you to get in touch with Lemagitton, then I believe I must give a warning. Is he half convinced that Lemagitton is Lem? He continues with his warning. The horn must not be used. Just like history's strongest demon king, Lucifer, he will feel nothing but despair at the unpleasantness of reality. Society doesn't think well of evil that holds great power. The boss of the Demon King Castle from 2 generations ago, Lucifer, the dungeon name of Lam's master. That's where I finally got an idea of what his true purpose was. Could it be that the furnace that you seek is? I have said too much. I hope you can pass my message along. I don't know who is underneath that mask. I won't tell a soul. I'm actually extremely interested in what he is going to do next. I was originally not good at lying, but I guess that's in the past. As for me, I think he is a good person to shine on the front page. Sir Fellow left with those words and exited the inn without waiting for my answer. I think it's almost time. To my right is the somewhat excited Cashew carrying a rucksack on her back. Although it's only a nearby town, this is the first time for her to be away from her family for so many days. I can see that she's nervous but excited and restless at the same time. To my left is a girl of small build who is in her early teens. She lacks facial expressions, but her facial structure is pretty and her hair is as white as snow. Her bluish-purple eyes looked straight ahead without looking around, while her hands restlessly carry bins to her mouth. It was the Reaper Knight Furcus. The Demon King is a little girl. The Chief of Staff is a young human man. The Big Four consists of a blooming vampire, a mage who is a self-proclaimed guardian of a child's heart, a shape-shifting leopard who has transcended the sexes, and finally the usually giant armor-wearing young girl. 3 girls, 2 guys, and 1 unknown is a pretty good balance. Rich with individual personalities. Like this, she looks like a human girl, but she somehow feels like a different race. I can't see any racial characteristics though. We booked a coach, so our means of transportation is taken care of. Right now, we're at the town entrance, waiting for the coach to arrive. Cashew, got everything? Yup, answered Cashew cheerfully. Great. Want me to carry your bag? I'm fine. I unintentionally let out a smile at her reply. Alright. You don't have much luggage, huh? Furcus? That is to say, other than the paper bag with bins in it, she only has a leather bag hanging around her waist. Stuff like my armor and spear were sent ahead. Other than that, All I need is money to buy food, she says in a quiet, monotone voice. Rather than say Furcus wears her armor, it's more accurate to say that she gets into it. It's clearly not suited for her body, but she can practically wear and move around in it. Not just her spear, but her armor is a magic tool. Since I received training from her, I already knew about this form. Due to that, I also know this. Furcus is crazy strong even without her armor. What she gains from her armor is sheer size and durability. Her combat prowess is all her own. Oh, that's right. Well, once again, I hope we work well together. Kashu followed with the work well together. Furcus gave a small nod. She gave Kashu a few beans. Chief of Staff, want some? She asks, but judging from how slowly she offers her hand, I surmise that she actually wants to eat it all. No thanks, but I appreciate the offer. I see. Furcus proceeds to toss and eat bin after bin into her mouth. Ah, the coach is here. From now on, we are headed towards a certain dungeon to revamp it. I would later learn that there was a somewhat interesting event happening in that town. Let's see. Come one, come all. Be you adventurer or me human, pair up and aim for the top. We are hosting an above-ground tag team tournament using avatars. We're still accepting challenges. Huh? Wow, that's interesting. I have work, so I probably can't participate, but I'd like to go watch if I have the time. Wait, could it be that this is part of Her Highness's father's plan? The fact that they don't care about whether you're an adventurer or a demi-human really seems like it. The coach continued along without too much trouble. This being the first time Kashu has ever ridden a coach, she was in high spirits in the beginning. But because she didn't get much sleep last night, she quickly dozed off. She's now sleeping with her head on my lap like a pillow while making adorable snoring sounds. I resist the urge to touch her fluffy dog ears. Having run out of beans, Furcus sat there, expressionless with a gloomy air about her. Knowing this might happen, I came prepared with cookies and gave them to her. She replies with my thanks, Chief of Staff. I expected nothing less, Chief of Staff. As she began to stuff her face, I'm glad she got her spirits back up, but her eyes were glued to the cookies the whole time she was praising me. Chief of Staff. Ah, please. Just call me by my regular name. I can't get used to people calling me Chief of Staff outside of work hours. I know it's just a matter of perception. I see. I'm fine with Furcus. I don't like my real name. Understood, Furcus. So, what did you want to say? It's rare for her to start a conversation. Chief of Staff, do you like me? By me? Does she mean herself? You always give me food. I gave her food as thanks for the training. There was that time at the welcome party that I gave her the hamburger she kept staring at, and then there were the cookies I handed her just now. It seems she's wondering if that means I hold some affection towards her. No, it's not like that. Not that Furcus doesn't have her own charms. I'm not saying that at all. Lacking in both expression and tone of voice, it's impossible to read her. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful. No problem. Food makes me happy. In that case, I'm glad. I think I was curious about the motive, that's all. I see. Well, that time when I received training from you was a form of thanks. The other times, how do I put this? I can't really put it into words. I understand. Furcus nods. You like eating, don't you, Furcus? I do. Lamb eats a lot too. Indeed. As long as I'm training my magical energy organ, I won't be able to create magical energy if there's nothing in my body. If you want to create a lot of magical energy, don't just train, eat, my master said. In addition to the 2 breakfasts that I eat, I also buy a lot of fruits from Blitz. People with excellent magical energy organs tend to like foods that give you lots of energy. Food like meat, or fried stuff, or sweets. People like Phoenix have to keep up their image to society as a smart and cool person, so there were many times where he wouldn't eat voraciously in front of people and just endure with an empty stomach. During the times where he can't take it anymore and has to eat, I would cast confusion on the surrounding people so that they can't recognize him and he just eat anything he can. Come to think of it, I wonder how he's handling that now that I'm out of the party. Bella's a hero too. so she probably understands and they work together to pull it off. Well, if he really can't stand it anymore, he can easily shake people off anyway. I don't need to worry so much. Lim's master was the previous Demon King? I gave a vague laugh. Even though the cat's already out of the bag, I still have trouble confirming it. It's fine. You don't have to say it. Did he only teach you magic? He instructed me. Yes. But your body training, to the limits of a talentless person. Your sword skills are completely worthless though. Ahaha. Certainly, I was trained. But rather than being taught, it's more like I was thrown in the deep end and forced to learn. Like being told to survive in the mountains for a week with only a canteen in my hands. My mental fortitude was considerably trained as well. In the face of nature, I was just a tiny speck of dust. It was through that training that I understood just how wonderfully extraordinary things like water, food, clean clothes and a safe place to sleep were. Looking back, it was the kind of training that the Demon King would impose on his child, even though it was adjusted so that I wouldn't die. In other words, building my body up to be able to endure inheriting the horn was part of the training. That's why, as Furcus said, I was trained to the limits of a talentless person. As someone who couldn't completely give up on becoming a hero, I secretly continue my training regularly. There are limits to self-training, but it's not like there's anyone willing to teach a black sorcerer battle techniques. But even so, I somehow managed to maintain my physique. Again, I give you my thanks. Your sword training helped me immensely. Furcus didn't laugh at me once or call me a waste of time. In her free time, she earnestly instructed me. Well, she did just say my sword skills were completely worthless. But there was no ill will, so I just quietly accepted it. It's fine. But you will soon hit the limit of this ability that is incompatible with your job. What Furcus says is true. A job is a person's most suitable occupation as told by God. God sets the scene where one can let your true abilities shine after taking into consideration one's ability and potential. Within a job, many aptitudes are included. Or rather, it's the combination of aptitudes that determine the job. In the case of a warrior, for example, it contains mobility, combat perception, swordsmanship, or perhaps spearmanship, etc. If you have those, you will manifest as a warrior. This is just something that humanity assumed based on vast amounts of precedent, not because God said so or anything. Well, let's leave God out of this. I suppose you're right. But I won't give up, even though the job is the same. Each one's aptitude can differ. High mobility or high swordsmanship, for example. In those circumstances, it's easier to think of them as training a muscle. If you have the aptitude for it, it is easier to see your efforts bear fruit when training those areas. The fundamental aptitudes included in Black Sorcerer are Black Magic, Magic Resist, Magical Energy, and Magical Energy Perception. Black Magic is easy to develop. Resistance to black magic is strong from the start. It is somewhat easier to develop the magical energy organ, and it is easy to perceive magical energy. If we assume that the magical energy of a wizard and a hero is strong and extreme respectively, a black sorcerer's falls somewhere between weak and intermediate. It's not that bad if you compare it to the non-magic using jobs. Black sorcerers don't possess any direct combat aptitudes. A job can't be changed after acquiring it, so even if I inherited the horn, it won't change to Demon King. God has no plans to update it, even though it's not reflected on my status. I do actually possess a fragment of a Demon King's power, although it's not like I gained any more aptitudes besides the abilities of the horn. Yes, training is good, but you are no match for main jobs. Furcus' words were robotic but not cold. That's why it doesn't sound like she's forsaking me. Also, I happen to know that she's a good person. I know I'm no match when it comes to battle sense and technique. The same amount of effort won't even yield 1/100th of what a main job will gain. Even so, I'm just happy I was able to improve. Your training wasn't wasted. If possible, please continue to teach me all sorts of things. After nodding, Furcus pointed at my head. Whatever you lack, compensate it with something else. Use your head or your black magic. Yes. Also, buy a magic tool or something. It's true that equipment and special items also possess combat power. It was thanks to the ring that I was able to increase the ways I can use my generated magical energy by summoning. You don't often see magic tools put up for sale, and those that are normally sold for unaffordable prices. It's extremely rare for a magic tool to be put up for auction, and when it does, there's bound to be a large price tag attached that'll make your eyes pop. I wonder if Phoenix is able to afford at least one, although with his holy sword, he probably doesn't need one. It's an option, but it's just not feasible. Much like money, you don't know when you'll come across it. It's better to just keep it at the back of your mind and not expect it to happen. If I could buy a magic tool, I'd buy food instead. Ahaha. Don't you already have 2 magic tools, Furcus? They're useful, especially that spear of yours. Just how does it? And so we continued to exchange words for a while. Furcus spoke only a few words, but at least she responded. We arrived at our destination while the sun was still out. I woke Cashew up and thanked the coach driver. The town was smaller than the one where the Demon King Castle resides, but lively all the same. Only moments ago, Cashew was blurry-eyed from just waking up, but now her eyes were sparkling. Come to think of it, this reminds me fondly of the times when Phoenix and I were rookies, and we couldn't help but feel that every town we went to felt fresh and new. I thought it was because we were country bumpkins, but seeing how lively Cashew is, I guess everyone feels that way. Smiling at Cashew, who is looking around wildly, I hold her hand so that she doesn't stray. Hold mine too? Furcus asked me, expressionless. Seeing that I am unable to tell if she was serious or joking, her mouth, which is stuffed with the last cookie, utters, "Kidding." I wonder if I'll get better at knowing what goes on in this girl's head if I get to know her better. While thinking that, the sound of hooves hitting the cobblestone path approached us. Let's see here, according to the note, I'm looking for a young man clad in black, an innocently sweet dog-eared girl and an expressionless but beautiful white-haired maiden. Found them. The note. Why is only my description so brief? No, wait, I'm sure they took into consideration that I use my black magic to prevent people in my surroundings from recognizing me, and told her the only way to discern me. The woman who approached us was clad in a maid uniform and had a calm and collected air about her. Her hair was black, so were her eyes, and so was her fur. She had the body of a beautiful woman, and below that was that of a horse. She was a centaur. Are you perhaps personnel from the Demon King Castle, by any chance? Since she was a horse from the waist down, we looked up at her. Yes, from today onwards, we are in your care. My master has ordered me to greet you. My name is K. My dungeon name is Obaz, but please feel free to call me whatever you wish. We all introduced ourselves. Well then, allow me to guide you to my master. With the centaur maid's guidance, we proceeded to the center of town. She matched her walking speed with ours in order to not create a large gap between us. I must say I am surprised to think that Sir Lemigaton's true form was that of a human. Says, seemingly not surprised at all. Are humans not welcome? To me, you are very much welcome. It's just personally, I cannot thank the Demon King Castle's dungeon master enough for allowing the gentleman who drove back the flame hero to work with us temporarily. Turned to look at me for a fleeting moment and then quickly face forward. Finding out that the Reaper Knight is a sweet young lady was also a shock. The previous one was a man and older. At your age, you boast the same martial prowess as your predecessor. From the defense video, you seem to possess excellent spearmanship. Hungry? Understood. I shall make arrangements once I am done introducing you to my master. Starving? As expected of the Demon King Castle, full of unique personalities, the troubled abandons her conversation with Furcus. Is the little miss over the Lemigaton's secretary? Why yes. I'm the secretary. Perhaps she asked beforehand. She didn't ask me for the details of how Cashew ended up working at the Demon King Castle, already hard at work, even though your job is yet to be ascertained. At that moment, I saw her lips loosen gently. Seems like a person that is difficult to approach, but as soon as I saw that, I thought that she must be a nice person. It might be naive to think that someone is a good person simply because they show kindness to children, but that's what I think. If you want to see the sights of the town, I believe you would have a far better view atop my back. What say you, Miss Cashew? Huh? Noticed Cashew trying to look at everything in the town. Of course, if you find the idea of riding a centaur to be deplorable, then I won't force you. And no, it's not that. Is it really okay? Cashew looked at K then me. I smiled and gave her a nod. Soon after, K nodded as well. Yes please. Gladly. Just as K stops, I carry Cashew up. Even though she struggled without stirrups or a saddle, Cashew managed to straddle on K's back. Hold on to my clothes so that you won't fall. I also don't mind if you cling to my waist. Cashew gingerly grabs onto K's maid uniform. So how do you like the view from horseback, Miss Cashew? Asked K. Cashew finally had the time to look around. Whoa, I'm so high. Indeed. Doesn't the world seem different from up there? Why, yeah, it's like it's amazing. Your happiness is of the utmost importance. Now then, I'm going to start moving, possibly worrying about Cashew's comfort. She walks without swaying her, allowing her to enjoy the scenery on horseback. What's that? I look at what she's pointing at. Looks like a crowd of people. He's the one who answered. That is the hero show. That man, it is an exhibition sponsored by the one that plans to buy out my workplace. To be done with avatars like some sort of play. She said that man. I guess she's talking about Her Highness's father. Everyone's attention was centered on the stage, hastily built in the plaza. I was surprised at the person atop the stage. Oh, I know her. She's a hero, from the I think it was the 99th ranked party. A bandit-looking man is holding a villager-looking girl hostage, and the hero had her sword towards them. Ex-girlfriend. I shake my head at Furka's question. No way. I remember everyone within the top 100. I don't know her personally. After making a sad face, Cashew took out a notebook from her pocket as if to write something down. I clearly and firmly denied Furka's question so that Cashew would hear me. Seems she plans to loyally perform her mission assigned to her by Miller. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, she closes her notebook with a sigh of relief. I'm glad I was able to prevent a misunderstanding from depressing Cashew or angering Miller, which would have ensured that nobody would be happy. I have to be careful. Stared at the stage annoyed but realized that Cashew was interested in it, so she changed course. It looks like they're almost done. Why don't we take a look? Saying that, we moved closer to the plaza. That here girl, I'm pretty sure she's ranked 95th, or was it 96th? She enrolled in the Adventurer Training Institution as soon as her job was identified and was the fastest ever to graduate. In 2 or 3 years' time, she has managed to rise up into the top 100 ranked parties. She was composed of silver and white. Her silver hair was about shoulder length. Her eyes, which matched her hair, gave her face an indifferent and intense expression. Clad in an outfit reminiscent of a white knight, she stands ready with a small sword whose snow-white blade reflects the sunlight. The silver hero Nicola. Her beauty paired with her well-mannered nature has garnered her a tremendous amount of mainly young female supporters. She is called the Silver Prince among her fans. Unhand that maiden, vile villain. Nicola's voice echoed all over the plaza. Don't come any closer. Not if you care what happens to the girl. The bandit-looking fellow pretended to drag the woman as he retreated. The woman screams. It was a performance. Fine. I won't approach you, alright? Nicola sheathed her sword and raised both her hands in a sign of non-resistance. Just as the man breathed a sigh of relief. Not like I need to. Something gushed out from the floor. It was a silvery liquid. Moving as if it had a will of its own, it attacked just the man. What there? Soon, the man's whole body was enveloped. The man and his sword were encased in silver. The woman was released and she ran out, right into Nicola's open arms. Nicola gently catches her and the hero delivers the finishing blow unto the villain. I deliver justice upon the wicked who preys upon the innocent. The newly formed silver liquid takes the form of a sword. The sword is wielded by a similarly silver arm. The sword was swung many times, stabbing the bandit who is now a silver statue. The crowd cheered. When the sword was pulled out, Magical energy particles poured out of the hole like when one is defeated in a dungeon, pouring down the statue. Trapped and then defeated, silver illuminated by magical energy particles. The scene was like a mountain glowing silver white with snow. Thus, the silver hero, be they human or demi-human, so long as evildoers exist, so too shall those who would deliver justice. The cheers grew louder and louder. I see. Certainly, the villain in this show wasn't a demi-human but a human bandit, demonstrating that it isn't monsters who are the bad guys but anyone who does bad things. There were many demi-humans among the audience. Even Kashu is excitedly applauding. During the show, she was anxious and worried, but as soon as she understood that it was all a show, she enjoyed it. For now, a human hero is still the symbol of justice, but before long, I think demi-humans in roles like hero and so on will start to appear. If that happens, I think it's going to be difficult to convince the Adventurer Association. That kind of future is a welcome one. The heroes that always win, that I once admired, are now fascinating people in a new way. There's a difference between following a script and not, and I personally prefer a real fight. But I suppose the medium is different. It's not something to complain about. There is definitely something that excites people. If there wasn't a looming plan to abolish dungeon clears, I could honestly enjoy this. Seemingly hearing my mutterings, nods. It seems he plans on buying the dungeon and carrying out new games in it. I think that there are ways to carry that out without buying the dungeon, like renting a place inside it, or preferably asking to reform a private use space or something. It depends on the size of the dungeon, but it's a space originally made with magical energy. Even if you don't destroy the dungeon, you can at least create a space that is independent of it. There's a way to coexist. It is as you say, Sir Lemigaton. However, it appears that abolishing dungeons is one of that man's objectives. If that's the case, we can't just hand it to him on a silver platter. By all means, lend us the intellect of the Demon King Castle's Chief of Staff. I'll give it my all. Freely forming and manipulating silvery liquid, Nicola entertains the audience until the end. We look away from her and continue our journey. By the way, where has Miss Furcus gone, Sir Lemigaton? Where did found her? She's buying skewers. I find Furcus paying the owner of a food cart. She has quite a healthy appetite, doesn't she? Ah ha ha. I'll go and get her. Understood. I shall talk with Miss Kashu. I quickly rush to where Furcus is. Points that adventurers consider when selecting a dungeon. Tendency. What kind of monster tends to appear in it? Difficulty. If one doesn't possess the recommended clear level in the first place, they can't challenge the dungeon. Also, you can't even schedule a broadcast until you see what all the strata are. Reputation. Clearing a dungeon costs money, so choosing to dive into an unpopular dungeon is a waste of both time and money. This is the others and my place of work. Every dungeon has its own theme. The variety of monsters in the Demon King Castle is extremely over the top, but that is solely because it is established as the castle of the King of Demons. There is a volcano-themed dungeon where fire affinity monsters appear, a labyrinthine dungeon riddled with traps, a zero-gravity dungeon, and so on. There are many places that clearly lay out their unique characteristic. Knowing that fire affinity monsters will appear, a water affinity party can challenge and clear it easily. If the focus is on mazes and traps, a party who isn't confident in their combat capabilities could produce good results using their intellectual power instead. In the case of the zero-gravity one, parties with wind affinity could handle mid-air battles. Finding a dungeon that suits the party can be successfully cleared, and on top of that, will entertain the viewers. That is key. Elementary level beginner's dungeon. We arrived at the front of a large plot of land, separated by a fence. There were trees spread out on the other side of the fence. This time, we were dispatched to a dungeon where the recommended capture level is dungeon rank 1. Dungeon titles generally come in two forms. A simple form such as the Demon King Castle, and then there are those that follow a rule, 20 dungeon like this. 20 being the difficulty and E being the tendency. Examples following that would look like advanced level strong blaze dungeon or intermediate level pitfall dungeon and so on. To those from the glorious Demon King Castle, This may as well be a worthless dungeon, but I beg you, please help us. The difficulty of the dungeon doesn't matter. As I said before, I shall give it my all. In the case of elementary level beginner's dungeon, its tendency leans towards parties just starting out, which makes it suitable for elementary or beginner level adventurers. It's unthinkable now, but in the distant past, it is said that subjugating goblins was the figurative way of popping your adventurer cherry. I guess you could say that this is the modern day version of that. In order for ordinary people to become adventurers, this is a place that gets them used to battles, a place where they can defeat monsters and feel the joys of traversing a dungeon, a place to pop your adventurer cherry. You have my thanks. From here, I shall lead you to my master, but he is currently in low spirits. He might seem unsightly, but I hope you have it within your heart to forgive him. We are guided into the plot of land by a trouble. If there was the possibility that someone might lose their dungeon, I believe anyone would feel down about it. You are kind, Sir Lemigaton. I just wish that my master would show more of his dignity, especially in a time like this. Ahaha. In the dawn of the dungeon clearing industry, there were many dungeons like this. When monster and adventurer jobs were brand new, everyone needed time to adapt. These types of dungeons were in high demand. But recently, the number of dungeons like this one has been decreasing. Even the dungeon side had to change with the times. They clawed and groped their way to find means of surviving by raising their dungeon rank, thinking up new gimmicks, and so on. But this dungeon kept on being a dungeon aimed at beginners, unchanged. Puzzling. "Why did you not change your methods?" said Furcus, her mouth stuffed with skewered meat. "My master inherited this dungeon from his grandmother, the previous generation. It appears that my master does not wish to sully the dungeon that she loved so much, and the result of that financial difficulties. Therefore, we have to do something. Is it possible if your master is busy moping, carrying on, just for the sake of it, meaningless, work on ways to carry on? If you can't, you disappear." For a moment, X's lips contorted in frustration, but she eventually nodded. "I agree with you, Miss Furcus. We were tricked by that man because we did not think things through. We clung to his proffered hand because we lacked the will to move forward ourselves. But still, is it meaningless to think about not giving up completely? If all you are is persistent, then it is meaningless." "You're right. I suppose my master, too, understands that from the bottom of his heart." Furcus is right to the point that I couldn't interject. At the same time, I also understand the feelings of this dungeon master who I have yet to meet. Even if it doesn't suit the times, you can't give up completely. Just like black sorcerer adventurers who never gave up completely despite being unnecessary in the industry. Ultimately you have to think, decide, and act on your own. All we can do is help, although the dungeon master has yet to decide whether to allow us to help or not. Whoa! Kashu gave a surprised gasp at the sight of it. Up until now, the scenery was nothing but forest until it suddenly gives way, revealing a space where an enormous rock is enshrined. A cave-like passageway is carved into the rock. Incidentally, there were wooden signs all along the path we took to get here, probably to ensure that no one gets lost even if they didn't have a guide. Right this way. We headed not for the rock, but towards a giant tree a little ways away from the rock. We were all able to fit into the hollowed-out tree. Normally, a tree can be hollowed out when it starts to rot, but this seems to be man-made. Somehow, a pedestal with a recording stone on it. Familiar devices are found within. Due to the urgent nature of this discussion, we were not able to issue guest registration cards in time. Furcus nodded and put her hand on the body of X's horse section. Kashu was already on her. Furcus stretched out her hand towards me. "Here." In order to teleport together, you must be touching someone with a registration card or someone who is already touching said person. In this case, that would be Kashu, or Furcus. Even if it's for teleportation, something tells me that I shouldn't be touching the body of a female I just met. I wonder if Furcus offered her hand after considering the same thing. I grab hold of her small hand. I catch sight of Kashu holding out her hand towards me a little too late. I was already holding Furcus' hand. Just as I was about to say something to Kashu, Furcus whispers, "Holding hands, lewd." "Eh? Kidding. Please don't play games with my poor heart. You almost made Cashew whip out her notebook. Now then, let us proceed. With K's calm voice, we teleported into the beginner's dungeon. We teleported into what looked like the lobby of a high-class inn. Since I've experienced working in the Demon King Castle, I've come to realize that, in the end, dungeons are just like any place of work. The parts that entertain guests and the parts that only staff use are completely different. The interiors were surprisingly modern and functional. The place was spotless, and couldn't be further from what you'd expect of a dungeon. If you really think about it, it's probably not that surprising, but it doesn't feel right at first. It would appear that the dungeon master is in a room that isn't equipped with a teleportation stone. So we walked there. We arrived in front of a door with a knob on it. Even this area feels like we're in front of one of an inn's rooms. Knocks on the door. Master, I have brought with me the personnel from the Demon King Castle. No response. TSK clicked her tongue, or at least it felt like she did. Master Thor, open this door. Her tone became more informal, like when talking more familiarly, regardless of the workplace pecking order. These nice people have come all this way to help us. Be a good dungeon master and greet them. Saying that, a voice could be heard muttering from the other side of the door. Please leave me alone. Excuse me, just how long do you plan on shutting yourself in? While you've been doing all that? The payment date is getting closer, you know. I know, so could not say it like that. Please. You're making me sink into deeper depths of despair. I'm amazed that you can sink further. I had thought you sunk to the bottom long ago, so it gives me peace of mind to know that you still have further to go. The sarcasm is appreciated, but I'm not in the mood to laugh right now. You're right. Tomorrow. I'll greet the people from the Demon King Castle tomorrow. HMPH turned her back towards the door. Perhaps he heard the way she shifted her hooves. You could hear the voice behind the door going, wait, you're not gonna wait. In the next instant, K's hind legs sprang up, pulverizing the door. Gah, damn it. I knew it, screamed the voice from inside. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Please, enter. Cashew was already off her back when we arrived at the door, so there wasn't any worry of her tumbling off when she kicked. However, after seeing that perfect buck kick, Cashew's mouth hung open and her ears trembled. I leaned in close and pet her head to calm her down. Good kick. Furcus, who had finished up her skewered meat, gave small praise. I don't think the kick is what you should focus on, Furcus. But somehow this didn't seem like the time to bring up the obvious, so I just entered the room surging. It was a simple room. There was just the bare minimum of furniture and a shower room. The dungeon master was wrapped in a futon in the corner hugging his knees. Oh man. Now I got to fix the door. It would be easier if you didn't. Ahaha, yeah, that works too. You're a genius. Hey ha. The dungeon master laughed dryly. I can't tell his appearance since he's wrapped up in a futon, but I can tell he's a man from his voice. His body seems larger than mine. Just greet them already. You're a dungeon master, despite appearances. You know, I know I'm a failure of a dungeon master, but you could treat me a little nicer. If you keep treating me coldly like that, I won't be able to stand again. I didn't see you stand up when I was kind. Oh, if you don't hurry up, I'm gonna kick you too. Please don't. I'll be defeated for real from that. While saying that, Thor the dungeon master reluctantly stood up. His skin was green, with noticeably thicker limbs and torso when compared to the average person. Thor was an orc. I apologize for showing such a shameful sight. I am Thor, the dungeon master of this dungeon. At least, for now anyway. Thank you very much for coming. We introduced ourselves as well. Ah wait, Lim? You're saying Lemageddon is the former Phoenix party member, Lim? Having realized that, Thor jumped in surprise. Wait, huh? But, you punched a hole through the flame hero's abdomen. I did, yes. But weren't you driven out of the party? Their warrior Alba said so in an interview. Well, that's not entirely accurate. That is more or less what happened. Honestly speaking, even I wondered what a black sorcerer was doing in a fourth-ranked party. Oh, sorry. No offense. Thor shuddered at K's death glare. K wasn't surprised when she found out, but Thor's response is more natural. But wait, if you were that strong, why were you driven out? Not that I'm doubting your abilities, the Demon King Castle assured me. There are quite a few reasons. But leaving that aside, why don't we discuss how we can help out the dungeon? At that moment, Thor's eyes looked down. Ah, right, hey, that's right. This isn't the time to be interested in your life story. The elementary level beginner's dungeon is currently undergoing financial difficulties. Her Majesty's father offered financial assistance to save them from that. Believing that he was an acquaintance of his grandmother, Thor just signed the contract without really reading it. If payment cannot be made before the settlement date arrives, the dungeon will be seized. Go ahead. Berate me. Don't hold back. I'm just a stupid orc who blindly signed a contract. You fool. Living trash. A hopeless idiot who went on a fool's errand without consulting me, and then was so easily tricked. Verbally abused him without skipping a beat. I was talking to them. My apologies. I thought that you would enjoy being berated by a maid. I don't think I have that kink. Even if I did, I wouldn't ask you to do it right in front of people. Dungeons can naturally produce an almost infinite supply of magical energy, but the downside is that the output and amount generated differ from dungeon to dungeon. For example, if you think of it as a water tap with an infinite supply of water, except only one drop of water comes out of it every few seconds, how do you use it? Just because it's inexhaustible doesn't mean you can do anything with it. Taking that into consideration, you have to decide how many strata you want, how many staff use facilities to create, and exactly how to create them. I didn't just shut myself in my room, alright? I thought about a lot of things, like how to get out of this, but he didn't break any laws. So when dungeon clearing became a form of entertainment, the use of magical energy was strictly determined by the law. To oversimplify it, the law states that you are not allowed to use magical energy outside of the dungeon business. TVs, computers, fridges, cocoons, etc. all run on magical energy. The source of that magical energy is a magic stone. Stones that are charged with magical energy. You can charge it with your own magical energy or with purchased magical energy and then use the stone. Furthermore, magical energy is the source of magic. The magic stones in circulation are created in such a way that they cannot be converted into magic, but occasionally, magical crimes are committed using modified magic stones. That's right, infinite magical energy can enrich one's life, but it also comes with many dangers. Well, let's think about more ways together. Right after the end of the war, not even the dungeon masters were willing to take advantage of something that they didn't exactly understand how it worked. Some may have thought about it, but nothing came of it. Considering all of its valuable uses, should we assume that there was some problem that prevented it from being used? In exchange, a strict limitation was put into place. Even to this day, this law has been mostly unchanged. A portion is allowed to be used for the generation of adventurer avatars, and more things are increasingly recognized as staff use facilities. This means that the magical energy from dungeons cannot be used to earn money. It is illegal. It is permitted for use to regenerate the avatars of defeated adventurers, but that is something adventurers themselves cannot do in the first place. Now that I think about it, you said you're the chief of staff, but your field is defense, right? Not management. Oh yeah. I went nuts about your defense of the 10th stratum. It was awesome. If I wasn't in this predicament right now, I'd be watching that video on repeat. But you know, this is the beginner's dungeon. I don't want to draw in adventurers with a promotional slogan saying featuring a special guest, the Demon King Army's chief of staff, or something. Not like that. If news spread about the person who drove back the Phoenix party visiting this dungeon, all the nearby adventurers would surely come rushing in. However, that would substantially raise the dungeon rank of the dungeon. He doesn't want to use a method where I am front and center. I have no objections to that idea. I understand. You understand? Wait, what do you mean, huh? I understood Thor's bewilderment. I don't know the details of his discussion with Her Highness, but hearing that the Chief of Staff is being dispatched from the Demon King Castle, it's only natural to assume that the plan was to use his notoriety as the monster who defeated Phoenix to attract customers. That is to say, that was one of my more effective plans. This was before I knew about their fixation on being a beginner dungeon, a dungeon specifically for newbie adventurers, that was inherited from his grandmother. This was before I knew of his desire to not stray from that path, because there are some things you can't change, even if they are irrational or only cause harm. Just like what I, myself, have been doing. I continue. However, if we are going to follow through on something, I believe that we have a responsibility to solve the problems that arise. If a so-called useless black sorcerer joins a party, he should at least lead them to victory. If he, himself, cannot garner any popularity, he should at least support his allies in battle so that they can become even more popular. Remaining in a party when you can't gain any popularity, can't contribute towards a victory, or have any real ability, that isn't being persistent or consistent, that's just being a parasite. That's what Alba once thought of me. I gave a fleeting glance to She nodded slightly and called out to Cashew. Miss Cashew, I believe their discussion will take some time. Let us go to a different room where I shall serve you tea. I shall also prepare some delicious baked sweets. Baked sweets. I'll go too, Focus replied before Cashew could. As for the little girl, she glanced at me. I nodded and she, in turn, nodded back. She then clenched both fists as she let out a huff. It was a pose that seemed to say do your best. It's miraculous how a gesture so simple can perk me up right away. I smile at her. She smiles back and follows out of the room. Canthor's relationship seems to go beyond just being subordinate and boss. There seems to be a personal friendship there. There are probably things that he doesn't want her to hear and things that are difficult to say in front of her. A responsibility, like providing for your subordinates, right? I thought that I could pay their salaries until the end, or that's the least I should do. Indeed. However, if the dungeon goes under, they'll all have to find new jobs. There are already people who have quit, and in those cases I thought I should at least help them with things like referrals as much as possible. I'm relieved to know that Thor thinks about his subordinates' futures if the dungeon closes even while he is stricken with grief. Just knowing that he isn't the type of person who would give up in the face of despair is enough. So would it be fair to say that the people that are still with you love this dungeon? I wonder. It'd be great if that were the case, but maybe they're just waiting around to see what will happen. Too? The moment I said that he looked me straight in the eye. He's different. As I thought, a mutually trusting relationship was built with the time they spent together. So you have an ally, even if it's just one. Isn't that enough? I smiled broadly. Thor stood with his mouth agape, but before long, it overflowed with laughter. Ha, you are a lot more positive than people say you are. I wouldn't have been in a fourth-ranked party if I had negative thoughts. I suppose so. I saw a little bit of light return to his eyes. All right, I think it's time to resume our discussion. Adventurers generally leave the adventurer training institution with a solid foundation, so there's not much merit in challenging an elementary level dungeon. You normally see heroes challenging a local low difficulty dungeon first in order to make a flashy debut. I trained under my master, so I didn't go to the training institution. It's not like we're obligated to go, so it shouldn't be a problem. But those that graduated from the institution tend to look down on those that didn't. You have a point that they feel that taking on a complete elementary level dungeon is a waste of time. I felt like we were being left behind by the times. That's why when fellow said that he would save us, I foolishly jumped at the opportunity. This fellow that he mentioned is definitely the name of Her Highness's father. So were you actually able to get the aid that you needed? Yes, although with everyone's salaries and various other expenses, it's almost gone. Leaving the contractor's side, it's only natural that you have to pay back the money that you've borrowed. So without overthinking it, let's focus on earning enough money to pay them back on the appointed date. Do you really think we can do it? His face was full of doubt. But that's to be expected. To him, this is the second time that someone suddenly appeared to lend him a hand. First fellow, then me. He'd be crazy to not be suspicious. I have two conditions. What are they? The first involves this. Do you know what this ring can do? Ualam, who is also Lemuritan, so that means that ring's true form is a ring that allows you to use summon magic, right? Wait a minute, my grandmother told me that that was the Demon King's equipment. I received it from the Demon King. I did think it was strange. So this was originally equipment for the Demon King, huh? There's no footage of the previous Demon King, and the one before that, my master, didn't use anything like this ring. Footage of the Demon King even before my master is currently difficult to obtain, but I believe the previous generation didn't use it either. I wonder if they didn't need it because they were already the strongest beings. If you don't mind forming a contract with me, would you like to? Of course. I'll confirm your schedule here before summoning you. Ever since being officially recognized as the Chief of Staff, the part in the beginning when Her Highness told me that I am only restricted to forming contracts with those working in the Demon King Castle was lifted. I even accidentally formed a contract with Phoenix without my consent. But even this doesn't disregard orders. Yes, as long as you don't mind. Thank you very much. The other condition is a very difficult one. What is it? I could hear him gulp nervously. Never give up, huh? Being a dungeon master means you're the leader. We can't have the person you're supposed to follow lock himself up in his room. I patiently waited for his response. How long did it take, I wonder? 1 minute? 2 minutes? The silence lasted a long time, but it didn't last forever. Will not giving up save this dungeon? That I do not know. However, I do know that you will lose this dungeon if you do give up. We have come here to lend you our power in order to keep this place alive. The rest is up to you. The one who has to make the decision has always been him. He was shaking, but he suppressed it. I beg of you, Lem. No, Lemuritan. I'll do whatever I can. So please lend me your strength to protect this dungeon. Seeing the determination in his eyes, I said, of course. In response, good work out there, my Prince Tilda. Returning to the tent that was prepared as my waiting room after the show, a young woman hugs me. In the waiting room is the cocoon that connects my mind to the avatar. The source of its magical energy was a magic stone the size of a boulder. I am not your prince, Layla. Layla is the thief in my party. The job title doesn't sound good. If anything, it is an unpopular job, but not to the extent of a black sorcerer or white sorcerer. Thieves can move while erasing the sound of their footsteps as well as their presence, which allows them to share the tension with the audience when they act as scouts. The more skillfully they assassinate from behind an unaware enemy, the more excited the audience will be. They are the type that is unassuming but has their own fans. What the hell? You gonna throw me in the garbage just because you're popular now, Tilda? I try to tear her off of me, her face adamantly resisting, pressing against my hand. Of course not. I rely on you greatly in dungeons. I'm only saying that I am not yours. Be kinder to me, Tilda. Rely on me outside of dungeons too, Tilda. I managed to somehow tear off the fake crying Layla. That was an okay performance. Your acting's still stiff though. An inconspicuous silver-haired young man wearing glasses enters the tent. He's my older brother. A hero. I'm no match for an actual actor. The figure that I am now, this Silver Prince, is a product of my brother's design. My brother and I were obscure adventurers, but the second my brother established my prince character, our popularity skyrocketed. My relationship with Layla also added to the popularity for some reason. There were people who called her the Thief Princess. Somehow, I feel like I'm going further and further away from the hero that I admired when I was starting out. I don't know why, even though we've been climbing the ranks. Oh, Layla. I was wondering if you saw him in the audience. Him? Him who? You. That's, well, you know, that person. The one that I admire. That was enough to get the message across. Their expressions changed. Layla's changed to one of astonishment. My brother's to one of incomprehension. Why, Tilda? You mean the black sorcerer Lim? Why, yeah. I think I saw him with a centaur, a dog demi-human and a human girl. Maybe he's here to look for a job. A strange mix of people he's with though. Who cares? No matter how many times I hear it, I still don't get it. You admire him? Seriously? A boring guy like that? You don't have to say it like that. Isn't it cool how he stands up for himself? No matter what anyone says, he always has this burning passion in his eyes. And he does his job. Everyone says he is useless, but actually, ever since he left the Phoenix party, I feel like their actions have lost their luster. Which means that, hey, Nicola, don't say another word. I'd rather avoid getting flamed in the comments for supporting a dude who was kicked out of the 4th ranked party. Best to avoid trouble. My brother's words are as cold as always, and as always, I am too weak to disobey him. I won't say anything. Good. To you, that man may seem like a hero who achieved results by standing up for himself, but in reality, he's just a parasitic loser leeching off of his hero best friend. The Phoenix party didn't get worse, that's just how tough the Demon King Castle is. Aside from Phoenix, his allies weren't high level enough. His rude manner of speaking naturally irritates me. My brother isn't a bad person, but his choice of words is so cruel. There are times where he says even worse things. They're way better than us. Nah, you see. They're just more popular than us. But the only thing that interests them is traditional dungeon clearing. With this show as our stepping stone, we're heading straight for the top. I like your spirit. But see here, we can't have you looking down on fellow hard-working members on the same stage. This time, a red-haired mage entered the tent. His name is Fellow. He's the one who brought this job to the table. Why, Lord Fellow? I beg your pardon, but when I'm with family, I tend to lack consideration in what I say. I will try to be considerate of my position when I speak out. And well, I cannot restrict the thoughts you may hold in your heart. However, as long as you work for me, I implore you not to forget to show respect to others. Yes, of course. Of course. My brother nods with a fake smile plastered on his face. Now then, have you decided on taking part in the tag tournament free-for-all? About that, my sister is still worried over it. It will be hard to get an audience into this all-new format. So for the first round, I'm thinking of using more combinations of adventurers with adventurers, and demi-humans with demi-humans. Since the Nicola party has graciously helped me with this plan, I am thinking of giving your party priority in securing a slot. What do you say? I would love to be a part of this. Hero siblings are rare. I believe this will catch people's attention. My brother is obsessed with publicity stunts, but this is different from the cool hero that I admire. What should I do? What would you do in a time like this? You, who would follow your own path no matter what anyone said. Or is my admiration for you merely the result of my own desires? At that time, I never would have thought that he and I would form a tag team and aim for victory. Together. We are so screwed. Being an adventurer generally costs money. The training institution tuition fees are nothing to scoff at, and the union's annual fee is not cheap to newbies. If you don't have a lot of money, you'll be adventuring just to pay back your student loans for a long time. Those at the top usually let professionals handle the video editing, but newbies have to do it themselves. But we can't really travel the world lugging around editing equipment to edit videos, so we have to rent the equipment from a special shop, which of course, costs money. We don't even have the money to afford the equipment in the first place. It's all about money, money, money. People like to imagine that the life of an adventure is filled with quick battles, adoring fans, and boundless riches. But the reality is cruel. Newbie adventurers normally have a side job. Actually, maybe several? Yeah, definitely several side jobs. I think when people say they have a side job, they normally mean more than two. Adventurers who aren't popular search for dungeons that might boost their popularity, so they get by with whatever money they can earn while aiming for that. The places that hire you regardless of your job don't pay you a lot, and the people who don't know when they will quit have to get a day job to make a living. So what am I gonna do? If the next one doesn't work out, then I might have to finally start selling my body. My childhood friend and the beast master of the party, Sophie, laments. Her pet dummy beast collie, an azure wolf, lowers its head towards her as if to comfort her. He's a male, but we just call him Collie. He's a wolf with fur as blue as the ocean's depths and eyes like that of the blue sky. 1 TL note. The wolf's actual name is Cole, but they call him Cole-chan even though he's male, so I have gone with Collie. Hey, that is one of our possible fates. The quivering young man saying that is our dark night. Hey if it ever comes to that, Sophie, let's at least work in the same brothel. The young woman calling out to Sophie with hollow eyes is our witch. You idiot. Don't give in until the very end, guys. The woman trying to cheer everyone up is our martial artist, which means the last one remaining would be me, the hero. I couldn't form a contract with a spirit, so I don't have a title. Unless you are very successful, those who have a spirit are usually given 2 names. When we graduated from the training institution, we challenged an intermediate level dungeon and got completely wiped out 3 times in a row. There are people who can completely get out of a slump like this, and there are those who stagnate. Of course, everyone thinks that they're the former. Reality is cruel. You guys, I found this. Come take a look. The duty of a hero is basically to be the leader. I sometimes wonder if I'm capable of leading my party to victory, but it's too early to give up. I'm sure that we aren't weak. After all, 2 out of the 3 times we challenged that dungeon, we managed to reach and fight with the dungeon master. Our final dungeon? Sophie's A's were lifeless. No, it's just the opposite. It's the dungeon that just might save us. Take a look. I showed them a piece of paper that I printed out from the internet cafe. I was searching for dungeons and came across this. HMPH, if what our leader says is true, then elementary level. Ahaha, maybe it's just the thing for a party that can't clear an intermediate one. Get a grip, you guys. But still, elementary level. Clear reward? Only the martial artist noticed it. Yes, exactly. Look at the amount. It begins to read elementary level beginner's dungeon. This dungeon aims to support any and all newbie adventurers that it goes on, honestly sounding like any other dungeon. It's got an official website and everything. However, the interesting thing about this dungeon is the campaign that it's currently running. Why? Just by traversing all 3 strata of this elementary level dungeon, we'll be living easy with the reward money. Dungeons generally have some kind of clear reward, like 20 batches of avatar restoration potions or a free avatar regeneration coupon. Other dungeons have treasure chests that contain sellable items or medicine. Clear rewards are normally limited to the first time. But so what? Just once is enough to save us. This sounds too good to be true, says Sophie, a small amount of light returning to her eyes, while stroking Collie. I tried to do a quick search on them, but recently, there haven't been any parties that uploaded their videos filmed in this place. It's a super unpopular dungeon, and I think this campaign is a last-ditch effort to revive their business. Opposing fate? That is good, too. You mean, if we clear the dungeon, they'll really give us the money? I don't have to work in a brothel, but there are a few conditions. 1 stratum a day. Broadcast your video within 3 days of a successful clear, and make sure to advertise your winnings in the video. I see, so we earn money easily, and we help advertise their dungeon. This seems pretty simple. After the martial artist explained everything, everyone seemed to understand the conversation. An unpopular dungeon wants to garner attention. Adventurers with a poor reputation want money. Our interests align. Let's go, everyone. We're not gonna let things end here, right? But is it really alright to just give out money? It's fine. But this is your money. Of course, I will definitely pay you back, but if you just hand out your money freely to newbie adventurers, even though you were once a part of a 4th-ranked party and all, won't your savings run dry? I thank you for your concern, but it was my decision to help out, and this is how I plan to do it. The concept of this dungeon isn't outdated. It can let unlucky adventurers or adventurers that just graduated but have no confidence, experience the joy of victory. Of course, you can't make money if you keep losing. So there were times when people would learn the taste of victory on the first 2 of the 3 strata, and then get annihilated on the deepest stratum. But this time, the plan is to let newbie adventurers win as much as possible. Personally, I think it's beneficial for both parties when they all clash with all their might. But ultimately that's my preference. I don't like cutting corners, but this case is different. You don't want to look down on them or want to make things easier for yourself. Just the opposite. We will face them professionally as mutual enemies, but with the goal of giving them confidence. Realizing that ideology, I decided to cooperate. I wasn't lying when I said that I would do all that I can to help out, and that's how I ended up sponsoring the clear reward. Honestly, it does sting, but it's best not to let that show. Besides, the appointments came flooding in, right? Why yeah. Thor's eyes sparkled. As per the proposal, please continue accepting appointments from intermediate level adventurers aiming to get the reward money. That's right. This is the crux of this strategy. We're not changing the dungeon's concept. We are acclaiming the dungeon's glory as a dungeon that lets newbies experience the joys of victory. However, a loophole was created. People that can claim the clear prize are not limited to just newbies. Once more than 10 parties broadcasted their clear video and told people about the prize they got. This dungeon quickly became the talk of the town. Although subtle in the public eye, dungeon-related rumors spread quickly in adventuring circles. The discrepancy between the clear reward and the dungeon's difficulty is abnormal. If they think that they can just drop by and make a quick buck, parties will think it's a pretty good deal. Of course, high-level parties probably won't think that, but intermediate-level parties and below can't afford to ignore this much money. Videos posted with titles like recently rumored dungeon cleared in record time, #EZ money and so on also get a ton of views. It makes other newbie parties think that this is their chance to post a clear video. As a result of that, appointments came rushing in from intermediate level parties within reach of the town. This is a dungeon aimed at newbies, right Thor? Yes, thanks to you, Lem. If Grammy was alive to see this, she'd be so happy. So it's fine if we wipe out the intermediate level parties that come to the newbie dungeon just for the prize money, right? I've already told Thor about this plan. Parties who have already tasted victory, challenging an easy dungeon to make a quick buck, certainly, they are customers who do not align with what this dungeon aims to achieve. So, you wouldn't mind if they are completely wiped out? Why yeah, in fact, I actually want K and the others to experience a win too. That's right. Letting adventurers experience the joys of victory is a wonderful thing. But what about the monsters? Is it a wonderful thing to send them out day after day only to lose? Of course. Those that join this dungeon fully understanding its concept probably have no qualms. However, Thor wants his precious subordinates to know triumph as well, and from what I've heard beforehand, they feel the same. Even K said there certainly are adventurers who I want to send flying with a kick. Alright, I'll take that to mean that she wants to win. Then, let's give them that win. Without altering the dungeon's concept, we can make newbies smile and earn money on top of that. We can even make the employees smile. Nothing wrong with that. So this is the Demon King Army's chief of staff. Thor muttered something. Please summon everyone. Someone famous walking down the streets would cause a stir. That's why most of them normally wear a disguise or hide their appearance. They put on hoods, cover their mouths, or wear sunglasses. In the case of adventurers, they have a way of creating their avatars with slight differences when compared to their real bodies. It's illegal to make wild changes that make you completely unrecognizable as the same person, but altering small things like your hairstyle, beauty mark, or having single or double eyelids is not a problem. You can't give yourself muscles, but you can adjust the level of fat you might have. You can't alter your constitution, but you can change your body shape within your range. You can't attach muscles to your avatar. Basically, you cannot add on stats that your main body didn't actually train in. In actuality, the reverse is possible. A buff macho man can have an avatar that is sleek and slim. Honestly, I don't recommend going beyond just changing your outward appearance. It's easy to move in a body that is the same as your regular body, but you lose that advantage when you have the awkward sensation of controlling two different bodies. Well, let's leave the avatar's ease of operation aside for now. Anyhow, when all these things are changed, it becomes surprisingly difficult to recognize the real person. In my case, my avatar has short hair, in contrast to my real body's long hair. My avatar has a modest breast size while my real body has big huge larger than normal sized breasts. My avatar has a mole under my left eye while in actuality, I don't. Also, I wear glasses on my real body, non-prescription ones, though. Yo Nico, let's go clear this dungeon. I was eating my breakfast at the inn we're staying in when my older brother appeared and slammed down a piece of paper on the tabletop. He's 2 years older than me. His name is Philip. My hair was up in a ponytail. It was over my right shoulder and then it flowed and dropped behind me. Not even a good morning. Good morrow to you, my darling sister. Barf. That made me want to cough up my breakfast. Ignoring my glares, he sits directly opposite me and resumes the conversation. Look, it's a dungeon that's in this town. I'm trying to eat my breakfast here. It's an elementary level. But ever since they started this new campaign, it's become the talk of the town. I give a big sigh and put my meal on hold. I haven't heard about it. That's 'cause you don't drink. Bars are a treasure trove of information. In a town that has a dungeon, there are bound to be restaurants and the like that segregate adventurers and monsters. Bars where adventurers gather can be found anywhere, and I guess they love trading information there. You're the one who told me not to go to bars. You said it didn't fit the prince's character or something. As can be expected, even if you change your appearance a little, a place full of other adventurers is bound to get me found out if I show my face there. I'm not good at holding my liquor in the first place, so I'm fine with not going. Oh, that's right. Well, don't worry, just leave the information gathering to me. You just want to get your drink on. My brother chuckled at that and continued the conversation. So last night, right? These unknown newbies were having a grand meal way above their pay grade. I listened to their conversation and apparently, they paid for the meal with the clear reward they got from this dungeon. If you search online, there are already a number of clear videos posted up. So far it's just dumb newbies and low-ranked trash. Can't you do something about that foul mouth of yours? I mean, for a prince's brother, you've got some decency issues. I'm not interested in putting on a persona in front of family. I don't know how you can just freely admit to having a bad personality like that. Well, aren't you getting cocky? Whatever happened to my sweet little sister who used to call out for her big brother? You know I have a knife and fork in my hands, right? I'd go with a knife. Well, back to the conversation. In everyday conversations like this, I'm able to talk back to my brother, and he will pull back. But when it comes to business, he won't take no for an answer. I pick up the piece of paper and give it a quick glance. Elementary level beginner's dungeon? Ooh, that forest-looking place. That's right, pretty large sum. Yeah, an old-fashioned dungeon's last-ditch effort campaign to save them from going out of business. Ripe for the pickings. Hold on, we're a 99th rank party. Sure, it doesn't say that there's an entry restriction, but won't this make us look bad? They'll probably reject us when we try to make an appointment anyway. This must be just a typo. There are many cases where they won't accept you if you don't match the dungeon's recommended clear level, even if the gap is below 2 levels or more. The dungeon's level is 1, our level is 4. It's only natural that they'd reject us. Well, normally, it should be mentioned in the dungeon details, but this is probably just a typo on their part. Even then, we'll definitely be rejected if we try to make an appointment. It'll be like an adult joining in the children's pretend sword fight with a real sword. There's no way that's gonna be fun for the viewers. Not that elementary level dungeons are child's play. Just making a metaphor. You always think a little too much. Yeah, whatever. So, my brother pouted in frustration. Looks like this isn't over yet. According to the information that Lord Fellow provided, it used to be stated that this dungeon does not allow level 3 or higher parties in. Lord Fellow? How does he know that? He's a mage. I'm sure they have their own information network or something. Due to our line of work, we tend to keep our distance from demi-humans. However, this is just to fit the image of an adventurer. If taken too far, it becomes discrimination. There are many people who deal with demi-humans in their occupation. There's no hate. Now that I think about it, Lord Fellow has a lot of demi-humans working under him. So what? The dungeon prepares a lavish clear reward and at the same time, removes the old, previously stated level restriction? Exactly. And why do you think they did that? Why? I see. To lure in idiots like you and annihilate them? I'm no idiot. But yeah, that's the gist of it. And it looks like the dungeon's plan is working. I've been seeing the faces of intermediate level parties here and there, recently. They're not here for the tag tournament, and from what I've heard, they can be split into two types. Two types? The parties aiming to clear the beginner's dungeon and parties that are silent. Come on, you're not a dumbass. But your thinking is too shallow. Think harder. My grip tightens on the knife. I imagine punching my dear brother in the face at least 10 times and I begin to calm down. Now I can think harder. I soon realized it. Are they too embarrassed to tell anyone that they were completely wiped out in elementary level dungeon despite being intermediate level parties? Exactly. If you traveled all the way and managed to get the prize, you have to publicize it. But if you were annihilated, you don't have to. That's right. It is expressly written that you are obliged to post your video upon a successful clear. Are they letting the intermediate and above level parties hide the truth of their failure? Well, I suppose it would be pretty damning for such an experienced party to fail at clearing a dungeon that only elementary level parties were able to enjoyably clear. If they were forced to release the information, they would probably be able to attract parties that would try to clear it for bragging rights. But I suppose that would decrease the flock of parties coming here in hopes of earning easy money. Maybe the purpose of this campaign is not just to advertise, but to make a lot of money in a short period of time. Could this be an all-level dungeon? Yeah. The guy who came up with this plan is definitely a dungeon freak. This is an interesting experiment that not many adventurers know of. It can't be confirmed in recent videos whether or not it's an all-level dungeon. Even if you could, there's no way to indicate it is because the adventurers themselves don't know that it is one. While more and more clear videos are being posted every day, the only ones you can still watch are the famous ones from the past. Some parties delete their videos when they retire or for other reasons, so valuable footage is often lost. In adventurer circles, there exist several legends, such as a raid on the Demon King Castle where several parties, including a young storm hero, were all wiped out in one stratum, or one time where a hero who couldn't form a contract with a spirit became the world's #1, or even that the Demon King who defeated the storm hero and the others did not retire, but disappeared because he was fed up with the interference of the country that feared his mighty power. The recent legend is about how despite the flame hero Phoenix using spirit magic strong enough to melt the entire field, the Demon King Army's Chief of Staff defeated him in one-on-one combat. Moreover, the Chief of Staff said that the defense was a success but the match ended in a draw. Some legends can be confirmed but some cannot. So if we challenge this dungeon, an appropriately hard monster will appear. An all-level dungeon is another such legend. A dungeon where, no matter what level you are, you will have a fight that pushes you to your limit. Dungeon clearing uses an appointment system. When an appointment is made, the party's rank and composition are known. It's not impossible to make the appropriate adjustments until the appointed day. Of course, this is entirely dependent on the staff on hand. At the very least, monsters strong enough to annihilate the average intermediate party and make them feel embarrassed enough to refrain from showing their video. What's with this timing? I noticed that too. It's possible that they hired someone to be the brain of this operation. According to Lord Fellow, it's not probable that the dungeon master would be able to think up a plan like this. Why is it that this is making me remember the figure of Lim that I saw? No, that I sensed. No. What am I thinking? There's no way. If just a bunch of weaklings show up regardless of our level, we'll stop at the second stratum. We'll lose a bit of money but at least we don't have to post a video since we didn't traverse the whole dungeon. Yeah. Also, it's not exciting enough for the viewers. You mean it won't net us any popularity? Yeah, that. If the strength of the monsters does change to match our level, then we've discovered a modern-day all-level dungeon in the flesh, and we'll clear it. Yeah, but on the other hand, This is probably just a plan to prey upon intermediate level parties by luring them with the prize money. They won't adapt to a high level party and simply reject our appointment. I'm not sure if we're the right kind of prey for this plan. Don't worry about it. I already made an appointment. Why am I not surprised? The public sees me as the center of the party, but the leader is actually my brother. If I had the courage to, I would say I was surprised that they accepted our appointment. You know you're supposed to discuss this kind of thing with everyone before doing that. If you say you'll do it, the other three will follow suit. I didn't say anything about doing this and you still went ahead and made an appointment. If I say we'll do it, you'll agree anyway. Sigh. This is the kind of person my brother is. Have I ever steered you wrong? Well, no. Reality is cruel. When I clear a dungeon dressed how I want and with my own strategies, no one bats an eye. But when I formed a party with my brother, created the prince character, and started using stylish tactics, our popularity exploded. What's important to an adventurer isn't strength or even victory. It's popularity. If you don't have character that can be loved, no one will find your worth. First the hero show, the tag tournament, and now the all-level dungeon. Our luck's turning around, Nico. We're heading straight for the top. If I knew what was going to happen, I probably would have been glad to have challenged this dungeon. Because of that man and my party members. The silver hero Nicola, aka me, also known as the silver prince. The diamond hero Philip, my older brother with a bad personality. The thief Layla, easy to get along with. Because of her involvement with me, she is also called the thief princess by the people. Holy paladin Mark, a taciturn macho. He can use swords and white magic. Wizard Rory, her race is fairy, a small fairy with wings. Her body is small enough to fit inside a glass, but she gathers magical energy from her surroundings and uses it, so inside a dungeon, she won't run out of magic. A girl. We're challenging the elementary level beginners dungeon. Everyone, let's go. Yeah, alright, foo. Today as well, I'll show you how mighty Rory is. The beginner's dungeon has 3 strata in total. It consisted of the Goblins' Forest, Kobold's Cave, and the Orc Village. We are now in the Goblins' Forest. I've watched a couple of clear videos, so I know how to get to the door that'll lead to the lower strata. Mark understood. Just by calling his name, Mark already understood what I meant. With his white magic, everyone's defense went up. Holy Paladin is a job that combines White Sorcerer and Paladin. However, he can't reach the level of Paladin in endurance and he can't reach the level of White Sorcerer in white magic. My brother was the one who brought in Mark. Of course, it was a given that he needed to be excellent. But probably the main reason that we recruited him is because of how well we matched when he lined up with me. Equipped with pure white armor and an equally pure white sword and shield, a knight fit to protect the prince. No matter how many goblins come, we can easily deal with them, right Tilda? For once, I agree with Layla. They are not qualified to become this Rory's opponents. What do you mean for once? I literally meant that though. What did you say? I'm going to wrap you in the palm of my hand and keep you out of the camera. Foo. Just try if you can. Whoa, that was close. I can't believe that you're actually trying to catch me. Fairies are small, but the camera in the dungeon is very advanced. If you zoom in, you can clearly see Rory's appearance. Also, even if the person herself can't be seen, her magic is flashy so the audience will enjoy it. Don't be careless. If my prediction is correct, this place is an all-level. A group of goblins jumped out from the surrounding bushes and trees. They have green skin and are about the height of a child. Their ears are long and pointy. They carried clubs, rusty swords, and wooden bows. A single arrow flies through the air and directly hits my brother in the torso. But he's unharmed. The arrow bounced off his body. Don't you know who I am? I'm the Diamond Hero. The Earth Spirit took a liking to both my older brother and me. The power gifted to Philip is hardening. Useful, but extremely plain. He experienced a difficult period because of that. However, after establishing his character as the diamond that protects the silver, an older brother protecting his sister, His high defense ability was accepted by the audience. People are excited and sometimes even moved by the sight of him enduring the attacks of a strong person in order to protect me. Somehow, they can move pretty well, Layla shouted as she continued to parry the continuous attacks of the goblins. The way she handled her dagger was brilliant. Some of the goblins have a wand. They might be able to use white or black magic. Be careful. This was not shown in the video. Mark muttered as he was fighting with multiple goblins. The theory of the all-level dungeon is becoming more and more plausible. No, it needs another push. I tried to aim at the goblins, but at the very last minute, I wasn't able to hit the target. Their movements are keen and nimble. I wonder if they had been instructed to not stay in one place so that they won't get turned into a statue because of my magic. Seems like they have already made preparations. Should I use fire tilde, or maybe I should use water tilde? Oh yeah, let's use wind. All of you, prepare to be sliced by my wind blade. The magical energy that filled the dungeon was absorbed by Rory and became a wind blade. If this was a real battle, it'd be better if the attack was invisible, but dungeon clears are entertainment. Her magic became colored as the originally colorless magical energy particles glowed faintly. Countless green half-moons were created and all of them attacked the goblins. However, only one of them was defeated. The other two also only lost their limbs. This is nothing compared to the grueling training I went through. This is a lot easier to endure compared to that hellish training. It's slower than that person's sword. Look at the result of a huge amount of food money that we had paid for compensation. They're shouting something, but I'm not sure what it's about. Their voices will probably be cut out during editing. What? The goblins managed to dodge this Rory's super beautiful magic. Rory seemed like she had received quite the shock since her eyes were opened wide. What are you dumbfounded about, Rory? Immediately prepare the next spell. My brother's voice stopped in the middle of his sentence. A single arrow had pierced Rory's small body. You should never judge a person by their appearance, fairy. I heard a voice from somewhere, but I can't see their figure. I gazed in the direction where the arrow flew out from, but I still couldn't see the archer. From a position we can't see, they managed to pierce Rory's body. That's a brilliant technique. Definitely not an elementary level. Rory's body disappeared. It was scattered to particles and the arrow fell down. Philip is still doing okay, but Layla and Mark looked like they're having a hard time. The goblin's movements are gradually becoming better. Brother. Yeah. This is enough. Silver world. Silver particles scattered around us. It diffused throughout the place while avoiding my friends, the plants, and the ground. Then, little by little, but rapidly, it attached to the goblin's skin, then it penetrated inside the body through the mucous membranes. From an outsider's perspective, the progress was quite slow, but actually, it only took a short time. The enemy's movements became slow and eventually, they stopped moving. They became silver statues. It's harder to handle the magical energy this way, compared to having it gush out of the ground in liquid form, but it also looked better. Instead of a blizzard, it became silent snow that'll freeze the enemy in place. The goblins that are using wands and the archer who never showed up are still remaining. My brother stood in front of me, then an arrow flew in the location where my head was at. Thanks to him, the arrow was repelled. Thank goodness. However, there was no response from my older brother. As I was wondering what happened to him, he almost fell down. I instantly supported him. Then I almost averted my eyes away from him. The arrows had pierced both of his eyes. Seems like hardening doesn't work on the eyeballs. I heard it again, the archer's voice. Just before my brother disappeared, he muttered something. Give up. What are you talking about, brother? It's not just about the archer's skills. I and probably Rory as well. This is Black Mag. Older brother's body grumbled and disappeared. Phil got defeated. What? Black magic? That means that those with a wand cast the debuff, while timing it with the arrow. Layla keenly and nimbly approached one of the goblin wand holders and slit his throat. Following that, she tried to jump on the two nearby goblins' wand holders, but then her stance got broken. This is not like her. At that time, the wand holders jumped on that opportunity. Unexpectedly, They threw out their wand and pulled out a knife from their waist. They're not sorcerers. Their movements are equal to those of the goblins I had just solidified. They actually had battle stances. My body heavy. This is bad. Layla got stabbed by knives from both her front and back and fell down. Healing Mark tried to cast the magic, but he wasn't able to make it in time. Protect yourself. I'll take care of the enemy. I brought out silver from the ground. It took the form of a human's hand wielding a sword, then it swung the sword toward the wand holders. The goblins chose to evade it, but it was useless, because the arm extended. The slash cut them in half. Then there was the sound of something running. Nicola. When I looked, I saw that Mark, along with his shield, was being crushed under the front legs of the centaur who had jumped at him. Welcome, heroes. My name is Obaz, a masked centaur woman. You were the one who defeated our allies, right? Sorry, but I'll have to avenge them. I refuse. After all, I don't want my avatar to be destroyed. Then, she just turned back. I couldn't go after her because, for a moment, my body couldn't move, as if I'd been turned into stone. Using that short moment, she created distance between us. In the direction she ran off, there was a Magin. It seemed that the archer wasn't the only monster to deal with in level 4, but I was surprised after seeing him. A one-horn Magin. Lemogatan. Why are you here? He was looking at me. I felt a strong sense of deja vu when I looked into his eyes. Do you think that we're cheating, Silver Hero? After hearing him talk to me, I quickly recovered my hero persona. You came out because we're in the advanced level, right? I can't imagine someone as good as you showing up for those who are at the intermediate level. That's right. This is the first time I've had to come out to defend this dungeon. Is this a level 4 because you show up? That's just so, since the battle was left to the others. If that's the case, then this might just barely be inside the boundary of a level 4. Since he also seemed to be excellent in black magic. Why did you show yourself? Why do you think? Which meant you did this on purpose. I'll come again. Next time, we'll perfectly clear this dungeon. Well then, we shall wait for you at the deepest stratum. And so, I gave up, just like what my older brother had instructed me to do. I was tempted to challenge him here, but I didn't do it. After the defense. Why did you make an appearance? Thor continued with a worried look on his face. If they distribute this video, there might be a lot of adventurers that'll aim for you. I don't think that'll happen. Do you really think so? Would you please explain it to me? It seemed like they came here already expecting that the degree of difficulty can change, a dungeon that can change its degree of difficulty, and the Demon King Army Chief of Staff. If they post the video of their defeat, it would definitely attract attention, but it wouldn't lead to the party's popularity. On the contrary, they would be spreading valuable information. Which means because they would want to clear this dungeon by themselves. They won't do something like sharing the video to the world because it would just increase their rivals. Yes, but wouldn't the change in the degree of difficulty be enough? If you can be patient enough to wait for them to try again, then yes. Certainly, we are in a rush to earn money, but how is it connected to why the Chief of Staff showed up? Perhaps, is it because of your horn? Thor seemed to have noticed as well. Yes, even though no one knows how I was able to beat Phoenix, everyone had guesses about it. They thought that I was hiding a tremendous amount of magical energy in my horn. Well, actually, it really was that. But it's not hard for them to imagine that there are several times the amount of magical energy needed to clash and have a tie against spirit magic in full throttle gathered in the horn. In other words, it means that now is the perfect moment if they want to defeat me. They think that the magical energy in the horn was depleted after the battle with Phoenix, so now is their chance. And if they can defeat the Demon King Army Chief of Staff, who defeated the Flame Hero, it would become quite a hot topic. I see, this information is something that they can't share with the other adventurers. All the more so if they're aiming for the top. Yes, without fail. They will definitely try to have a rematch with me before I return to the Demon King Castle. Even if they fail, they'll definitely try to do it several times. The avatar regeneration for an upper-ranked party can be quite expensive. I see. Indeed, the concept remained the same. but I can use my presence effectively towards certain people. After all, we have to earn money in a short period of time. It might even be okay to do the same thing with an upper intermediate level opponent. What we need to be careful about is the party's ability. If I appeared in front of people who think that they won't be able to win because the Demon King Army Chief of Staff is here, rumors will quickly spread. I must choose people who would not leak this information to other people and who think that they can defeat the Chief of Staff. They will come again. It won't go the same way as this time. We have to figure out how to defeat them. Thor was watching me closely as I thought about what I should do. On the way home that day, when I went out of the dungeon site together with Kashu, it's just as I thought. The voice that muttered that sounded familiar to me. At the same time, I understood that the black magic of recognition inhibition that I had cast on the people around me was resisted. If someone with the hero job was wrapped in magical energy with the intention of resisting the magic from the beginning, then this level of magic will not work on them. It's not so much of a problem though, since those who can predict my magic are rare. She had long hair, glasses, a mole under her eye, and extremely ample breasts. The hero that I knew was there. Kashu was tilting her head, but eventually, her eyes blinked in surprise as if she noticed something. "Ah, are you a hero?" Kashu shouted happily. "Oh my, it's amazing how quickly you noticed that." "Yeah, I'm a hero." "I hope you enjoyed the show, young lady." "Yeah, thank you. If I can make a cute little girl like you smile, then it's worth it to be on the stage." She smiled refreshingly as if it was ingrained into her skin. "Nicola, right?" I somehow managed to smile at her. "Yes, Nicola or Nico, just call me whichever you like." "Solemn, right?" When I called out to her, for some reason, the prince smiled like a girl. "Why yeah." "Ah, you can ease up on the sir part. That'll make it easier for me to talk to you." "Yeah, thank you." "Then, I'll call you Lem." "And I'll call you Nicola." "I'm a fan of yours, Lem." "Eh?" That's why I was so surprised. When I looked at Lemmigaton's eyes earlier, they were still passionate, just like Lem's. It was like a flame. "But what's going on?" "You've always wanted to be a hero, right?" "But, your eyes aren't dead." "You haven't given up on your dream." "Lem, I'm sorry to ask you this in our first meeting, but I'm concerned." "What happened to you?" Kashu sat in the chair and swung her legs. Her cheeks looked so happy and her ears cheerfully swayed. "Kashu, Nicola, and I are now in a restaurant that has a calm atmosphere." It seemed to be a restaurant that Nicola found after she came to this town. Usually, adventurers eat in a noisy tavern or the inn's dining room. This kind of restaurant has the image of where we go to when we have a job with the TV or when we meet with the higher-ups of the guild and want to treat them to a feast. If they're a woman, they'll know a fashionable cafe, and if they're a man, they'll be familiar with the best food stalls. A place with a good atmosphere and food that suit their tastes is important to adventurers. It's not like I'm indifferent to food, but I'm not used to these types of restaurants. It's like the calm atmosphere is making me unable to calm down. I wonder if it's just a matter of getting used to it. "I'm glad to see that the food is to your liking." Nicola smiled tenderly as she watched Kashu eating her meal with relish. Then, she looked at me. "Now, to explain how this happened, someone called out to us as we were on our way back home from work. The one who suddenly said that she was my fan. The one who figured out Lemmigaton's identity. The one who asked me the reason as to why I changed my jobs from an adventurer to a monster, the silver hero Nicola. Of course, I could have deceived her by asking her, "What are you talking about?" The reason I didn't do that was that her eyes were earnest, and because the expression on her face showed that she was concerned. As long as it's not unavoidable, I don't want to ignore these kinds of people. I don't want to say something random and drive her away. It's hard to believe that she figured out my identity just by seeing my eyes, but because it seemed like a lie, that's why I think that it's true when I combined it with her seriousness. Seriousness should be responded with seriousness. Someone told me that there's more than one type of hero. There's more than one type. Besides, even monsters can win. When I laughed, Nicola stared in wonder. I think that it's also true that she's my fan. I used to talk a lot about my aspirations to be a hero when the party was first created, but gradually, There were fewer and fewer people trying to talk to me, so not a lot of people knew about it. Some adventurer or phoenix lovers know about it, but it's just a laughingstock for them. It's been a long time since the last time I was able to mention my dream with a serious tone. Well, I'll just leave Phoenix out since he's an exception. I yearned to become a hero that can win ever since I was a child. That dream came true for a moment through the one-on-one battle with Phoenix. I see. Lim is still Lim, after all. I'm glad I wasn't mistaken. Nicola looked relieved. Nicola? Ah, I'm sorry. Right. See, can you sign this? She took out a handkerchief. It probably belongs to her. And a pen. Popular people sometimes have it for when their fans ask for their signature. It's the same with the storm hero Ariel and the others. You want my signature? Nicola nodded with a red face. This handkerchief looks expensive though. Not at all. It's okay. Really. Her voice was so small that it sounded as if it was about to disappear. This usually happens to the female fans when they stand in front of Phoenix. She's really rooting for me. That's unexpected. To think that a hero is a fan of a black sorcerer. I was a little surprised. But I'm very happy that someone is rooting for me. Well then, okay. When I handed her the handkerchief I had signed, she took it with both hands. Thank you. I'll take very good care of it. She held the handkerchief in front of her chest as if she were hugging it. Her arms contorted the shape of her chest. Well then, it's about time. Just in case, don't say anything. Sure, I won't talk about this, since, if you're hiding it, then that means that you don't want people to know. Thank you. Let's go, Cashew. Gently grasping her hand in her pocket containing the memo, we head to the inn. Somehow, I thought that she was restraining herself. She has some worries inside her. I won't ask her directly what are you worried about? But I have a feeling that she wants to talk. If you haven't had dinner yet, would you like to go to a restaurant that I recommend? Of course. It's my treat. Cashew's stomach growled. There was no particular reason to refuse. I was a little bit happy that Furcus wasn't here. If she heard that someone is going to treat her, she would eat endlessly, and that's what happened. As for Cashew's memo, the delicious meal seemed to have made her forget about the mission. Before the food arrived, I remembered when I heard Cashew and Miller talking for a little bit. Miller said please record all the insects females that approach them, even if they are animals that are female. Okay? It's all for the sake of protecting them. From what? An evil that can destroy his body. This is something that only Cashew and I can do. As she gave Cashew the mission, Cashew said with a serious look on her face, I don't want them to be destroyed. So cute. But Miller, well, I'm not going to complain about this because it's something that I've accepted. So I softly urged her to talk about the main problem. While Cashew is happy with her dessert cake, I had eye contact with Nicola. So far, I have explained what had happened since I left the group, including my relationship with Cashew. She told me how much of a fan she is. She said that she liked the way I didn't bend and continued to stick to my style. When she found out that I was Lemigaton, she also knew that the incident during the defense of the 10th stratum was caused by me. She asked me about my one-on-one battle with Phoenix, but I had to answer ambiguously for this question. I got her to be convinced by explaining that even when I was still an adventurer, I didn't want anyone to know that the level of my black magic is close to black sorcery. The only thing left is her worries. Was it so obvious from my face? When she's talking to Cashew, she's in prince mode, but when she's talking to me, even though her tone is neutral, there is a hint of femininity in it. I guess the difference is that Cashew is a customer who enjoyed the show, while I'm the adventurer she admires. What do you think of me, Lim? The other me. I'm talking about the Silver Prince. I think that you are a popular and competent hero. Really? I'm not going to lie to you. She flusteredly waved her hands and spoke anxiously. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call Lam a liar. It's not like that. For example, right, Lam, if Black Sorcerer was a popular job and Black Sorcery was a power as well received as spirit magic, wouldn't you have used it? That might be true. No. I think I'll definitely use it. Right. But because the world wouldn't accept you just how you are, You had to change your ways. I didn't know about that until today. But you kept on trying to achieve what you wanted to become. Both my black sorcery and horn couldn't be exposed, but I hadn't given up on becoming a hero that could lead my allies to victory. I figured that if I could quickly get within the top 3 ranks, everyone would acknowledge me. You haven't been doing this in order to achieve what you want to become? She nodded seriously. Yes, the hero that I want to be is. I thought that the situation was strange, so I went looking for you. What are you doing, Nico? I remember this man who appeared to interrupt Nicola's words. He is the diamond hero Philip. Brother, why are you here? I had a hunch. He said that while looking as if he's uninterested, but he's slightly breathless and thinly covered in sweat. The fact that a hero, whose physical ability far surpasses that of ordinary people, would be like this meant that he probably ran around all over the place in order to find her. Is he a worrywart, or is he just that devoted to his sister that he would go this far just because the situation seemed strange? Frankly, I feel uncomfortable. Shut up. Who are these guys? A demi-human girl and a man. What kind of relationship do you have with them? We're friends. I have the right to do anything I want with anyone. You don't have that right. If by any chance your identity gets found out, do you know what will happen? Having a meal with a man? It'll definitely become an uproar. Can't you even understand that? It's not just the two of us. Cashew is here too. Cashew had an uneasy look on her face when she looked at Philip, who suddenly appeared. Philip completely changed his cold expression to a gentle smile. Oh, sorry about that, young lady. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm the older brother of this lady. Are you Nico's older brother? That's right. I came to look for her because I was worried, but it turns out that she was having a meal with you. Thank you for accompanying my little sister and also the person over there. Can I ask about what your relationship is with my little sister? Confusion is probably working on Philip. He can only recognize me as an ordinary person with generic features, and he won't feel any discomfort in that recognition. The smile he showed to Cashew was already gone, and he was glaring at me, just as she said, I'm her friend. Where did you meet her? What kind of friend? Be our brother. That's rude. She noticed that her brother didn't realize my identity, so she also didn't mention anything about it. I'm sorry, but would you please stay away from my little sister? Hey, let's go back. I don't want you interfering with my private life as well. That's what ordinary brothers and sisters say. Who are you, Nico? What kind of person are you? What is your aim? And what would be bad if it happened? She is the silver hero Nicola, an adventurer aiming for further heights. Selling herself as a prince character, her beauty, gentlemanly behavior, and stylish magic are gaining popularity. Fans are excited by her relationship with the thief princess, and a great number of women admire her. Therefore, it can be a serious affair if she has a lover like a normal person, especially if the other person is a dull man like me. It'll be troublesome if rumors get out. I could understand what Philip was saying. Understanding and sympathizing are two different things, but I was able to understand his feelings. Brother, I hate you. Perhaps because she can't refute him, Nicola verbally expressed her emotions. It might be because she's in front of her older brother. She seemed a little childish. That's so? Well, I love you, dear sister. Philip scornfully laughed. Then he looked at us. I've talked to the restaurant. Please enjoy the meal to your heart's content. Young lady, if you'd like to, please meet with my little sister again. Of course. While excluding the gentleman over there, he smiled at Cashew and gazed at me sharply. Just like that, he headed to go out of the restaurant. Excuse me, I called out and stopped him. What is it? You said that the situation was strange. If you're worried, how about asking and listening to her part of the story? That might be true. Perhaps he didn't like being told by me, so he looked displeased for a moment, but in the end, he nodded and turned his back. I'm sorry to the both of you. My older brother just has that kind of personality. It looked like he was worried about you though. I wonder about that. He probably just doesn't want the Silver Prince character to be damaged. Since it was made by him, well, he's definitely an unpleasant guy. But he's not a bad person. The character of the Silver Prince seemed to be her older brother's idea. Since adventurers are dependent on public favor, ranks often drop due to members' retirements, scandals, and deplorable events. In that sense, the top 3 immovable parties are amazing. Just a minute, Lem. Nicola got up from her seat and approached me. Then, her face came close to my ear. A refreshing scent floated softly. I can closely feel her body temperature. It made me nervous for a moment. I wonder if we can meet again. There today, there were also some things that I wasn't able to tell you. That's true, I understand. I told her the name and location of the inn. I think I'll be with Kashu at that time. Is that okay with you? If I let Kashu stay at the inn so that I can go meet Nicola, I would be a failure as her guardian. By no means am I afraid of the memo. This is a matter of responsibility. Of course. Is Kashu okay with that? Would you like to meet me again? Why yes. I'm glad. Because of the nature of my job, I only have a few demi-human friends. After hearing the word friend, Kashu looked happy. Kashu is close with Miller and Saitri, but they are more like colleagues. Even though Kashu is young, she is a hard-working person, so it might be rare for her to make a friend outside of work. I'm glad, too. You like sweet things, right? I have a shop that I would like to recommend, so I'll take you there. Kashu's expression became cheerful. Well then, until next time. Then, Nicola left the restaurant. Kashu waved her hands at her until she left the restaurant. Nicola also looked back several times and responded to her. It looks like you're getting along well with her. Nico is a good person. You're right. I'll write that in my report. I see. By the way, Kashu, I'm already full, so do you want to eat this cake? Is that okay? Yeah, since Kashu did your best today as well. Slowly but surely, I moved my cake in front of Kashu. This is not a bribe, I swear. In the training ground established in the basement of the Union's facility, in the center of the circular space, I was communicating with the fire spirit. Oh spirit, please respond. After identifying their job, all heroes will visit the shrine of the spirits. If there is a spirit who takes a liking to you, then you will be able to enter into a contract with them and be able to use spirit magic. In other words, spirits have a mind of their own. They can think about things and decide which people they like or dislike. But usually, we can't talk to spirits. They seem to have a hobby of observing the life of the human being they like. It seemed like it is standard that after granting their divine protection, they would not interfere. So when someone really wants to talk to the spirits, they have no choice but to sharpen their spirit and call out to them. I have something to ask you, Sarah. She doesn't like her name, so I called her using this nickname. What is it, you loser bird? I heard a voice. I don't know where it's coming from, but her voice reached my ears. Loser bird? No, I certainly lost to them. I felt relieved that she responded and answered her. How could you lose even though I've lent you the flame of the gods? It's the flame of the gods. You know? It's not like gods is attached to the name just to make it sound cool, you know? I also feel frustrated that the opponent was an exceptional person capable of surpassing that. It is not inferior to the horn of the Demon King. You're just bad at using it. You're also bad at fighting. Clumsy bird. Don't lose since you are my contractor. She seemed to be concerned about the defeat at that time. I'm sorry. Your flames were really great. I lost because of my inadequacy. HMPH. If you understand that, then it is fine. So, why did you call me? At that time, when you taught me magic spirit magic, there was one technique that you wouldn't teach. Since the you of that time wasn't able to handle it, how about the me of now? I wonder, but if you fail to learn it you will turn to ashes. Sarah's voice sounded serious. I'm planning to train using an avatar. Wow, a child of the present era. Certainly, if you do it like that, then it would be okay even if you got turned into ashes. It's not good. It takes a lot of money to form an avatar. However, even if your body is okay, I wonder if your mind would be able to endure it. Since it is a technique that'll change the structure of your body, so a human's mind might not be able to endure it. The predecessor endured it, right? It still remains a legend. There is a legend of a hero who assimilated with the fire spirit. At that time, It was in the middle of a war. He was in a situation where he had to win no matter what. If pushed to that point, humans become strong, right? Although it's not for the sake of humanity, I feel the same. You need to win no matter what? Yeah, it'll be as harsh as a human inheriting the Demon King's horn. Great. Lamb endured it. If I can't do the same thing, I won't be able to win. Ahaha, I don't get the reason, but that's just like you. Even in the Shrine of the Spirits, you were angry with God and spirits saying that Lamb should be the hero. Do you like that child that much? I admire him. Ever since I was a child. I don't really understand that feeling, but I see. You won't stop admiring him no matter how much time has passed. If you keep on maintaining the same admiration, I wonder if that feeling of longing will not disappear. Sarah spoke as if she had understood something. However, it's interesting. Humans try to get closer to the existence they admire. Sometimes, they can even surpass them. They don't want to let the gap between them be that big. I don't know about other people, but for me, it's because we are friends. So, I want to be on equal footing with him. Will you cooperate with me? Okay, cool bird. When you can use this technique, you will be called a phoenix. I will become stronger for the sake of the rematch with Lam that will eventually come. I will train so that I can fight without relying on spirit magic. In addition, I will also learn about esoteric spirit magic. It would be too late to avoid her after she moves. Just look at her stance. A delicate girl with white hair. She's holding a spear. It's a magic tool. Her race is unknown, but she looks like a human. The Reaper Knight Furcus. She is a reliable Big Four who usually wears black armor to fight, but now she is my sword master and opponent. She readied her spear and gathered herself. She's coming. While sprinting, I took a forward bent posture and continued to move forward. While feeling the piercing pressure of the famous spear above my head, I succeeded in getting closer to the user. I swing the sword in my right hand while maintaining a low stance. Good movements. The tip of the spear, which should have swung over my head just now, had seized me. But slow. The speed of the spear from thrusting to returning back is too fast. This is the spear version of Godspeed. The attacks are not visible. I couldn't see it. But her thrust never touched my body. That's because I promptly held up my sword and stopped the thrust using the back of the sword. She looked disgruntled, but I didn't have time to look longer at her expression. I couldn't stop the impact of the thrust, so my body was blown away backward. I stabbed my sword into the ground and tried to decelerate, but it failed. Along with such a seemingly sad sound, ding, the sword snapped in half. Just like that, I rolled on the ground and finally stopped after I got covered in mud. It's over. She caught up with me and pointed the tip of the spear at the base of my throat. Although the tip of the spear had fallen off during the training, I gave up. Furcus, who was nodding, reached out her hand to me, so I grasped it and stood up. Lam is smart after all. After seeing it several times, you're already thinking about countermeasures. I was able to avoid the first thrust because I was beaten by it a dozen times in the past. I noticed a pattern from it and thought that I could get closer at that timing and with that movement. But I only have one chance in a real battle. You're doing this training in order to grasp that one chance, right? Furcus's words are short and accurate. You're right. Can we do this one more time? Sword. I approached a wooden box with swords made out of magical energy, equipment of the dungeon, stuck disorderly in it. I brought the whole box with me for this training, so I should have had dozens of swords, but I only have 2 more left. This training room is inside the dungeon for elementary levels beginner's dungeon. Although it is called a training room, it seems to have the image of a forest. There are trees growing here and the grass is also thick. After drawing a sword, I adjusted my breath and stood in front of her. Please treat me well. Okay. The training was done with a real physical body. If it was with an avatar, since I won't feel any pain, it would be difficult to get feedback on the experience. For example, muscle pain and numbness would make me realize that I used those parts of my body. But if there's no pain, I won't be able to notice it. I laid down and spread my limbs out on the ground. As I looked upward, a false blue sky made out of magical energy spread across my field of vision. It's fake, but it's beautiful. I'm covered in sweat and out of breath, right on the verge of total exhaustion. But Furcus sat next to me with a nonchalant face. She quietly held her knees. In the end, I was unable to land a single attack on her, not even once. If I used black magic, the result might have changed, but this is for sword training. Furcus, you're not tired? I noticed it after using my physical body to fight. She won't run out of breath. No matter how intensely she moves, she still breathes, but it's only to that extent. It's just a matter of breathing and it won't get disordered by fatigue. There are also times when I get tired. When I'm hungry, I get tired doing anything. I see. So other than that, you're completely fine. By the way, she was the one who played around with Phoenix for the longest time when they competed in spearmanship and swordsmanship. She bought some time while facing that guy with the holy sword covered in flames. Even at that time, she safely accomplished the troll, and I'm certain of her ability. Somehow, I hadn't heard about it until now. But what is Furcus's race? Secret. I guess that's right. If you guess it correctly, I'll say that that's the correct answer. What if I'm wrong? Meal, for 1 year. For the time being, I will refrain from answering. Too bad. Extraordinary endurance, speed, sturdy body, arm strength, and leg strength. I can more or less guess it, but I can't casually guess and get it wrong, due to that penalty. Let's be satisfied just by thinking that it should be that race. For now, time passed by without us doing anything for a while. When my stamina recovered a little bit, Furcus opened her mouth. Is not talented after all. Yeah. I'm shocked, but it's probably not an insult since Furcus is the one saying it. But, you have good eyes. Really? It's not something much like aptitude though. I see. It is said that the combination of aptitudes becomes a dot. It's like if a person has mobility, combat perception, swordsmanship, then that person will be a warrior. So, for example, there may also be people that have mobility but it don't have the other two, so he can't become a warrior. Instead, he would become a chef. Even if they can't have that they wanted, they might have some useful aptitude. Of course, it's not that I didn't have any expectations in that area. But sadly, the result is none. I was hoping that Furcus would praise my eyes, but in the first place, my eyes are not that excellent. Capable of seeing far away, seeing the world slowly when concentrating, and grasping the surrounding situation just by looking at it for an instant. There are also aptitudes for the ability of the brain and the eyes. Don't be disappointed. That of limbs is acquired. Acquired aptitude is talent. It indicates the direction that person is suitable for. That's right. It's possible to do it without having it. But if you have it, you'll be able to improve faster and the limit will also be higher. Aptitude is only limited to those that concern the body. Yes. The manifestation of a job that cannot be accepted emotionally is not rare. It does feel like it's something that is suitable for the body, not the heart. There are things that grow depending on your heart. Has that. Depending on my heart. A long time ago, my master praised me for having a strong heart. Even when I look back now, I still get energized. Somehow I even felt that it's too convenient and I doubt that it might just be a dream. For example, consideration is not a talent. It's not just for outward appearance. True consideration can be done by a person that has a kind heart. The heart is nurtured, not decided at birth. In that sense, it's not a talent. Somehow, I understand. Is the good eyes that Furcus said, mean powers of observation or something like that? Yeah. Has observed the party for years. You've always done that in order to win without feeling any discomfort. That's why you've polished your powers of observation. That's also why you're skillful at the work of a chief of staff. You look closely and find a way to win. You are skillful at doing this. Furcus continued. Those eyes and black magic have good compatibility. Make the enemy slow, weak, fragile, avoid the enemy's attack, and make your own attack hit the enemy. So far, for example, even my fan, Miller, hasn't seen the possibility of me engaging in close quarters. Of course, she cheered for me. Even in the Phoenix match, she believed in my victory. But she wouldn't have imagined, for example, that I was capable of defeating Phoenix with sword skills. Adjust your eyes for a one-on-one. If that's possible, it'll become a little better. Still, from the perspective of the expert, Furcus, it's only on a degree that it'll become a little better. I don't mind. It would be a pleasure if I could take even one step towards improving. Thank you. I will do my best. I'm Thor, the master of this dungeon. Recently, I've been asking them for the strategy aspects and Furcus for the guidance of my subordinates, so I feel that my dignity that wasn't even there under normal circumstances has gotten even lower, but I'm energetic even today. However, I am the master of this dungeon. Lamb has taken the responsibility for the full amount of the prize money. I plan to return it someday, but it's not a trivial amount. That's why I knew he was serious about helping me out. But I should repay him as soon as possible, and I should endeavor to do so. In order to do that, I must first repay the money I owe to Fellow. To be honest, I couldn't think of doing this when I was in despair. This is all thanks to Lim, Furcus, Kashu, the Demon King, and also while this pathetic master was being irresponsible, she received the call from the Demon King Castle, accepted the cooperation, and brought the three of them here. I've known since I was little, but I always get helped by her. Yuma, the she is. I came to the dining room. By the way, various seats are made to suit the demi-humans. Short-legged chairs and short tables for the goblins. A table that fits her height. A sturdy chair for orcs like me. If there are various demi-humans like in the Demon King Castle, it'll probably be even more troublesome. Pig no, what is it, master? Did you say pig just now? That's so cruel of you. What you said just now. Excuse me, pigs are cute. Ah, I thought the statement was against pigs. Do you want me to change my attitude towards you after all this time? A centaur stopped eating her salad and laughed as if she was teasing me. No, it's okay just as it is. If you suddenly became kind, it would be scary in its own way. What a rude orc. Even though I'm always kind. That's debatable, isn't it? Nope. Okay. I gave up. Leaving that aside, what's the matter? I still have a job to repel the fools who got enticed by the prize money. You see about Fellow. Do you know what a tag tournament is? It's held in groups of 2 without caring about a person's race. An avatar match tournament. Yeah. So about that, I heard that there will be prize money in it. Seems so. That man seemed to have money. If it's the me from a little bit before, I wouldn't have thought of actually doing it even if I came up with the idea. Would you please join the tournament with me? Perhaps it was in order to attract attention, but the amount of prize money offered is several times bigger than the one in this dungeon. The idea is to aim to use Fellow's money to repay the debt I owe to him. If it's her, despite what she says, I'm sure that she'll be willing to cooperate with me. I don't want to though. But rest assured, since I had the same idea. You had the same did you already team up with someone else? That's right. I'm curious about who it is. Hear and be surprised, Master Pig. She mixed it, Pig and Master. I decided to participate with Furcus. I've also finished the registration. She's more likely to win with her compared to teaming up with me. It's shameful, but I ended up thinking about something like that. But I didn't even think about it at this time. Thatlam will also participate in the tournament with another person. Kashu, Furcus, and I are staying in the same inn. The lodging expense would be taken care of by the Demon King Castle. More like, all the expenses of this business trip would be taken care of by the Demon King Castle. Since the Demon King knows about Furcus's stomach, the daily food expenses have been strictly set. That might also be why she was increasing the amount of training for me and the beginners dungeon staff, so that the number of meals would increase. As for the prize money, I made the decision by myself. But, when I reported it to the Demon King, she said, wait for a bit. In terms of appearance, it might be better for them to get a loan from Demon King Castle rather than from me. Well, I'll just leave the decision about that to her. I'm also okay if the situation stays the same and I'm the one to lend them the money. It was my own decision anyway. Although, I'm sure that if the Demon King Castle is the one to lend the money, I would be relieved from the anxiety that my savings will be completely emptied. Well then, I'm nervous now. A room in the inn. There is a bed, a round table, and 2 chairs, along with a shower and toilet. It's a good inn with a sense of cleanliness, although I feel like the walls are a little thin. By the way, Cashew is in the same room as Furcus. Even though she's still small, she is a girl. I was concerned that it might be difficult for her to stay in the same room as me. At first, Cashew said, "I want to be together," but now she seems to be getting along with Furcus. From the neighboring room, I sometimes hear Teo or Toriatilda. I wonder if Furcus is teaching her something. As expected, even Furcus wouldn't demand a meal from Cashew, right? No, wait, Cashew's older sister, Maka, is a chef. It might be possible for her to ask something like having her older sister cook for her just one time. I don't know why Cashew would ask for combat training, and anyway, this is all just a guess. Maybe they're just playing around. Yeah, that should be okay. I checked my hair and appearance using the mirror in the bathroom. Then, I returned to the room. From now, I have promised to meet someone. She won't come here though. I'll summon her. Among my contracts, Cashew keeps a record of the schedule of those who work at the Demon King Castle in her notebook. Well, the only one who doesn't work at the Demon King Castle is that guy Phoenix. Don't worry about that guy. When I have a request for the contracts, I would go through the procedure of contacting them by letter or, although it would cost a little money, via the city's public magic communication device to get their permission. Then I would summon them at the promised date and time. For example, archery was strengthened due to the result of going through special training with the Black Wound Hunter Lara. I've asked the chief of the werewolves March Oshias to guide the kobolds. Some orcs and goblins are necromancers, so they are getting trained by the spirit commanding General Kimmeries. For the time being, I've taught the staff who are black sorcerers my training method, but it takes time for the results to show, and casting black magic to themselves naturally puts a strain on their body. It's impossible to do it all day long at first, so I taught masters training to them after diluting it about 10 to 20 times. At first, they asked, "We can't improve our skill if we don't use magic, but black magic needs a target, right? How can we do that?" So I answered, "Oh, just cast it on yourselves." Then they were all taken aback. If it's attack magic, it will be considered used even if it is thrown into an empty space in the training room, but black magic and white magic cannot be activated unless there is a target. It can't be used on an empty space. Some people would cooperate if it's white magic since it'll improve their condition, but usually, no one would cooperate if it's black magic. This is why it seems like a black sorcerer would cast the magic on another black sorcerer. Casting magic on yourself is like burning, drowning, or tearing yourself up with attack magic, so it might be natural for them to have a sense of repulsion. Personally though, it's master's teaching and it won't bother anyone, so it's my favorite training method. Oh okay, I'll summon her. I took a deep breath. This is inside the room I rented at the inn, a private space. I'm summoning her not to discuss work. I was told that she would like to meet, so I planned it with a feeling of just agreeing with her. Of course, the one I'm summoning is Miller. I've also confirmed the time. It's certainly the promised time. I poured magical energy into the ring. The amount of magical energy needed to compose Miller's body disappeared from inside my body. The amount of consumption is not small since the amount of distance between us is also added to it. Before I knew it, in front of me was Miller wrapped in a bath towel. Sorry. Only a part of her white porcelain skin was covered with the towel, the rest was exposed. Her elastic skin that seemed to sink softly when touched jumped into my field of vision. Am I a gentleman or a coward to instantly look away from her? Did I remember the wrong time? Foo. No. It is perfect. Her voice sounded as if she was amused. Puff. I heard the sound of a towel falling to the ground. Tmiluum, you're not naked, right? Please see for yourself. Am I getting used to this? When Miller says something like this, it usually means that it's okay. An okay in this case would mean that she is wearing clothes. Still, I timidly looked at her. As expected, it was the correct answer. What do you call this kind of thing? There are no sleeves or shoulder straps. It just stayed on the chest area. I wonder. It was a dress in that shape. Don't surprise me like that. But I wanted to. She smiled mischievously and looked fascinating. Then, it was a grand success. Foo-foo, you're right. It was a grand success. When I look at her enjoying herself, I strangely end up thinking that it's okay. It looks like your work is going well. As expected of Lim. It's all thanks to everyone. It was helpful that all the dungeon staff were diligent and motivated, and it was also great that our allies from the Demon King Castle helped me. I wish I could also help you with something. Miller has the third stratum, right? I heard that you're busy too. Miller strongly nodded. That's right. Recently, there were some people who came from famous places, and there are quite a few adventurers who can reach the third stratum. The Hellhounds are also not that energetic since Lim is not there, and Camrys is replenishing the spirits of the dead since his collection got annihilated in the Phoenix battle. Well, the adventurers are not stupid, so the more challenges there are, the more clues will be found on how to clear the dungeon. So, the monsters on the lower strata are at a disadvantage. But even if it's subtracted, perhaps because we met after a long time, we, mainly Miller, talked a lot. After it was settled, Miller turned her gaze and took a glance at the bed. I was shocked. It's already late, but well, before you return me, do you want to sleep together? Of course, only if Lim doesn't mind. I don't mind. Somehow, it might be unfair to let her say it all the time. I don't think it's good that our relationship had progressed before I knew it. No, it's not that it's a bad thing. It's just a matter of my personal feelings. We headed to the bed as she pulled my hand. It was at that time the door was knocked on without any force in it. I get the illusion that the room temperature has dropped to below freezing. Who would visit at such a time? No way. It's probably Furcus or Kashu. Then, it doesn't matter if I go out, right? Miller, your smile is scaring me. For some reason, Miller wrapped a bath towel on her, as she did when she first appeared. If she goes out like this, the visitor would completely think that the relationship between me and Miller is like that. Maybe that's her aim though. She doesn't seem to think that the visitor is Furcus or Kashu. Yes, what is it? Miller opened the door. In front, there was a person with a depressed expression. Nicola. Isn't this Lim's room? There he is. Nicola slipped past Miller and came in front of me. Ignoring Miller. Sorry, Lem. I don't have anyone else I can rely on. Her eyes are swollen. Something happened. Lim, can you give me an explanation? Miller threw the bath towel on the table and her eyes were cold. I racked my brains thinking about how to deal with this situation. On the way back from the day I met Lim, after listening to Lim's complaint, my brother said he would create an opportunity to listen to my words. I was reminded of what Lim said, that my brother seemed to be worried about me. At that time, I had misunderstood that he might just agree to my request. There was no way he would do such a thing. The next night, in other words, before I visited Lim, I was in my brother's room. The room where my brother is staying. Everyone, except me, was already there. Everyone is here as well. Since this conversation would affect everyone, right? What I was worried about, my brother had seen through it all. Well, it's not like I tried to hide it, even though he would get our approval for the dungeon clear only after he'd done it, but this time, he called everyone. If the intelligence that leads a person to his own desired outcome is considered smart, then he is definitely smart. I can also call him cunning, but he's certainly smart. The thief Layla, the holy paladin Mark, and Rory, who is both a fairy and a wizard, and also, my older brother and me. You have something you're worried about, right? Let's hear about it. I was the stupid one for having even a little bit of expectation for my older brother. Lim, this person is certainly not a bad guy, but his personality is bad. Everyone's eyes are focused on me. It's hard to say it, but I don't want to stay silent. I think Layla and Philip already knew about this, but originally I liked a different way of fighting, and also, as everyone knows, my original personality is like this. After leaving the training institution, Layla and I formed a party with 3 other people. However, We were completely unpopular during the first year and the other 3 people ended up transferring to another party. At that time, Philip, whose party was dissolved at the same time, appeared in front of us along with the other remaining person, Rory. My brother and I realized that it's not enough just to be strong. Still, I tried to stick to the way I admired, but I got persuaded by him. He said that I can do what I want to do after becoming popular. However, first of all, it's necessary to get acknowledged by the public. As a result, the thief princess to go with the silver prince, the older brother who protects the prince, the knight who protects the prince, and the fairy who took a liking to the prince's older brother and accompanies them. The 5-member group gained popularity. Even though I did not change, the evaluation changed drastically just by changing the way it was shown. You once said that I can do what I want to do after I've become popular. We're in the top 100. I think that we can say that we have become a popular party. So, you want to change your character now? I can't say that it would be a wise choice. I knew you'd say that. That's why I stayed silent. I stayed silent and worried over this. Aren't humans a being that wants to be liked by other people? You've acquired a charming mask after going through great pains. Why do you want to throw it away? It's much easier to live like this, compared to that time when nobody recognized us, when we had no presence at all. Rory, who was on top of Philip's shoulder, said that with a strange tone. It might be easy to live like this, but it's suffocating. I want to be recognized, I want to be liked, I want to be respected. I don't think that those motives are impure and I think it's okay for people to have those as their goal. However, there are also some people that want to become a person that they themselves would like, not a person that other people would like. I'm always on your side, but since I know about the old days, Layla, who knows the frustrations of being unpopular, probably doesn't want to go back to that time. I can understand that feeling. It's stable now. No, it's not stable for the better. I get that our popularity is rising rapidly. The number of video views is increasing and our name recognition has also increased. After all, it's great to be in the top 100. For example, even magazines that feature adventurers often do the minimum introductions for the top 100. If we don't have the opportunity to be seen by people, we can't even get people to know about our strength. I will follow everyone's decision. Mark is neutral. The Holy Paladin is a job that has an unpopular magic called white magic. Not only that, it is also inferior to Paladin in endurance. Therefore, our popularity will definitely drop by 1 rank. A lot of people think that it's better to have a paladin. That's why he's grateful to Philip for picking him up. Still, I don't understand why he didn't take my brother's side. Is it because he's also thinking about something, or is it just his personality? I'm also considering changing the way we're selling it, but not now. The viewers are attached to the prince character. Then, when will it be? No. You don't even have to say it. You'll probably say when you reach the age when it's tough to sell the prince character, right? Around my late 20s? Do I have to wear the prince mask for the next 10 years? You'd probably plan to make me do that. No, you're wrong. You're the one who decides in the end. However, the flower of the party is the hero, especially you. In this party, the hero who was sold with rose-like beauty suddenly becoming a wildflower. What would the viewers think if they saw that? How many people do you think will continue to love you? It's not just you who will receive the consequences, but all of us. Yeah, that's why I kept it inside. I couldn't say it. I gathered my courage to say this since he said that he would listen to me. However, this guy called me here to make me give up, to manage me from now on. If Nicola really wants this to happen, Layla will be on my side, but that's for the sake of me, who is her friend, and I don't want that. Don't spoil her, Layla. Nico, you still haven't abandoned that childlike naivety of yours. This is a job, this is business. We are the merchandise. You also understand that marketability is important, right? You like a hero that fights in an unrefined way without giving up against any predicament, right? That's no longer popular. It doesn't match with the times. What's popular now is smart and cool clears. Isn't it the same for the Phoenix Party that is the #1 most popular among the young people? Until recently, Phoenix had defeated floor bosses with a single blow. His consistent style had received great popularity. Look at what happened to Lim, the one you admired. He got kicked out. Silently devoting himself to his work, no matter what time, his eyes are always passionate. That's ridiculous. In the end, he got kicked out because he wasn't popular. It doesn't matter how hard he tried, how eye-catching, how many people's hearts you can grasp. That's what matters. Don't make fun of that person. That person? You're saying it as if you're acquaintances with him. Anyway, it's time to grow up. The hero you're aiming for won't generate any money. Those sentences somehow made me really sad. I realized that there was an insurmountable gap between my older brother and me. I didn't become an adventurer because I wanted money. But you can't live without money. You're the one who chose this as your job. The results are finally showing. Stop acting like a child. Wait. Stupid Phil. You're saying too much. I can't stop my tears from flowing. Don't cry. That's it. I ran out of the room. I don't want to go back to my room since we're in the same inn. I don't want them to find me. Brother is good at finding me. I need a place where he can never find me. What came to my mind was Lim's inn. First things first, I lead Nicola to a chair. With almost no resistance, she followed and sat down with a thump. Would you like some tea? I only have the instant kind, though. Yeah, one for me too, please. Of course. Since Nicola arrived, Miller was giving me an icy stare, but after looking at Nicola again and noticing the tear stains around her eyes, she seems to have reined back her attitude. Her subordinates in the Demon King Castle may fear her for some reason, but I like her for her ability to worry about a complete stranger. I boil water with a magical energy-equipped kettle, and a few minutes later, the black tea is prepared. I don't have anything like a tea set here, so I just pour it into paper cups. I put the cups on a tray and carry them to the table. Thanks. Nicola absent-mindedly picks up the cup and brings it to her lips. Warm. Nicola let out a sigh. I'm not sure when, but Miller was sitting directly opposite Nicola, sipping the black tea. There are only 2 chairs in this room, so I guess I'm standing. So, what brings you to Lim's room so late at night? It is unusual for one's eyes to be swollen if your aim was to sneak in for a booty call. If you're here to ask for help, then hurry up and spit out the name and location of the perpetrator. If, in fact, you were sexually assaulted by a man, I shall deal with it personally. The incident that led to Miller and I meeting 2 years ago. She did some heavy drinking and ended up getting drugged and sexually assaulted by 3 men. They're not dead, but they definitely won't do something like that ever again. Bat demi beasts sucked the life force out of their nether regions, and that withered. Perhaps being reminded of that ordeal, Miller's tone of voice turned cold, but her gaze towards Nicola was full of concern. Assault? Oh, no, nothing like that. This is because my brother. Huh? Wait a minute, who are you anyway? Nicola seems to have regained enough of her composure to finally notice Miller's existence. She didn't react at all to Miller, clad in only a bathrobe, opening the door. She seems to have calmed down since then. I'm a friend of his. A friend who came to spend time with him in one room together. You mean? Nicola's face went red. Am I being a huge hindrance right now? This is a misunderstanding. Just as Miller said, she is a friend. More accurately, she's my co-worker. Miller looked at me with a shocked expression on her face. She doesn't know Nicola saw through my disguise and knows who I am, so her reaction is only natural. Co-worker who's a beautiful female vampire. Ah, you're the vampire queen Carmela? Miller kept looking at me, waiting for an explanation. For the moment, I believe I should explain the situation. This is Nicola, a hero in a 99th ranked party. When she tried to clear the beginner's dungeon, it seems she realized that I was Lemigaton. When I looked at him directly, I realized that he had the same eyes. Wait. Are you telling me that you made the connection that Lord Lemigaton was Lem by simply looking at his avatar? Yes, I'm a Lem fan, although I've only been a fan for about 2 years. I did watch a lot of his videos, however. Miller's eyes light up. A fan? I see. Favorite video? Nicola was confused at first but soon understood the question. I guess that would have to be the advanced level Hellfire Dungeon video. Generally, Phoenix's fiery face-off with the monster is the highlight of the video, but for the others, it was a close fight due to the pillars of fire rising up from the floor and Lim was able to safely dodge them all. I was amazed that not only was he fully aware of his surroundings and could predict the pillars, he also tirelessly trained his body despite not having the aptitude for it, although you can only see him dodge 3 times in just under 2 seconds though, and within those 3, one of them was behind Lily, out of focus, and another time was when the camera was on Alba. Lim was cut off by the corner of the screen. The last one was where they showed a series of scenes of each party member's best-looking dodge, but he didn't get any attention at all. I'm not going to point out that she's out of her Prince character right now. She probably doesn't have the composure for it. At any rate, I'm happy that there's someone who paid such close attention, but it's also kinda embarrassing. Miller closed her eyes, nodded, and opened them. Very good. Incidentally, the one that I happen to watch over and over is the video of the intermediate level Setsuna dungeon. The reason being, in the next moment, they both spoke at the same time. It's the one where Lim had the most screen time, and then they both chuckled. Huh, are they bonding? I'm Miller. As you already know, I work in the Demon King Castle. I'm Nicola. Nice knowing you are. Should I address you more formally? They shook hands. Talk however you are comfortable with. Thanks. So I guess you two are really. Nicola turns red once again. She seems a little uneasy. I am sad to say, very sad to say, that we do not have that kind of relationship. I see. But I am hoping it does one day, and I am negotiating with him daily. I see. That being said, I would appreciate it if you refrain from seducing Lim with your ample bosom. I am glad to know another fan, but so long as you don't cross the boundaries of being just a fan. I wouldn't want to acknowledge a precious fellow Lim fan as an enemy. Miller smiled sweetly. Say seduce him. Nicola crosses her arms in an attempt to hide her breasts. I hope no one noticed me staring at the shape of her breasts changing and bulging with her movements. You're a dangerous person. I can't rely on just the written report. I must ask Cashew directly about what she thinks of her. I thought I heard a kind of disturbing voice. Oh, that's right. Lem, where is little Cashew sleeping? She's in the room with another fellow co-worker Miller. She already has influence over Cashew? She's a larger threat than I thought. Miller? Hello? The sight of her looking away and muttering to herself is scaring me a little. I cough intentionally to change the subject, or rather, to return to the main subject. Nicola. Why yes, I wasn't seducing you, not at all. Yeah, I get that. Really? Oh, Nicola's voice sank. If you feel better now, do you mind talking about why you came here? Right. I'm glad that you're willing to listen to me. Perhaps that is why I thought about coming here. Should I excuse myself? I'll just be standing by outside with my ear pressed against the door to hear for any funny business that might happen. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of leaving the room? And so, Nicola talked about the discussion she had with Philip and company. I see. After listening to the conversation, Miller was silent with a gloomy face. It seems she doesn't plan on saying anything for the time being. That is the correct stance to take. It's bad manners to interfere with another party's business. It's like meddling in someone else's family trouble. We should not intervene unless something happens that cannot be overlooked. Regarding this one, outside of how Philip speaks and carries conversations, the topic of discussion and the conclusion is not odd. Of course, he could have worded it better, less harsh, and treating her with more respect. But what would be the meaning of that? I'm sure Nicola didn't come here just to lick her wounds. I don't know what's going on with me. Even she can't bring herself to say that she hates her brother. It's because of her self-awareness. She's aware that she was the one who went along with her brother's plans when she was unpopular and feeling depressed. You don't have to see through your chosen path to the end. Sometimes it's good to find another path. However, if there are others walking the path with you, splitting up will inevitably affect both sides. When I left the party, the Phoenix party changed considerably and I joined the Demon King army. In Nicola's case, It's purely because no one did anything wrong that is the difficult part for her. There's the fact that wearing a mask is difficult for her, but at the same time, there's the fact that wearing a mask brought adoration. It's just that she endured it. She did her job while holding in all her concerns. I'm sure that the trigger was the words that I spoke to Philip. I pointed out that something was troubling her, and my meddling brought about that discussion. I think you have to choose, huh? There's nothing wrong with doing anything you can to gain popularity. However, there are people who do that and have no difficulties, and there are also people who have difficulties like you, Nicola. It's just that, no matter what you do, it's not going to be for everyone. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Do you continue as the currently rising in popularity prince character, or do you shift course toward the image of the hero that you originally aimed for? It's up to you to choose. That if there's something you really want to do, then do it. Nothing wrong with that. But then the others. You could leave and form another party. That's one way. You might fail, and your old party might have trouble reorganizing, but you have every right to make a choice. But I'm sure you don't like the sound of that, right? Because despite being saddened by her brother's words, she never said anything about disbanding the party. Even with her fleeting emotions, she didn't want to even speak of the possibility. If so, then following your brother's scenario is another possible choice. You may have to suffer being a fake, but the excitement aroused within the hearts of the audience is very real. The applause that occurs after shows are nothing but praise to your magnificence. To other people, her worries may seem like a luxury. This is an industry where many people go through trial and error and still not gain popularity, forced to abandon their dream in throes of despair. Knowing that might be the sole reason that she has never spoken her mind up till now. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Nicola cast her eyes downwards, sadly. Or you can prove it, huh? What your brother said isn't wrong, but it isn't absolute. If there was an absolute, surefire method to become popular and sell well, unpopular parties would not exist. She raised her head. Trends are ever changing. Even if you follow one trend, that doesn't mean that those who don't aren't looked upon. In any era, there are always those that become popular without following trends. I mean, circumstances have changed since the past and now, right? Circumstances? If you compare the past when people weren't fighting for the sake of entertainment, and now, where we now have tons of fans here to watch your challenge, the number of people watching is different. But if I fail, we'll lose our fans and in the end, you'll put your allies in a bind, huh? Nicola thinks about her allies. She also understands that her brother is not trying to control her out of spite. The desire to not cause trouble is something that won't go away. I'm worried, not about the method, but about whether or not I should say this. My case is rather unique, but if I were to recommend it to a hero, it would be unprecedented. In that case, why don't we give it a test run, said Miller, breaking the ice. There is a tag tournament being held here. Yes, there is a fair amount of attention focused on it. I think you should participate, while hiding your identity, of course. Wow. Oh, that's right. What do you think about remodeling your avatar to look like a monster? No one will ever guess it's you and you can fight however you want. Right? You can take this opportunity to see whether or not that would excite the audience. Miller said her piece. Nicola then. Tag tournament. Nicola absent-mindedly repeats. Oh, I should probably mention that you have to find your own partner. Lim is a very busy man. He has no time to waste his magical energy like that. The 9 years worth of stored magical energy in the horn was all used up in the fight with Phoenix. So I'm currently in the middle of replenishing that storage in the horn. You could say that the power and duration of my magic have gotten proficient, so with how my magical energy is being portioned off and stored into the horn whenever I use my magic, the storage is filling up at a much faster pace than before. The magical energy organ can be trained regardless of whether the magical energy was consumed when casting magic or when it's being poured into the horn. But if I go with my brother, he'll definitely ask me to go out as the Silver Prince. Miller let out an exaggerated sigh. Oh Nicola, I know you're feeling down right now, but you really shouldn't be saying but and maybe so much. I understand that you are still young. You are young, Yes, you're old enough to be an adventurer, so are you about 17 or 18? I'm 16. Miller looked at Nicola's chest and her eyes started twitching. So this is the raw sex appeal of a 16-year-old. Certainly, Nicola's avatar gives the impression of a pretty androgynous woman, but the real Nicola can be called a beautiful woman. The shape of her face is perfect. Her smile is exquisite and her bust, voluptuous. Huh? Nothing at all. Returning to the topic at hand. There's nothing wrong with being worried. The problem is being worried and not making a choice. Lim set a goal for himself to become the #1 hero despite his job. He anguished over it and made a decision. And then he ran up the rankings to become the world's 4th ranked. Right. But you, on the other hand, have yet to set your goal. Do you want to succeed together with your current party, or do you want to become the hero you desire to be, no matter what? You must get your priorities straight. If you can't do that, then there's no point in worrying. That's a bit harsh, but I can't bring myself to interject either. What's wrong with worrying but not making a choice? The answer is simple. When you're busy worrying about which one should I choose, the answer almost always comes from the bottom of your heart. I actually want to do this, is said with intent while paralyzed by the obstructing wall of reality. In my case, I worried about wanting to become a hero, but I'm a black sorcerer. I'm not strong. I don't have any great aptitudes. No one wants me in their party. No one wants to watch me, and I'm sure that no matter how hard I tried, I wouldn't become popular. The wall was huge, but my answer was already there in the beginning. I want to become, so the only thing left was to choose. Do I challenge it, or do I give up? Looking back on it later, I think it's unlikely that the time spent agonizing over it was meaningful. If anything, the most important treasures are the words I received from someone during the time I was struggling, or something that I accidentally found that cheered me up. In that sense, it may not be a complete waste of time, but I can't say it's worth it to agonize over what to choose, alone. It's hard to say. If you're going to worry, worry after you have made a decision. If you choose to challenge it, worry about how to succeed. If you choose to give up, worry about what to do next. It's much more constructive to think like that. Define clearly what it is you truly want to do. What I want to do. Nicola's gaze fell to look at her hands. She stared fixedly at her palms. If you choose to enter the tournament with an altered avatar, I'll arrange things so that you can use the beginner's dungeons avatar generation machines. It's not like you can just waltz into an adventurer catering shop and say I want to make my avatar look like a monster. Rumors will spread in an instant, which is the opposite of hiding your identity. Wait, now that I think about it, Phoenix said something about creating a monster-looking avatar for himself. I wonder if he actually did. Well, not like there's any rush. And he probably knows some tight-lipped businessman. I'm not even sure if he was serious about it in the first place. Okay, thanks. She raised her head and the expression she has on her face already looks more lively than the one she had when she first arrived here. I love my current party. There are things I don't agree with, but I don't hate my brother. But even so, I can't give up the hero I yearned to be since long ago, and that's why my choice is to find a way for both to coexist. Foo-foo, the fact that you're not hesitant is splendid. Thank you, Miller. I'll persuade my brother and enter the tournament. If I disguise myself as a monster, I suppose I can't enter together with Lim. Huh? More precisely, even Lord Lemigaton can't go with you if you plan to reveal your identity in the case that you're well received. If people found out that Lord Lemigaton personally knows a hero, it would draw too much attention. I know that. It's not that I plan to use Lim or anything, it's just that other people don't know where Lim went, right? I thought that maybe appearing out of nowhere with a mysterious monster in a tag tournament would improve the public opinion of him. Besides, the fewer people who know about this plan, the better. Absolutely absurd. You just want to fight alongside Lim. I certainly understand the desire, but I will not allow it. Didn't you fight alongside him in the 10th Stratum battle? I'm one of the big four. Well, I'm his friend, I think. No means no. Are you saying that as Carmilla? or as Miller, both. Doesn't Lem get the final say in this? HMPH. They both turn to look straight at me. Well, I am interested in it. The tag tournament, a new stage for adventurers and monsters alike. Getting excited for the tournament itself doesn't run counter to the current mission. Besides, I would be glad to either fight a strong monster as an adventurer or a strong adventurer as the chief of staff. I was planning on going as a spectator, but if I went as a participant, I'd be able to gather much more information. Also, I've been looking for an opportunity to see the results of my training with Furcus. Sure, sounds good. I'll have to consult with Her Highness first, though. Really? Thank you, Lem. I'm so happy. She stood up and shook my hand with both of hers. Her smile, like that of a blooming flower, seemed appropriate for her age. Does Lem prefer minors with huge breasts? I felt the room become as cold as ice. I know it was just a hallucination, but I swear it felt like it did. No, hold on. I'm sure it'd be fun to go out with you as the Demon King Castle duo, but you're busy, right? Also, she's used up all of her paid vacations to come here. I hate working at the shallow strata. Miller motioned to sadly wipe her eyes. Crocodile tears. Do you prefer aggressive mature women, Lem? Nicola being Nicola. Her smile changed slightly. It was the kind where the A's aren't smiling along. I think it's about time you went back, huh? Everyone must be worried about you. Yeah. You're right. We could always continue this conversation another time. I wonder how it will continue. I'm scared. Let me walk you to your inn. Oh, I'm fine. I'm a hero after all. This is nothing to do with jobs. I can't send a girl out alone in the middle of the night. I see. I understand. Sure. Well, I'm in your care, said Nicola while looking down and muttering. Her ears were turning red. Lem treats everyone like that. On the day we first met, he walked me home as well. I see. I'm curious. Good. Allow me to regale you while we walk, about the tale of when our love first began. You two aren't going out, right? I think that's the wrong expression to use. Don't sweat the small stuff. I think that's a pretty important detail. Like huge. Oh? Important to who? To everyone present here. Really? Lem. The truth is I'm not good with the dark. Saying that, Nicola moved closer to my side. While you're walking me home, do you mind if I walk close to you? Didn't she say that she'd be fine on her own earlier? Well, as long as it's this distance, sure. Lem, I couldn't help but feel ever so lonely with you not around. It's alright if I stick to you like I always do, right? Saying that, Miller wraps herself around my arm. Whammy Miller. Isn't that too close? This sort of distance is the norm when you know each other as Lem and I do. Yuck. Despite looking frustrated, Nicola doesn't cling to my other arm in opposition. What exactly is the right move in this type of situation? I have no clue. Just like how I have a teacher for black magic and a teacher for the sword, I'm gonna need a teacher for personal relationships. I've never really been able to find people who like me, so I don't know how to interact with them. I don't have enough experience. While thinking that, the three of us walk out into town. As we approach Nicola's inn, Nico, just as I thought. I wondered if he would be running around town looking for his little sister today as well. Here comes Philip rushing over to us. Brother, where the hell were you? I've been looking everywhere for you. Philip approaches us. Now that I look at him, his hair is longer than his avatar version. I'm sorry for making you worry. I just needed some time to think a little. Another man? What's with you? You want a boyfriend that badly? Look, if you really want to, I'll help you hide it from the public. So stop meeting in random places without telling me. Who is this guy anyway and this female vampire? Oh, my darling and I were just out on a lovely moonlit stroll when we found her crying on the street. So we called out to her. We couldn't just leave her be, so we stayed with her until she calmed down, and then we walked her to her inn. Isn't that right, darling? Miller suddenly activates her previously seen lover mode. Even in situations like this, she's amazing. However, is that so? 1,000 pardons for all the trouble my dear little sister may have caused, he said, smiling while approaching. Is that what you thought I'd say? He extends a hand towards me. I knew it was coming, but it was fast. As expected, the hero, a black sorcerer, is no match for his speed. In addition to predicting the attack, I cast speed down on him at the very last moment, and thanks to focus training, I barely made it. I was able to catch his outstretched hand. Getting used to focus swift strikes coupled with the fact that Philip wasn't actually aiming to attack me, but rather just grab me by the collar, made it possible for me to somehow succeed in catching his hand. What the? He had a surprised look on his face. I let go of his hand, smiling. Brother, honestly, I'm shocked. Contrary to what people think, you've always been an excellent black sorcerer, haven't you, Selim? I expected as much. He may not be a normal family man who cares for his sister, but he is certainly concerned about her. There was no way that he would not investigate the mysterious man who had been with his sister. For example, a pedestrian will just pass me by without recognizing me. No problems. You can't remember someone you can't recognize. But in his case, even if he didn't recognize me at the time, he recognized me later. He probably wanted to know and investigate the man who was with his sister. If that was the case, he would have noticed the uncomfortable feeling caused by confusion. My confusion spell obstructs people's ability to recognize me, which then creates an uncomfortable feeling. If something in the future causes one to try to recall me, they will arrive at a memory of a man whose features they can't remember, and they will realize that this was caused by magic. However, no ordinary black sorcerer can do this, so it is very difficult to predict who did it. Philip was probably not aware of this either. Since he thought it had something to do with recognition influencing magic, it was only natural that he would try to magic resist it the next time he saw his sister with that man. Hey there. From the next moment that he noticed Nicola, he knew that I was Lim. But it wasn't because he resisted my magic. Are you going to display your amazing black magic today? There's no need for that. That's right. I didn't cast magic. What? I was going to call it today, but I guess that's the way it goes. I gently pat Nicola on the back. She nodded. Be our brother. In a minute. I have a question for Selim. Last time and this time, just what are you doing with demi-humans? Could it be that you're earning extra cash by revealing adventurer information to them? Technically, he isn't wrong. I am getting paid a salary and I am showing them methods to repel adventurers using my own analysis. There's no way I could tell him that I'm actually the Demon King Castle's chief of staff, so I just stand there, smiling wryly. Actually no, I don't care. What I really want to ask is, what do you want with my sister? How do you know each other? Certainly, my sister has a ridiculous fascination with you. Could it be that you plan on using that to leech off us like the parasite that you are? If so, then give it up. I will never allow the luster of the Silver Prince to be sullied by your black magic. He remolded his sister and himself from an unpopular party to a party that grew rapidly and has broken the top 100 in the rankings in a matter of 2 years. In contrast to that, I appear to be incompetent. My abilities were recently recognized by my former party members, but to the world at large, I am the parasitic black mage who leeched off Phoenix. Anyone would feel uneasy and uncomfortable if someone like that approached your little sister, which explains his rudeness. In the past, I would have been depressed by such comments, but recently, negative comments don't hurt as much as they used to. I wonder if it's because I've found a place and allies that approve of me. Phil. He didn't flinch one bit at his sister's aggravated shout. To my side, Miller mutters, I'll kill him. Under her breath, to which I calmed her down. And another thing. First, you clung to your best friend, now you cling to women. No matter what is said, you always sit there, silently, and someone defends you. This has nothing to do with the existence of your ability, Selim. Your very existence is a shackle on the party. Do you know how many people said unfavorable things about Phoenix every time he defended you? It was the truth. Phoenix knows about my power, but the world at large only knows that Phoenix and I are best friends. A hero who defends his incompetent best friend. Of course, there are many fans who find that admirable of him. In everyday life, not abandoning your friend could be seen as a virtuous act, But this is business. Voices that criticized him for giving limited slots to an unpopular and useless friend grew more and more. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let my sister publicly announce that she's a fan of yours. I don't know what kind of use you see in my sister, but I'm putting a stop to it all. As an older brother and as a party member, he will chase away any and all worms who might approach his sister. His way of speaking is crude, but I don't think his opinions are wrong. Are you sure you don't want to listen to what your sister wanted to say? I want you to swear that you will never come close to my sister from now on. I think that will be rather difficult. What? I knew it. You are planning to use her. Philip, shut up, Nico. I will not allow this pest to infest us just as our luck is finally turning. Listen, Nico. Open your eyes, Nicola. I don't care what part of this man has charmed you, but as an adventurer, he is defective. How do black sorcerers gain popularity? They can't. It's impossible. Despite climbing to the 4th rank, there is almost no one who loves him. How many people in the world do you think praises him as you do? Huh? 10? 8? If that's the case, he is worthless as merchandise. His words are very severe, but I don't think they come from pure hatred. It seems to come from an obsession over the commercial value of everything. I'm entering the tag tournament with them, said Nicola, forcing Philip to pay attention to her. But it only had an effect for a moment, as he then turned his attention back to me. Huh? What are you, you bastard? So that's it. You're just a piece of shit that wants to use my sister to gather attention for yourself. You're despicable, abandoned by your best friend. So now you're clinging to your fans, huh? Couldn't make it again on your own, huh? Is that hero you dream of becoming some kind of parasitic life form or something? There's a difference between those who strive for the top together and the incompetent who cling to the strong. He appears to think I'm the latter. I'm not even trying to be a part of Nicola's party in the first place, but I'm not sure if I can convince him of that. You're wrong. I'm the one who asked him. Enough. Just stop. You're being tricked. If only you'd realize that. Well, I suppose with the information that Philip can get on his side, it wouldn't be strange to think that. I think there's a misunderstanding here. I try saying, as if, geez, Sir Phoenix was hopeless too. If he wanted to get rid of the trash, I wish he did it when he was still a kid. Some of us can handle it depending on how you do it, and some of us can't. No, wait. Even the whole best friend angle is suspicious. Hey Serlem, do you have some kinda dirt on him, like his weakness? It makes more sense to me that that's how you got him to accept you into the party. No matter what weakness I might have had over him, he wouldn't allow someone who couldn't win into the party. He's a hero that always wins, after all things considered. He lost at the Demon King Castle, though. If so, then he'll win the next time. No one said that you could only challenge something once. HMPH. So? Is your next challenge to leech off my sister? I wish Sir Phoenix at least broke that foolish ambition of yours when he kicked you out of the party. But I guess that's impossible. He may have been fortunate enough to be chosen by the spirit, but as a professional, he's second-rate. Excuse me? Oh, this is the first time I've seen you angry. Who wouldn't be? But it's true, isn't it? I can understand why he's popular, but he's not much of a leader. Including you in the party was a mistake, needless to say, but he also lacks initiative. His allies are merely following him, he isn't leading them. He should assemble allies that can serve to make him stand out more. Instead, he got a gloomy paladin, a boisterous warrior, and an elf. Despite how closely she resembles a normal person, she's still an elf. It's a wonder that a party like that dashed up the ranks to the 4th rank. Maybe Phoenix was just lucky to get the fire spirit. Hey, I let a laugh slip, unconsciously. He has some good points. Phoenix never wanted to become an adventurer in the first place. He's a kid that I made a promise with to become the #1 together one day. That's why he doesn't possess any knowledge or even consideration of leadership or ways to become popular. By nature, he was just a kind child who's bad at dealing with people. His defeating floor bosses in one hit was a plan created by his allies, and the line he always says about never losing is a way of him expressing his belief that a hero always wins. Certainly, They would have been more popular if he had gathered allies such as a wind wizard to make his flames bigger, or a second-in-command type member to match his honest image. It probably would have been difficult to rise up to the 4th rank as fast as we did if he wasn't chosen by the fire spirit. Man, he really does have good points. But so what? There's no way I can stay silent after he called my best friend second-rate. It doesn't matter if you're a man or woman, young or old, if you can't get mad at someone who is making fun of your friend, then you don't deserve to be called a friend. But, I didn't swing my clenched fist. I remembered that, only a few moments ago, I held back Miller, who got angry for my sake. I can't forgive what he said, but Philip didn't resort to violence either. Whoa, hey, please don't mind me, Serlem. We're adventurers, we don't make a fuss over small jokes like that, said Philip, noticing my clenched fist. The one who replied next was Miller. Oh my, you don't realize how narrowly you escaped death. I suppose it is to be expected from a 99th ranked party. What a charming lady. Hey, watch it. Nicola threw a punch at him but he barely caught it before it hit him. You are the worst. It was all for you, Nico. You're lying, aren't you? Got something to say, Serlem? Having calmed down, I put on my usual smile. You're not doing anything for Nicola's sake. Everything you've thought about has been for the success of the party and raising the popularity of the Silver Prince. And I'm saying that all of that is for my little sister. I couldn't get any proof before I talked with you directly. But now I understand. Huh? Proof of what? Phoenix isn't good at ordering people around. But he never pretended otherwise. Thus he can continue being an adventurer. Forcing oneself will gnaw at one's own heart. Adventurers are people too. A wounded heart will have effects on the body, which results in suboptimal performances. Raising someone's commercial value while damaging their heart only serves to shorten their career as an adventurer. The fact that he isn't denying it means that he knows that too. Also, about what you said about the other party members. In my party, we all shared the same desire. To get to the top with Phoenix was the same as making Phoenix the #1 ranked. That's why we were able to cooperate. We didn't look for allies to supplement the hero. Bella was added to gain popularity through that was probably Alba's recommendation, but after seeing her fight in the Demon King Castle, I knew she was remarkable in that time in the 10th stratum. She aimed to seize victory with all her might. I may not be able to tell what she's thinking, but she's already a splendid hero. Lastly, I laughed at that part about the spirit because I thought it was utterly ridiculous. He was lucky he got picked. What, do you think you draw a lottery when you visit the shrine or something? Spirits have a mind of their own. They watch us and choose who to bestow their divine blessing upon. The fire spirit chose him because he is who he is. Good or bad luck? You're missing the point. Personality isn't decided by luck. It's clear how much you love the hero that threw you away. So, what is it that you finally understood? It is true that an adventurer is an occupation that relies on popularity. It's an occupation that is more about how to use your strength and magical prowess attractively, rather than how strong they are. Which is why I don't think that your methods for chasing popularity are wrong. I don't need you to tell me that. I learned from failure. An adventurer who isn't seen or wanted by the world is trash. I will not let my sister and I become trash. No matter what it takes, I'll show the world our brilliant shine and success. That's why I don't want a has-been like you getting in our way. Has-been? Huh? Hey, I guess so. A black sorcerer who was kicked out of his party and there was no news of his re-employment. It's only natural that he wouldn't want to get involved with, much less get near, someone like me. Is your sister shining brilliantly? Huh? What are you? You polished and held it up to the light. You have succeeded in producing a beautiful exterior. I don't deny that. However, I mentioned earlier that adventurers are people too. How about what's inside her heart? Is it trivial? So long as she has her commercial value, you don't care if her heart began to crack? Viewers want adventurers to set their hearts ablaze. It's an occupation that inspires emotions. Sometimes you have to cold-heartedly devote yourself to it. But that doesn't mean that you should neglect the hearts of those that fight alongside you. I can imagine what my sister has told you. but I don't plan on letting her have her way. People have things that suit them. My sister's appearance, voice, magic, and refined fighting style, and the like all didn't suit her. Our past is proof of that. If she had a wounded heart, it was at that period of time. What does someone like you know about us? You, a successful person who was with a chosen hero since the start and climbed the ranks without ever experiencing setbacks. No, wait. How could you not know? You're someone who's been knocked down into the very depths of despair. You probably want to get out from there as soon as possible. We will never go back to where you stand now. So that is the basis of his desires. Siblings who mutually once felt what it was like to be at rock bottom. Both of them once had their own separate party, and they were their leaders, individually. But they both weren't able to become popular alongside their allies. He believes that he is responsible for that he is the leader, so it falls to him to ensure that his allies are popular and the party can become popular. I wonder if he hates Phoenix because he became a star without doing any of the aforementioned things solely because of his charisma and absolute power. I don't know. But still, I'll prove it to you. You'll what? Nicola and I are entering the tag tournament together. Not happening. The defective black sorcerer and Nicola's chosen hero form that you judged as trash in the past. Together, we will excite the crowd more than anyone there and win. This isn't like me, or rather, this isn't like them. However, if I let this chance slip by, we won't get another chance to have a discussion. So it's fine if I'm a little arrogant. Anyway, I'll let him hear the discussion and then make him decide. Out of the question, Serlem. If we lose, I swear to never approach your sister again. As well as, what would you like? Please let me know if there's anything I could do for you, like money or otherwise. I'm gonna win anyway. Possibly noticing my intentions, he shrugged. My, you're quite the instigator. Your black magic is good and you're skilled at things unsuited for adventurers. Have you thought about finding a job that makes use of those? That's not a bad idea. I'll think about that if I lose. Philip blatantly displays his disdain. If I lose, I promise I'll never talk back to you ever again. I'll do everything properly and won't just walk out on my own. If there are instructions, I'll follow them to the letter. I know that you did a lot of things for the sake of popularity, but I just can't give it up. So please, let me take the challenge. I'm sure he senses that his sister's enthusiasm doesn't come from a mere suggestion or escapism. The unmoving, purposefully ignoring attitude he had from the start till now was fading. Nico. I know, but if you're worried, how about if we altered the appearance of Nicola's avatar? If you don't know a tight-lipped dealer, I can introduce you to a dungeon I know. We can secretly borrow their creation machine. If possible, maybe make it look like a monster? She definitely won't be found out that way, because even her fighting style will be different, right? Said Miller, who was unusually happy as I was about to object. Philip had a worried look on his face at that comment. If you take the challenge and lose, you'll do everything I say properly? He's on board. We managed to change his mindset from absolutely impossible to considering it. Why yeah. If I find out that it's impossible for me, then I think I can give it up. I see. But, I'll win. For a moment, the siblings gazed at each other. How about you, Serlem? Are you okay appearing in the tournament alongside a monster? You're planning on going out as the Black Sorcerer, right? You're able to freely pair up with anyone in the first place, right? Besides, I like the tournament's way of thinking. Adventurers and monsters aren't good or evil. They are treated equally and either one can win. With the exception of his desire to destroy the dungeon industry, I approve of Fellow's ideas. I believe Her Highness feels the same way. If I told you to quit being an adventurer if you lose, will you still do it? Absolutely. Because we'll win. He glared at me. He doesn't really mean anything he just said. I know that much. He is asking me if I have that much confidence and if I am ready. My expression didn't change. It's not like I'm cooperating out of the goodness of my heart. I'm not entering the contest with a light heart. Go ahead and lay down your terms if you two win. If we're making a wager, it's not fair if the other side doesn't state their terms. His anger over his sister's case caused a nasty outburst, but I suppose he isn't fundamentally a bad person. I don't really want anything from you except for one thing. What? I want you to take back what you said about Phoenix being second-rate. He was shocked and stared in wonder. Soon after, he laughed. HMPH, understood. When the time comes, I will take back what I said and apologize in front of you. But this is still uneven. There must be something else you'd want, perhaps money. I know. The tournament will be aired on TV at a later date, and on the show, they will seek a comment or two from those that lost, and so it goes. If you two become the champions, you would have definitely fought me at some point, right? If I lose, I will praise you and the mysterious monster you were with on TV. Once again, he assumes that he is going to win. That's good. If he loses to the two people he dubbed defective and trash, he'll put in a good word about us on TV for all the world to see. As the brother of the Silver Prince, he placed a bet on the other side of the scale to balance it out. He considers this as something serious. So how about you, Nico? I can go? I was racking my brain about it. If this can get your thoughts in order without too much of a loss, then I think it'd be better to let you do it. It's a shame that we can't enter together, but I'm sure we'll get another chance. However, I'm entering too. Don't think for a second that I'm gonna give you an easy win. Ayum, what should is it alright for me to meet them in the future? Huh? We became friends. I promised little Cashew that I'd have a meal with her. Also, well, there are a lot of things I want to talk with him about. Fear not, oh she of silver hair. During those times, I will be sitting with you. Nothing indecent will happen on my watch. Miller smiled sweetly. Fine. Serlem seems to have magic that affects people's recognition of him after all. Later you should apologize for all the reckless remarks you made about them, Mr. Silverhair. That's right. Then, if I win, maybe I'll hit you for every bad word you said about them. Also, things that you discuss with me should always be discussed with everyone in the party, whether it be making an appointment with a dungeon or some other job. And then, I'll hear you out later. Feel free to pile on as many demands as you like. I'll have to follow them as an adventurer, in order to keep the scales balanced. And so, my lady, he looked at Miller. If these two become champions, then it can be said that he isn't incompetent in the slightest. I don't believe I am wrong about his marketability, but I will recognize his abilities and apologize for my impoliteness. That goes without saying. Which is why even Serlem didn't bother adding it to the list of conditions. Is that so? If that's the case, then I shall silently look forward to your apology. I see that you have faith in Serlem. While I can't say I understand well, I suppose he did say he will prove it to me. So I, too, shall look forward to it. And with that, this unexpected discussion was at an end. Her avatar will be readied on my end. I will allow the two of you to meet because you will need to work together, but you must do it at the time that I specify in the underground training area of the Adventurer Union in this town. I want the two of you to enter the facility separately, 30 minutes apart. I would also like Serlem to employ the practical magic he's so good at using. Looks like he doesn't want to take any chances with people finding out about us. I nod. I'll do my best. My brother was a real jerk this time, so let's beat him to a pulp. It seems she got as mad as Miller did about the bad things said about me. Maybe it hit extra hard because she's one of my followers. Let's win as the form of the hero you desire! Why yeah. And that is how it was decided that we would enter the tournament. Oh, how very interesting. Indeed. In the reception room of the rental office rented for use during our time working in this town, just opposite the table that is sandwiched between two sofas sits Sir Philip. I listened to the details of his discussion with great intent, happily rubbing my chin. So, could you do me this favor? Yes, of course. It was said that you two siblings would participate together, but I am grateful for this outcome as well. It is unfortunate that she cannot appear as the Silver Prince, but to partner with the Black Sorcerer is absolutely splendid. The reason for his visit today was to report to me that his sister was to enter the tournament with a monster avatar and to ask for my cooperation to hide her true identity and not let the information leak. the audience won't necessarily know the true forms of the monsters, but that's not the case for the organizers. They will naturally confirm a person's identity. Meticulous attention will be paid to the handling of such information, but something like a hero pretending to be monster will probably slip out from a careless handler. He has come to ask me to take special consideration that situation does not happen. I suppose him appearing after he disappeared without a trace after his withdrawal from the party would attract attention. That, too, yes. But I'm looking forward to seeing him in action because he isn't as incompetent as people say he is. Phoenix isn't the kind of man who would let a weak person into his party out of friendship in the first place. There aren't many people these days who yearns for the number one rank as he does. It's not the same as when one is a child. Children who yearn to be adventurers have all once daydreamed about being number one. But after identifying one's job, going through the training institution's curriculum, and facing the reality of making your debut, it becomes impossible to utter such dreams. It's too far. It's absurd to make that the objective. Choose a way of life that fits one's stature. At least I'll be ranked higher in that than others, or so one thinks, as circumstances make them look at a more reasonably achievable dream. This is adapting, not corrupting one's dream. There are people like Sir Philip who confronted his party's marketability and succeeded. Do you know Sir Phoenix personally? Yes, we've met. This is exactly what makes the Phoenix party so valuable. They tore a hole into the fixed top 10 parties and secured a spot among them as 4th rank in merely 6 years. They have been stagnant for a year, however, but that is due to the thick wall surrounding the top 3. It is true that Serlem was able to make use of some pretty unusual magic. Oh, do tell. Upon inquiry, what I heard was the use of confusion. Confusion makes it difficult to grasp one's situation, but Serlem's use of it was masterful. It's not quite the level of black sorcery, but it is definitely on the furthest reaches of black magic. There are no shortcuts to get this strong. It can only be achieved by training one's magic for a long period of time. He is only 20 years old, so normally it shouldn't be enough time for him. I see. So my father gave him the same training. I don't know how a child could have endured such training. That alone deserves praise. The sad part is, due to there not being that many people who train their black magic to that level in this day and age, it is hard to convey to adventurers just how amazing they are. As it stands, calling it use of pretty unusual magic is a woefully unfortunate perception. However, young Lim was most likely careful to not let his relationship with my father be discovered, so it is probably safer for it to be a misunderstanding. Is it a strong spell, sir? If you see a black sorcerer in a dungeon, you can counter them by covering yourself with magical energy, so even if it was a small army, you would have to be taken by surprise in order to get affected. So that's how he sees it. He does not know about Serlem's true abilities, so he is naturally speaking using an adventurer's common sense. I smile vaguely. I won't point out the things that he didn't say. In consideration of the young man who chose to protect my father's retirement life rather than display his true strength, is it because he is a kind young man, or because my father was a lovable mentor? No. The former. It is most definitely the former. All magic can fluctuate its potency depending on the conditions. Say you want to cause an explosion using the same amount of magical energy. If you prioritize the area of effect, its power will be weaker. If you prioritize its power, its area of effect will be narrower. Yes. The basics of black magic is deciding whether to prioritize affecting an individual target or affecting the entire enemy team. In the Phoenix party, he focused on the latter. All the monsters always seem to be finished off within the range of Serlem's area of effect. His shoulders jolted. The videos don't focus on it, and it isn't easy to understand the usefulness of black magic in a video. He nodded, though few people would be immediately convinced by that. If that's the case, then his mental strength, magical energy, and magical energy management is nothing short of amazing, right? He is a black sorcerer, so it's only natural that he has talent with black magic. Which reminds me, he said he was going to win and that he was confident in his efforts. Do you think that he might not be your average black sorcerer? His motive most likely isn't to raise Serlem's evaluation. What should I say? Yes, certainly not average. I wonder what would happen if a black sorcerer like that enters the tag tournament. Don't you find it interesting? There will be only 2 targets within his area of effect. I see. He can effectively concentrate the magical energy he normally applies on a large number of people. If he were to shave off the activation time and cast it instantaneously, even a hero would waver for a moment. I believe a big reason he is so honest is that he is in front of me, his business partner. As for me, I'd rather finish the discussion quickly than continue with someone who is bound by common sense and can't think flexibly. In battle, a moment is quite long enough to be the difference between victory and defeat. Well, I guess you don't need me to tell you that. Not at all. I shall take your advice to heart. I must be cautious of my enemy, my opponent. My sister's desired fighting style is very aggressive. She favors big attacks which leave her wide open, but if Serlem covers up those openings with proper timing, they'll become quite a threat. This is a good opportunity to see Serlem fight. I want to see him fight a vigilant opponent, not an unwary one. I'm looking forward to it, Sir Philip. Thank you. And then he left. All things considered, he is a fascinating young man. Regarding Serlem, thanks to Sir Philip's information, I can surmise that Lemmigerton is in the beginner's dungeon. I also know about the elementary level beginner's dungeon's recent comeback. I dare say they will make the repayment date. However, it seems that my daughter isn't settling this by lending them money, so a problem still remains. Can they continue to draw in people? I don't think that can be solved by being an all-level dungeon. Although Serlem is still there, it would be enough to make a name for yourself as a dungeon that annihilated the 99th ranked party. Earning money from the intermediate level parties lured by the clear prize at the present until you can reimburse the loan. Then after reimbursing the loan, allude to the fact that the dungeon is an all-level dungeon in order to attract more customers. To that end, they work on coaching the staff and securing the required personnel. He adapted to being a monster quickly. No, I believe he has always seen it from both sides. As an adventurer, how should I clear this dungeon? As a monster, how should I defend it? Should I assume that he cleared dungeons while thinking from both viewpoints? If he is appearing as Lem, then he cannot use my father's power. It is true that black magic is rather plain. Just being an exceptional black sorcerer doesn't have much of an impact. But I'm sure you have already taken that into consideration, Serlem. I eagerly await what sort of surprise you have in store. What? You're entering the tournament, Lem? We're in Thor's room, with the door still broken from Xkick. I'm sorry for telling you after the fact. Also, I shall require a leave of absence on that day. It looks like we can make the repayment date before that day, so it shouldn't be a problem. The prize money for the newbie adventurers is paid out of my pocket, but when they repair their damaged avatars here, they end up giving back some of that cash prize. In addition, the avatars of the intermediate level challengers are completely destroyed, so they have to regenerate their avatars rather than repair them, which results in them paying the dungeon a larger sum of money. The tag tournament is also attracting a lot of attention, as a deluge of interested participants come pouring in. Under these circumstances, it seems that the preliminaries are starting soon. The parties that came for the tournament would kill time until it starts by challenging the dungeon, which helped us out a lot. The monsters, who were instructed by the Demon King Castle staff, were able to repel the challengers who thought they were lucky enough to be able to recover their lodging expenses by simply going through an elementary level dungeon. It appears that K is entering as well. Oh, is that so? With you? That's well, you see. She's going with me. Furcus appeared. She was eating a round-shaped bun with dried fruits baked into it. With Furcus, I won't lose. With those few words, I was elated. Mutually, we have our reasons to participate. As to the weight of those reasons, it doesn't matter. It's a serious fight, so I can't hold back. The last one standing wins, that's all. She might be the most troublesome opponent in the tournament because she knows my moves. I will win. Master Focus. My mentor in magic is the Demon King. My mentor in the blade is one of the big four. I am truly blessed. That's the spirit. But I will be the winner. My pupil. Extremely fluffy dough. Round in shape, with a thickness to it. Its color in the center was a deep brown while its borders were slightly whitish. There were 5 of them piled up, almost like a tower. On the very top of this tower sat ice cream, slowly melting from the heat rising from the dough below. The dough itself was covered with a rich, concentrated amber sap in a beautiful pattern. It's so soft. Cashews sparkled like stars, knife and fork at the ready. Her little ears were fluttering. Cashew then looks at me and then Nicola. Can I really eat this? We nodded at the same time. Of course. I brought you to this place because I wanted you to try it, so please, enjoy. Nicola sounds somewhat princely whenever she talks to Cashew. Oh okay, then. Cutting the pancake into bite-sized pieces, she takes a piece and brings it to her little mouth. Eat, chew, chew, swallow. She puts it in her mouth, chews, and smiles. Everything she's doing is adorable. Perhaps thinking the same thing, Nicola watched with a relaxed expression on her face. Foo-foo, you look so happy eating that. Watching you brings me joy as well. Yesh, it's so tasty. Now then, we are here at the cafe of Nicola's recommendation, enjoying sweets while basking in the sun on an outdoor table. Nicola is having a parfait. I'm having a slice of cheesecake. For quite a while now, passers-by have been stopping in their tracks, captivated by Nicola's beauty, and some of them even end up entering the cafe. I guess seeing someone as beautiful as her enjoying her meal in such a place piqued their interest. I guess a beautiful person can attract customers, huh? Amazing. So, Nicola. Why yes. Having just taken a spoonful of her ice cream, she used her finger to wipe her lips. Why you can keep eating. So please listen. Please continue. Since we'll be forming a duo together, there are a few things I need to confirm first. They're going to tinker with it themselves, but exactly what do they have in mind about turning Nicola's avatar into a monster? The rest is what Nicola and I can do, what we want to do, and how we can draw the attention of the audience. You made a contract with a lesser spirit of Earth, right Nicola? Am I right to assume that the spirit magic allows you to manipulate silver? Yeah. It's a fraction of Earth control, limited to that silver thing. I can create it, change its shape, and move it freely. Having been shown an old video, you could say that the Nicola of now is more of the middle guard, whereas the Nicola of the past was a vanguard. She also favored in-your-face fisticuffs, covering her body with silver. She can concentrate the silver into one arm to create a giant fist or create a large shield from the ground to block an enemy's attack. It was an exciting way of using it that I could not have imagined. I don't wish to discriminate, but basically, today's viewers don't like seeing women get hurt. It's fine if they are defeated in a single blow, but your original combat style usually ends up in fistfights, right? There are people who don't want to see anyone get hurt, regardless of gender, but there are also people who get excited watching men have fistfights, but the number of people who specifically don't want to see women get hurt is surprisingly high. Why yeah. Nicola dropped her shoulders. However, there are examples like Herva as well. 1. TL note: Herva is the name of a badass female Viking in the Herva saga who wielded the cursed sword Tifling. Nicola's face lit up instantly. Exactly. Do you like Herva too, Lim? I decided to become a hero after seeing her. When I was little, people would say all kinds of things about me because I was a girl, but when I saw her fight, was like things like gender are trivial matters. Herva, known as the hero of the cursed sword, she's a brave woman who leads the world's third-ranked party, a descendant of a hero who killed a demon king long ago, wielding the cursed blade Tifling, passed down through the generations, that is said to bring misfortune to its wielder. Well, she rarely wields it. She basically fights bare-handed, and because of that, you see her rip and tear the heads off of orcs and werewolves, which is probably why she's called a mighty warrior or the insanely strong, mad warrior. She's a very beautiful woman, but not the kind of beauty like Nicola's that has people cheering for her in a shrill voice. rather the kind of beauty that makes you want to shout, "I'll follow you for the rest of my life." I enjoyed watching her clears too. They were exciting to watch. The kind of excitement that gets the blood pumping. In the past, when me and Herva greeted each other, she stared intently at my body from head to toe for some reason. Then she said meaningfully, "I wondered what that was about." When I asked, she just said, "Oh, it's nothing," so it remains a mystery. "By the way," she said to Phoenix, "how about putting that sword away and punching with a flaming fist sometimes, eh? As advice." "Is it advice?" "I think it's just her personal preference." Yeah, just like that. I wanted to be just like that." Nicola looks depressed. "I certainly understand why Philip had to change course. Nicola is a lovely woman. It's possible to tweak your avatar to look more gallant, but it's difficult to make it look gruffer. You're not allowed to make changes that make you indistinguishable from your real body, so you can't change the image that your face and body give off. But admiration isn't limited to things close to you. You can be drawn to something contradictory, even seen from afar. It makes you want to go closer to it. If you can't throw it away, what should you do with those feelings?" "I've read the rules of the tournament." "Huh? Oh, you're a serious person, aren't you, Lem?" "I think that's wonderful." "Have you read it, Nicola? There's like a lot of words all tightly packed together. I only have a rough idea." "No, that's fine. I get it. There are probably a lot of people who didn't read the whole thing. I can understand why it would be depressing to look at something like that." "There was something on there about avatars that's interesting." "Interesting?" "It's quite something. I wonder how they got permission for it." "You know how you aren't allowed to alter your avatar to a point where you are indistinguishable from your real body, right? The use of one's avatar isn't limited to dungeon clearing. It can be used when operating in dangerous places as well. In fact, the connection time is fixed, so if used for a long time this could work. Anyway, modification is allowed only to the extent that you can still identify the real person. But this time, it is allowed, albeit on a limited basis. In other words, limited only to tournament participants. The clause on modifying avatars are allowed. In other words, a thin person can become a muscular one. A normal can be changed into a completely different looking monster. An avatar can only be operated in a space full of magical energy. In other words, it's basically the inside of the dungeon. When using an avatar for working in a dangerous area, a method of scattering a large amount of magical energy in the space beforehand is adopted. If the magical energy is left just like that, it will automatically diffuse. So with this method you must always scatter the magical energy. If you don't do these methods, for example, when walking inside the town using an avatar, it will break down in about 30 minutes. That's amazing. Nicola stopped moving her spoon and said that we're talking about the matter of increasing the number of avatar modification items. Even though it is said that it's difficult to misuse an avatar, it's still a technology that allows you to become a different person if you want to. These organizers aren't ordinary. Even if it's limited, they still manage to ease the restrictions. The hero show should have been organized for about 20 minutes with that in mind. If they want to hold it longer than that, they have to either distribute more magical energy onto the stage or hold it inside a magical energy space in the first place. The generator is only deployed in institutions that have passed a strict inspection, but if it gets misused, even if it's for only about 30 minutes, criminals who, if he gets killed, he disappears, if he gets arrested, he disappears, whose identity cannot be identified, would be created. The reason why no major modification in appearance is allowed during the avatar creation stage is to prevent people from becoming a different person. But this time, modifications were allowed on the condition that the avatar and the registration card would be recorded by the tournament management. In order to associate the specially made avatar with the person using it. Fellow is an amazing person. Huh? I thought he looked strong. Is that so? Yeah, he's a mage, but he probably has accumulated a lot of magical energy in his horns. His magical energy signature was just like an ordinary person, but it was too natural. That's the part that made it very unnatural. So you think that he was suppressing his magical energy? It's just my intuition though. You're probably right on the mark. He is supposed to be a demon king, so he should have the ability to generate enormous amounts of magical energy. Those who can do this probably would not waste their precious magical energy. Since he looked like an ordinary person, he was skillfully concealing it. He is a bit similar to Lem. Lemmigetons and Lem's pressure of magical energy are completely different. A person that knows Lem probably can't even believe that they're actually the same person. That just means that you usually hide it that well, right? Ahaha. Concealing magical energy is similar to closing a water tap. It's like, there's a lot coming out, but then it's forcefully restrained so that only a little bit would come out and maintained at that level. There's something like a sign? That's not right. How should I describe it? It's like I get a similar feeling from fellow Indlem. I'm surprised. That's probably because both of us have horns, so we belong to the same family of horns. I didn't verbalize this to her, but Nicola perceived it. With the exception of Phoenix, who I've been with since I was little, she's the second person to suspect this, following the first person, Ariel. Although, it's rare for a human to be able to meet both the Demon King's bloodline and me. But, even if she's a hero, she shouldn't have been able to notice it that easily. Technically, it should have been something that Ariel and Nicola don't even know. This is why I have no choice but to think of this as something like a sixth sense that goes beyond common sense. I don't know about that. Since I've never met fellow. You're right. Sorry, I said something weird. That's okay. What about your older brother and the other party members? Did they feel the same sense of discomfort as you did? They didn't seem to be suspicious of the relationship between Lemmigeton and fellow. Then, is it because Nicola's intuition is sharp? I see. I guess the association is from the commonality that we are concealing our magical energy. That might be the case. Our conversation got sidetracked, even though you were talking about my avatar. It's partly my fault because I asked you, but let's get back to the main topic. Okay, about Nicola's avatar. About that, I have a little idea. Nicola's idea was the same as what I was thinking of? Well, if that's the case, then it won't be weird to use earth magic, and I also think that the way of fighting is suitable. I'm relieved. My brother was the one who did all the intelligent stuff, such as dividing the roles, so I was wondering what to do if I had missed the point. I see. That might be typical of Philip. A hero is not omnipotent. Even Phoenix has some things that are not suitable with his personality. Philip chose to develop his strengths rather than supplementing his weaknesses, and Nicola implemented it. The results are showing, and I also think that that method is effective for a party. As the Silver Prince, you might have encountered some unexpected situations, right? But as far as I can tell, you've always been a refined hero. You also have the ability to think properly. It's just that you're not going the way that your older brother had created for you. I had reviewed their footage of when they booked the beginner's dungeon after I decided to become her partner in the tournament. After hearing my words, Nicola blinked her eyes and showed shy emotions that slowly arose. Thank you, no problem. Since the direction for the avatar is decided, next is today, too. The two of them are getting along well. Scribble scribble scribble. After eating the pancakes, Cashew used her pen to write on the memo. She seemed to be doing her mission. I laughed as I wiped the crumbs on Cashew's cheeks with a handkerchief. After that, in the basement of the Union. Yeah, I see. Certainly, this strategy would be useful if it's used in this tournament. Not in a dungeon. Clear? I guess it's not a strategy. Tactics? When it comes to the category of Black Sorcerer, it would probably be something like this. Basically, it's like the tactic would rely on Nicola's support. The foundation was decided. Please take care of me. For that part, I will protect them. Please take care of me as well. I believe that you will coolly protect me. It's necessary to move together in earnest from here on out. So we showed each other what we can do. I can't use this technique too often. It'll prove most effective the first time it's used, but after that, it'll no longer be effective. There's no way. Thank you, but it's a fact. That's why I want to use that one time on Philip and his group. The Big Four Focus will also participate, right? Is that okay? I've thought of an idea to beat Furcus, although I would need Nicola's cooperation and the rest will be a gamble. If it's a gamble that gives us the possibility of winning against one of the Demon King Castle Big Four, I'll take it. We looked at each other and laughed. Then after a while, we left the training room. It would be better if we go back separately, Nicola said. That's right. Just in case, I'll go back a little bit later. Okay. Then, see you later. She raised her hand and said goodbye. Lim. At that time, an adventurer who was passing by turned to look at me. Actually, it was Phoenix. Phoenix and I said at the same time. Why are you here? No, the dungeon in this city is not limited to Thors. There's also a dungeon with a high degree of difficulty. Did he come here to challenge the dungeon? But if he came here after the Demon King Castle, around this time he should have moved to another city. Did he come to this city after clearing the dungeon of other cities? Because of a dungeon clear, the editing is already finished, but Alba said he wants to watch the tournament. Since everyone didn't object, so we decided to come. When Alba said something, he'd usually argue with Lark or Lily. That's because his remarks are extreme or that his requests are contrary to the wishes of the two. The fact that no one objected meant that everyone was interested in the tournament. You're not going to participate? For now, I got the invitation, but after hearing Phoenix's words, Nicola shouted, I understand her feeling. If the fourth place in the world rank participates, it's not just to the degree of a strong enemy. I don't want to use the word impossible to defeat, but if I say it's possible, it's an insult to Phoenix. His strength is not that weak to the point that I can easily win against him. As I said to Philip and Furcus, when it comes to fighting, I'm going with the intention of winning. If it's a battle with a 1 in 10,000 possibility of winning, then that would be a close fight. So, did you decline the invitation? There were some circumstances. I'll talk about it later. Then Phoenix saw Nicola. Sorry for the late introduction. I am the hero Phoenix. Right, I'm the hero Nicola. She stuttered. Phoenix gently smiled at her. Don't be nervous. We're both adventurers. I'm no different from everyone else. It's the usual gentle Phoenix. By the way, what are you doing with Lim in the training room? I was wrong. As expected, he's curious about that. You're misunderstanding. We didn't do anything suspicious. Nicola, if you say it like that, it sounds like we were doing something wrong in the training room. Since it's a training room, we were training. Anyway, I'm also an adventurer. I said that, but my tone was weak. I feel a little bit guilty about not talking to him about leaving the party or getting a job at the Demon King Castle. I didn't have a chance to explain that I'm participating in the tag tournament, but somehow I feel awkward. I know that. I was curious as to why you were with Miss Nicola. I was also surprised since I didn't even know that you came to this city. I also didn't know that they chose this city, but I wouldn't say that. He was curious as to why I, who should be in the Demon King Castle, would be here, but he can't say that in front of Nicola, so he used that way of speaking. I'll say this first. I'm not going to join Nicola's party. Nicola nodded at a high speed. Is that so? Did he really understand that? Phoenix's reaction was quite weak. Well, he should have quickly figured out that the Demon King Army Chief of Staff and a hero party wouldn't be able to stand together. I've decided to participate in the tournament due to various circumstances. I figured you're going to do that. Phoenix is smart, so he should have figured out the answer a few seconds after we met. However, what he predicted and how he feels are two different things. The part of hearing it directly from the other party's mouth is important to him. I can understand that. Phoenix's gaze is piercing me. It told me that he wanted me to tell him about the said various circumstances. Nicola, I can deal with this. You should go home first. But it's okay. When I smiled, Nicola hesitated for a while, but eventually, she nodded. Well then, see you later. She looked at me, then bowed to Phoenix. After that, she left. I'm looking forward to the tournament, Nicola. Ping. Her back quivered, then we could hear a voice saying bye. As expected of the flame hero. To think that you could make the 99th rank feel nervous. She admired me, but she seemed to have feelings of reverence towards Phoenix, as they are both a hero. The 99th rank Nicola, the silver hero. Her appearance is quite different from her avatar. His tone changed from the flame hero to childhood friend. Ah, certainly, her appearance did change. As for us, we didn't change our appearances. So there are some people who want to avoid getting involved with fans and reporters on their day off. Adventurers are also people, so it's not weird that some adventurers want to have a relaxed day. Phoenix's party is pretty free about that, but everyone didn't change. Alb loves the attention, Lark doesn't really care, and Lily said I have no intentions to lie about myself. I simply imitated the hero I admired in the past. Phoenix's reaction was weak. Should we go eat? Let's do that. So, we headed to the cafeteria near the Union. Naturally, I used confusion. It would cause the people around us to be unable to recognize us. If I, the one who left his party, and Phoenix went out together, rumors like so disgraceful. Did he come to beg his close friend to re-employ him again? Or something like that would spread. That in itself is okay with me, but I don't want to bother Phoenix with that. Along the way, I explained the whole story as to why I came to this city. I told him that Nicola had found out about my identity and because of this and that I ended up participating in the tag tournament. Of course, since it's embarrassing, I glossed over the matter with Philip. I will never tell Phoenix that I got upset because he made fun of him. How should I put it? It sounds just like you to do that. That's Phoenix's impression after he listened to the whole story. We are sitting facing each other at the table. What do you mean by that? Being unable to ignore a person who is in trouble. I'm not criticizing you, since I'm one of the people you helped. But, do you think that I'm being too soft? I wonder. But I'm curious though. When it comes to participating in a tournament, it's not just about lending a hand on the spot. Right? It actually takes a lot of time and preparation. You're right. Isn't there another reason? A reason more than just wanting to help a person in trouble? A reason that is concerned with them personally? What are you saying? You're not going to say something like I fell in love with her, right? If that's the case, I would have to inform Miss Miller. Please don't. Phoenix finally burst into laughter. I don't think that you're going to do anything dishonorable. But, you once said that you became a regular at Miss Cashew's shop because you got cheered up when you went there, right? I think that there might be a reason as to why you're getting involved with her for more than a short moment. Just like how I often got into a fight with the bullies when my friend was being bullied. If I do something that goes beyond plain kindness, there should be another reason behind that. Something around that idea? Should I say that it's as expected of my childhood friend? Did you know that I'm Lemigaton before I used magic? I didn't even suspect it. It's rare for a normal human to pretend that he's a monster. That's right. You knew my magic. That's why you knew immediately after feeling their effects. What's wrong with that? No. I see. He seemed to have noticed. Yeah, even though Nicola never saw my magic personally, in the battle with Lemigaton, she said I saw your eyes and realized that you were the same person. She said that so seriously. I couldn't believe it at that time, but I knew from looking at her attitude that it was true. However, I was wearing a mask. Moreover, there was a distance between us. There wasn't enough exposure for her to be able to see the shape of my eyes. Then, did she really judge that just by seeing something like the passion inside my pupils? I don't think so. Unconsciously she felt the similarities between Lem's abilities that she had seen from the videos and the ability of Lemigaton when she received Lemigaton's black magic. Then she perceived the subtle common features between Lem and Lemigaton's actions. Phoenix put his hand under his chin and had a worried look on his face while telling me his opinion. The operation method of black magic is different for Lem and Lemigaton, but if a person knows the amount of magical energy you have, your technique of manipulating magical energy, your maximum deployment time, and the maximum number of targets you can have, they can predict what else you're capable of doing. In other words, if someone knows about what I can do, Then when they're at a stage of having a general understanding of what Lemmigaton can do, they're capable of judging that he is on the same level as Lem. Phoenix took a huge shortcut to most of the parts, and when he first saw the black magic, he immediately judged that isn't this Lem? Maybe that's also because she was aware of my movements in the Dungeon of Flame prison. Are you talking about when you avoided the Pillar of Fire? I also asked you to use that maneuver several more times. I'm sure I've told you this. The way you normally remember all that is scary, even though I imagined that the conversation could be something like this. Dungeon of Flame prison? You don't remember it? The one where there's a stratum with a pillar of fire in it. That one. Well, I shouldn't say that to him since I generally remember what Phoenix and his allies did, and in which dungeon. If she's watching your videos to that level, then she should have seen the Dungeon of Moments. How can you know that? That seemed to be the video where I was on screen the longest. I laughed bitterly. Phoenix looked happy. She's really an enthusiastic fan. You should appreciate her. Thank you, really. But that's not the reason why I'm helping her. I see. I understand a bit. Only a bit, though. If what you're saying is true, then she has a talent too good to be left alone. So, what's next? Phoenix's A's were asking that. She has a talent. That's right. Miller learned about my magic and changed her perception of me first before she started watching a lot of videos. Based on the premise that my black magic is excellent, she discovered my invisible activities in the videos. But Nicola seemed to have evaluated me even before I met her in person. A lot of people say rude things, but the 4th rank is one of the top class in the world. There are some people who think that there's no way the Black Sorcerer, who was a member of that party, is incompetent. Only a few people could be at the level of correctly understanding my true strength. But if it gets widened just a little and go to the level of he shouldn't be incompetent since he belongs to the 4th rank party, the number of people will increase. That doesn't mean they are my fans, nor would they recognize the necessity of my presence in the party. Most of them would think that, although he's not incompetent, he's not suitable for Phoenix's party, or something like that. Well, that's what a black sorcerer is, right? But that doesn't mean they would be able to get any insight into what I'm capable of doing. Anyway, they would have some idea that I might be able to use a useful level of black magic, even if it's on the scope of an ordinary person. During the time when I was still in Phoenix's party, Nicola perceived my work. She was my fan and often watched the videos. That might be why she noticed that Lemmigaton was actually me during the battle. Although the person herself thinks that she recognized me because of my passion-filled eyes. Phoenix nodded. Talent, or I should rephrase it as sense. This is innate. You have it too. What I have is a technical skill. She also felt that Fellow and Lemmigaton are similar beings. She has an excellent sense of intuition for sensing something that cannot be described with words. In addition to her talent being invisible, it was neglected because she experienced her first setback. Then after she went through that failure, she focused on acting out the appearance that was instructed by her older brother. The talent to discern abilities. Is Philip not aware of it, or did he consider that it's not something that can be marketable? Either way, what a waste. I won't say that it's useless to fight gracefully, but her talent's effectiveness would be manifested the most when she has a close fight with a strong person. During a fight where an instant can be fatal, her sense can perceive that important instant. Have you told her about this? I haven't told her. Anyway, even if I did, she would only think that I was trying to encourage her. For these kinds of things, it's all about timing and the other party. She would be happier if she was told that she was a prodigy by someone that she respects, rather than suddenly being told that by a passerby. But, what if she can't relate to her talent? For this kind of thing, it's important to have her experience it personally. What she needs is a successful experience, to become a hero that can make the audience feel excited. Until now, she had followed her brother's guidance. She understood that it was because it succeeded that they're able to have their current rank, and she also understood the balance she is with her teammates. That's why she continued to act as the Silver Prince perfectly until she met me. That is what Philip described as the division of roles. Leave the leadership to her older brother and she should just behave nicely according to what the viewers want. Are you helping her because you feel that it's regrettable that she's not aware of her own talent? She has an ideal hero image, just like us. Yeah, but not everyone can stay that way, right? There's nothing wrong with her speaking out about her feelings to me, or rather, it all started when I urged Philip to listen to his sister. She just fulfilled the role, but she got dragged along by the person she once admired. It was me and Philip who pulled her out of her place and created a place where she is once again being denied. Eventually, those two people might have fought about their opinions even if I wasn't involved, but this time it is a fact that I was the trigger. It would be a lie to say that I didn't care about that at all. No matter how much I was asked to team up for the tag tournament, I wouldn't have agreed to it. It's true that I'm interested in the tournament, but that's no reason as to why it has to be her if that's all I'm interested in. Then why? Why am I helping Nicola? Are you projecting yourself onto her? I wonder about that. Reality stood in my way, telling me that I'm not capable of becoming my ideal self. I wanted to be a hero, but in reality, I'm a black sorcerer. Even though there was a way of fighting that I admired, it was the prince character that was popular in the world. Projecting well, that might be possible. But I feel like it's different. I also think that it's different. Since you never gave up, I'm not as great of a person as you think. But you might be right, I'm not helping her because we're the same. More like, it's the opposite. I probably want to help her because we're different. What do you mean? If you can't do it, then you can just change it. It's easy. However, you can't change your job. I can't become a hero, so I have no other choice but to make do as a black sorcerer. On the other hand, she aimed to become a hero and she got the hero job. I think it's too hasty for her to treat her first failure with a reason as simple as because her character wasn't popular. Even if she failed, it's not limited to just one reason. Even if there are multiple reasons, it is not necessarily bad when viewed alone. There is a possibility that the combination of those reasons is the one that can create the tragedy. She shouldn't assume that the figure she admired, just as it is, would never be popular with anyone else. Just because she has the talent doesn't mean she can succeed. I know there are a lot of people who are strong but not popular. However, don't you want to see it happen? I was finally able to express my feelings perfectly with that sentence. It could even be said that I ended up doing it with a thump. It all made sense to me. Right. I thought about a lot of stuff in order to win, but I've made my decisions in life pretty simply. I wanted to become a hero because it would look cool. I didn't give up on my dream because it would be uncool. I became the Demon King Army Chief of Staff because I don't mind if there's a hero of the monsters. I loved watching Clear videos ever since I was little. Her dream is to become the kind of hero that I really like. I'm an adventurer fanatic, so I get extremely curious about that kind of hero. I wonder what it is. Because she's a fan, because I'm the trigger for her quarrel, because I was invited by her, because I'm interested in the tournament, because we're friends, or because it's such a waste to see her talent not being used. There are so many things that could be the reason. After digging deeper, what came out is that it was all because I want to see it. It's too simple, even for me. Ahaha, I see. Then it can't be helped. Certainly, if you don't help her here, you might not be able to see it. And if you help her, you can see her from the front seat. I see, there is no better reason than this. Phoenix laughed with his fist covering his mouth. It seemed that my childhood friend was able to understand this reason, although other people would have tilted their heads when they heard this. After waiting for Phoenix to stop laughing, I opened my mouth. It's fine if you're convinced. So why are you not participating? It's because of his purpose. It's hard for me to agree with it. Oh? What is it? Before that, Lem, do you know fellow? I don't know him personally. I thought that he's similar to your master. Their looks, their hair, horns and magical energy. He's aware of this. You're right. He's my master's son. His objective, Does your master or the current Demon King know? The Demon King knows. Master didn't reply to the letter. What about the dungeon clears? I guess I'll get rid of it. Is that why you declined? Do you want me to cooperate? No, I'm convinced there may be some other reason, but I don't think he'll tell me about it. I won't ask too much. You're still going to participate, even though you know about it? I'm planning to obstruct the abolition of dungeons, but I think the attempt is interesting. I understand. Also, for the time being, I'll go out as Lim. I see. I thought that it would be okay if I were called by the Chief of Staff, he jokingly said. Have you even made your monster avatar? I did place an order. So you are making it, even though I was asking this as a half joke. By the way, Lem, I forgot to say this. He said this when we were about to say goodbye after leaving the store. I'm convinced this time and I'm not going to complain about your decision. However, the next time you participate in an event like this, you should invite me. If it's you and I, we won't lose to anyone else. As expected, he was concerned about it. But well, that's okay. If I heard that Phoenix is going to participate in the tournament with a black sorcerer that I don't know, I'm sure it'll make me feel complicated. Something like, it's okay, but what's he doing? But it's okay. It's like, he should have invited me. Isn't he being too distant? Friendship is something that can be activated even in strange places. I'll do that, but I'm not so sure if it'll be with you as you are now. What do you mean? Your mind and magical energy organ are exhausted. As expected of you. Phoenix had a wry smile. You were hiding it pretty well, but I still discovered it. It's only natural for me to realize it's about my best friend. There's no way I wouldn't notice it. I'm in the middle of training. He scratched his cheek shyly. I see. I won't ask you for the details. Thanks for doing that. Maybe he's trying to defeat the Demon King Army Chief of Staff with that technique. There's no way he would reveal his hand. Well then, I'm worried about what will be in the memo if I don't go back soon. Memo? Well then, see you again. Right, I'll probably watch the match. I'm also looking forward to that person's commentary. That person? I had already turned my back, but I felt a little uneasy. In the end, I headed toward the inn without turning back. Finally, 49 teams have gathered for the tag tournament. It is said that even this has decreased. Anyone can participate, so there were a lot of people who wanted to participate. However, an avatar is required in order to participate, and the cost of generating an avatar is surprisingly expensive. If they came for reasons such as wanting to create a memory, just because it looks fun, or that they might be able to stand out, the amount is enough to make them immediately chill out. As a result, only those who have an avatar or can afford to modify it remains. Most of them are adventurers and monsters. Hey Mr. Lem. No, Lem. We are now in the room where the cocoon that can transfer the spirit from the physical body to the avatar is installed, the link room. What is it? Birith? She called me looking like a monster and I called her by her monster name. There are 4 link rooms and 8 cocoons were placed in each room. The partitions have been set up, entry and exit times have also been coordinated, and privacy has been taken into consideration. Leaving the room, we headed down the corridor. We're heading to the battleground. Just maybe. What? Are we the only monster and human pair? Her voice sounded nervous. I don't think it's only us. Is that so? Since they are especially expressing the freedom of teaming up, I think there'll be pairs gathered in order to highlight that point. It's hard to imagine that only Phoenix and the brother and sister, Philip and Nicola, were the only ones who received the invitation. His objective is to dispel people's negative emotions towards monsters. Adventurers basically won't show that they get along well with monsters in public places. Since the setting is that they are enemies, and Fellow wants to erase that part of the setting. That's why he wants to abolish the dungeons. He must have prepared pairs of monsters and adventurers in order to persuade someone else. As the first step to letting them know that there is nothing strange about being equal existences and living together. I see. Don't be nervous. It's okay. We can win. Yeah, but what I'm scared about is not being accepted. There are some parties that even if they post a video, the number of views of their videos would stop at 2 digits. If it's just a hobby, then that's fine. They can think that it's already good enough that there was even one person who would see it. But if they choose to become an adventurer for the rest of their lives, then that's no good. If they can't entertain more people, then they can't make a living. They can't remain as adventurers. In order to continue, they need a lot of people to like them. That's why the reality that they can't receive any attention is nothing more than hell for adventurers. She's afraid that hell will manifest again. It's okay. I know the present is different from the past. It's not that I'm not confident about the match, but it just shows up inside my head. Those past memories when nobody would look at me. That's why I'm saying that it's okay. First of all, you are going together with me, who is attracting attention in a bad way. After my withdrawal to the public, it's my first exposure to society after I was evicted from the party. Just because I'm the Black Sorcerer, I will definitely stand out. Their gazes would be directed at me. And one more thing. If we fail, I can take the blame. It would look like you failed because you teamed up with an incompetent Black Sorcerer. I deliberately said that with a serious face. There was a silence for 1, 2, 3 seconds. Foo-foo. Finally, she laughed. That's impossible, Lem. It's impossible that we might lose because of you. In that case, we will win, so that the audience won't be able to take their eyes off of you. If you stand on the podium, that will naturally happen. You're omitting the possibility that we might lose because of me. Give me a break. I can't win without you. Thank you. With that, she didn't look down again. I will win and prove it. That I can be the hero I admired. And that, she looked at me. There is a wonderful Black Sorcerer in this world. There's no anxiety in her voice. Thank you. Then, we arrived at the battleground. It's a rectangular stage. They rented a venue that is usually used for sports matches where people hold, throw, or kick balls. It seemed that we were the last team. All 16 pairs were present at the venue. Since 49 teams are quite numerous, they will reduce this to 16 teams through this qualifying round. Philip and his friends are exempt from the qualifying round because they have the highest rank. Then, it'll be 48 teams, so it can be divided into 3 groups of 16 teams. All they have to do is rotate the 32 cocoons prepared by the management 3 times. Out of 16 teams, 5 teams would win. If that is done 3 times, then 15 teams will remain. After that, the main tournament will be held with Philip and others added. Hey, that guy's the Black Sorcerer. He's still an adventurer? Who's that next to him, a monster? Isn't she an insect human? Isn't that type part of the shell species? Why is he together with a monster? Isn't it because of that? Because no adventurer would team up with him. Phew, hey, stop that, that's rude. No, people would usually not want to team up with monsters as well. But if he's the 4th rank, then he has the highest rank, right? You fool, that's his former rank. Now he's outside of the rankings. Ahaha, that's right. Ridicules and laughter. Well, it's always like this. It's been a while since I showed up as Lem, so I feel nostalgic even for these. There was this squeezing sound. It was the sound of her fists clenching. Lem, I feel like I finally understand your feelings of anger towards my older brother. It can't be guessed from her expression, but her mouth got distorted into the shape of a smile. Of course, the emotion she's feeling is anger. She's smiling because she's too angry. Philip told me that Phoenix was second-rate and I got angry when hearing that. Nicola was also angry at her brother's rude behavior, but he is her family. Since she is aware of his nasty tongue, she's also aware of what kind of person he is and what kind of thoughts he had when he chose to say those words. So, she was unable to fully understand or sympathize with my anger. She's saying that now she understands that feeling. No? Well, looks like she got motivated, so I guess it's okay. I don't think she should be too emotional, but when I saw her burning up with fighting spirit, I thought that her condition didn't seem to be bad. Can all of you hear me? Yeah. It sounds good. My name is Fellow and I am the organizer of this tournament. I'm a mage. I'm not scary. Please don't hate me, all of you adventurers. Just kidding. Thank you for being interested to participate in this occasion. I heard a voice from the speaker. So he's fellow. The venue is full of magical energy. It's being constantly released. It seemed like it cost quite a lot of money since it prevents the breaking down of avatars. Fellow seemed to have a lot to say. I listened slightly to what he's saying for a while. It should end any time now. It came, and so, they're going to fight now with 16 teams. Does that mean that it's a melee battle? It's okay to seriously injure them to make them leave the field, so the rule is that the match will end when there are only 5 teams left. Well then, start. This tournament is originally an experimental one. Just like the hero show, it was meant to show that there are these kinds of fascinating things, these kinds of spectacles. For the time being, there are cameras in the audience seats and on the walls of the field, but how much of those would be broadcasted? After all, the important one is the main competition. I can't fail here. If someone can defeat contestant Lim and advance to the main competition, I would like to ask more about that during the introduction video before the match. Fellow, I don't think that he wants to get rid of his own daughter's subordinate, right? After all, he can just say an adequate reason during the examination if I became a nuisance. When I talked to Phoenix, I also heard about this. He seemed to have noticed my inheritance of the horn. A black sorcerer was implanted with the horn that he might have inherited. Is he trying to test the ability of the horn? Or maybe it's me. What? Seriously? It's a chance to appear on the TV for a long time. Thank you. Former 4th rank. I feel bad, but it's impossible for you to have a comeback since I'm going to beat you here. The contestants looked at me one after another. Even if he didn't do that, it seemed that they were already aiming for me since I look like an easy target, but due to Fellow's remark, the number of gazes has increased. That's just fine for me. Originally, support members were inconspicuous. Since their job is to support the hero and the other members, they are an existence that makes the surrounding members stand out. However, in this place, the title of the former 4th rank is showing its effects. There is also Fellow's remark. I'm catching their attention. No one is paying attention to my partner, a demi-human who somehow got caught by the parasite that even his best friend had run out of patience with. Anyway, she'll probably be a worthless small fry. That's fine. It's better that way. I look around. 15 teams other than us. Focus and Car not among them. Around 6 teams are targeting me, and among them, there are 2 teams that stand out. Some people are already fighting in the field. A total of 7 teams. The remaining 2 teams chose to wait and see, and fortunately no one was targeting them. I cast speed down on the hero, warrior pair and the hero, paladin pair, the 4 people who were standing out, by inserting a blank space that makes the 2 heroes unaware of the interruption. One of them stumbled and the other one lost his stance. Of course, the timing of the activation is different. Their partners waited for the heroes in order to match their movements. Then the other 4 teams caught up with them. They lined up in a semicircle and attacked me simultaneously. This is a tag tournament, you know. Why can't you understand that? That voice is lower compared to her usual voice. She tampered with the vocal cords of her avatar and expanded her voice range. It's a wall. Standing tall in a semicircle is a silver wall. It stopped or repelled the hero, warrior, paladin, and heavy warrior, as well as their swords, spears, and axes. There were 2 people in a team. You shouldn't ignore the other person. How should I describe her? There is a race called insect human. Although they're demi-humans with the characteristics of bugs, there are many kinds of bugs. Or it should be better to say that they're diverse. Although they're all grouped as insect human, for example, some people have a human upper body and a spider lower body. There are also other people that are mostly human, but have the characteristics of a bee on their buttocks, back, and head. The shell species refers to those who have an exoskeleton similar to a beetle. Her eyes are fitted with a mask similar to the head of a beetle, and while her body still retains a feminine form, several parts are covered with an exoskeleton. What's that? It's earth magic, but this hardness is did that insect human do this? Who else would do that? No, but she's just Lim's supporting character. How can she use this level of magic? For example, birdmen need the support of wind magic in order to fly. Apparently, even when a person has wings, he can't fly like a bird. In addition, mermaids are good at using water magic so that they can move in their desired direction in the sea, and it seems that by being able to use it well, it would be possible for them to carry out activities in the deep sea. Even vampires, including Miller, have the ability to manipulate blood as a standard. Humans are sometimes called normals because they lack the individuality of a race. That being the case, humans are rich in diversity and as a result, their numbers have increased. Let's go, Lem. Okay, Birith. Anyway, insect humans also have magic related to their race. That is earth magic. The power they have acquired after living in the forest. It can be said that it's the best race for Nicolay to mimic since she has a contract with the earth spirit. By the way, there are also some elves who are good at wind magic and earth magic. Lily seemed to have practiced archery because she was not blessed with such talent. TSK, I can't destroy it. What kind of magic is A staff had pierced through the head of the hero who's the partner of the warrior from one of the teams that stood out. Just like that, his body burst and left the field. What? The new thing that I bought for this tournament was a staff. Originally, there were a lot of wizards with staves. A staff has a function similar to that of a mage's horns, which is to enrich and purify the magical energy that is poured into it. However, it cannot be stored. It's a tool that refines the magical energy that was poured from the body to the staff, then uses that refined magical energy to cast the magic. The effect of the magic would increase by going through that process. However, since that one-tempo movement still made the casting process get delayed, even though I had it when I was still an adventurer, I rarely used it. What I bought this time is one with a certain mechanism. For now, it's a staff with a sharp tip. That's enough. Birith blocked the opponent's attack. I grasped the position of the opponent, matching it with the timing of my thrust. Birith made a hole on the wall. After that, the sharp tip of the staff pierced the face of the hero who was caught unaware, and that's that. The stunned paladin is also full of openings, so I pierced the position where his heart would be and made him leave the field. The remaining 5 teams became cautious of my surprise attacks and stepped back. Can you still go on? Sure thing. Should we defeat the rest? Of course. Let's be flashy. I was already planning to do that. I have no intentions of using the anti-Philip strategy and the anti-Focus strategy here. This is not the time to cut corners. If the qualifying round is everything, then it would be okay to expose all the cards in our hands here. However, we are heading towards the one goal of winning the tournament. So, in this case, it's about thinking about where and how much ability should be used. We won't be able to win if we always use all of our strength in the fight. If that's the case, then we shouldn't do that. Occasionally doing what we need to do in order to win. It's okay just like this. The wall crumbled. What is that? One of them said. I guess if they looked at her right arm, which was enlarged to the point that it was somewhat similar to a cart, they would say that Birith's right arm was wrapped in silver. She's just bluffing. How is she supposed to hit us when her hand is wrapped with that kind of thing? One of the heroes shouted. Well then, let's make him the first target. I deliberately pointed my staff at him. Wow, my body is this black magic? I used the staff to cast speed down. Although it's still inside the category of black magic, its effectiveness has exceeded common sense. I could interpret it later as if he was a strong man equivalent to the 4th place party in the world. It's just barely under the degree that afterward it could be explained as that I was worthy of being one of the powerful people who was the 4th rank in the world. It's a little disappointing that I didn't use my magical energy in front of another black sorcerer. He had no intention of preventing the black magic, meaning that he thought that there was no need to be afraid of someone like Lem. Hey, she's starting to move. Why aren't you retreating? No, my body feels heavy. While the hero was quarreling with his partner, the paladin, Birith, had already arrived. No, I should say that they were already inside the range of her fist. Fine. I'll block this blow, so quickly cast resist. I couldn't hear his words to the end. they were blown off backward with tremendous force and burst as they hit the wall of the field. Of course, the thing being dispersed are the magical energy that composed their avatars as they left the field. Although the damage was dealt to the paladin and the hero that was behind him, several adventurers, whose bodies were grazed by them as they were blown away, had their arms, stomach, or legs blown off. The power of Breath's fist should have been immediately transmitted to everyone. Yeah, that's pretty good. When I was preparing to use the staff, the contestants visibly became cautious. This is practically my first time experiencing having those people, that have the same profession as me, being cautious towards me. There is a wall if they get closer. Moreover, black magic seems to be more effective than they imagined. If they get slowed down by black magic, then they can't avoid the fist of the insect human. And if they get hit directly, they would leave the field. What's the matter? You're going to defeat them, right? I'm not going to let you lay even a single finger on him. The contestants are slowly retreating. They have no way of defeating Birith. Just like that, we safely passed the qualifying round and obtained the right to participate in the main tournament. And so, the day of the main tournament has come. Not only us, but Furcus and Caswell, who were in a different group during the qualifying round, are advancing to the main tournament. The crowd of spectators looks good, or rather, it's a full house. There are adventurers, monsters, people who came because the tournament is held in their neighborhood, fans of the participants, and people and reporters who are interested in the new attempt. People who came all the way here to see me. There are some today. It's Miller. There's also Citri and Daggers. The Demon King is also here. There are also other people from the Demon King Castle. It seems the Demon King Castle is closed today. Anyway, Furcus is also here. In her case, her participation as the Demon King Castle's executive is also a big reason. Maybe they came to support her as her friends. Next to Miller, there is also Kashu. Also, there is a private room in a high position, which was different from the commentary box. What does that place mean? Is it a VIP room? It's probably something like that. One side of the wall is made of a transparent material, so they can see the field below. The Phoenix party came in to watch the tournament from that room. Who leaked the rumors? Well, maybe it was leaked from Fellow's side, but it looks like a lot of people came here after hearing that Phoenix would be coming here. Furthermore, well, as expected of the Demon King Castle's Big Four. What extremely quick spearmanship, said an ogre hero commentator. The long beard is divided into three and braided together, which looked stylish. The difference between ogres and normals are physique and physical strength. Ogres are bigger and stronger. At the time of the Great War, the whole race was feared because some individuals were eating people, but fundamentally, most of the ogres have a cautious and calm temperament. It was a magnificent defensive move and skillful spear handling. From a step that looks as if it's going to sink to instantly doing 4 consecutive thrusts, even if you know about this move, it would still be difficult to avoid it. Ho ho, even to someone as great as you, Sir Ariel. That's right. The person sitting in the commentary box is the storm hero of the first rank party in the world ranking, Ariel. Jade green eyes and green hair that looks like a storm that devastates the world. A straight back on a well-trained body that doesn't look like it's a day over 40. A respected leader and someone who Phoenix must overcome in order for him to become number 1. I might have been able to do that if I was 20 years younger. He jokingly laughed. However, if it was a fight in which we can only use our body and weapons, it would be a close fight even for the younger me. That's how good of a combatant she is. Just a while ago it was Furcus and K's match. As you can imagine from what they are talking about, the result is the victory of Furcus and K. Her partner, the centaur, also has good movements. An archer usually has a hard time when the distance is reduced, but in her case, she will shoot while constantly moving with the legs of a horse, right? Moreover, her accuracy rate is high. First of all, it's hard for their opponents to close the distance to her, and if they did close the distance, she would clash against them head-on. For them, it would be just like trying to stop a horse-drawn carriage. What a menace. I see. If you're saying they're strong, Is it a point of concern for you that they are fighting separately? Although they didn't have an easy-to-understand cooperation, they are not fighting separately. Contestant Obbers first ran in order to widen the distance between them. At that point, it wasn't possible for their opponents to keep Furcus and her in their field of vision at the same time. Then, they either have to divide their attention between the two or ignore one of them. However, no matter what, they must have felt more anxious about one of the Demon King Castle's big four, so their attention had turned towards contestant Furcus, right? Obbers is X's dungeon name. So that means that this is a combination of the centaur's leg strength and her partner's notoriety. During the match, it seemed that the hero was in charge of Furcus and the wizard was in charge of K. But then the wizard got his arm pierced with an arrow and dropped his staff, and Furcus had opened a hole in the body of the hero. Well, it was an overwhelming match. Mr. Commentator said that earnestly. Anyway, this is an interesting attempt. For example, contestant Obbers usually plays an active role in the elementary level beginner's dungeon, but in dungeons, monsters other than floor bosses are not so noticeable. However, if there is an event like this, it will be possible for the world to know that there actually is such an excellent and capable monster in there. You're right. At any rate, the image that monsters would come out in large numbers is quite strong, so unless they have a lot of personalities, people would not be able to remember their dungeon name. This time, they are participating as an individual with an individual tag as well. So it's the person themselves. It's interesting that they're completely different from when they're doing their job as being one of the many monsters that appear during a dungeon clear. I think it's a good thing that strong monsters are being known as much as strong adventurers. Your popularity might get stolen away, you know, the commentator said jokingly. Ariel laughed happily. I think that way it would be more fun for the viewers. The story of justice winning is reassuring, but a battle in which the viewers want both teams to win would be more interesting. Isn't that the case with sports? Both teams and contestants have fans that cheer for them. I see. Sports. It would be great if it could become a new sport with adventurers and the monsters as the contestants. At that time, please leave the commentary to me. Ha ha ha, it's not good to promote yourself during the commentary. I'm sorry. I got too excited about the new job opportunity. While giving the audience a laugh, the two of them filled for time until the next match. Contestant Lim, Contestant Berith, please enter the field. Following the instructions of the staff, we went towards the field from the waiting room. Next, a team with quite the unique combination will come out. It's Lim, right? I don't know the young lady from the shell species, but it feels good to see her being flashy. In a dungeon, there are rather few open places, so that kind of attack is not really possible. After all, if she recklessly destroyed the things around her, she would have needed to pay the compensation fee. Nowadays, there are many viewers who are strict about such things. This cannot be negated because there were a lot of adventurers whose attempts to clear the dungeon was too extreme before the rules were decided, so behind the scenes, the dungeon side had racked their brains to find a solution. Although it can be fixed much faster than normal, it's not possible for it to be a job if the workplace is destroyed every time. This rule is inevitable since dungeon repair is not something that can be done in an instant. However, I personally think that various ways of fighting should be allowed. If there's a dungeon that wants to hire her, I definitely wish they would station her in a large area. By the way, anything is possible in this tournament, so it's okay for everyone who is currently watching to concentrate on the fight. You're so open-minded. If I was a participant, I would have felt less anxious after hearing that, so I think I might fight more freely. However, about contestant Berith, there are a lot of intervals in between her techniques. It's a weakness common to magic that uses a large amount of magical energy. If they try to increase the power, the magical energy required to cast the magic will also become enormous, and it will take time to turn that enormous amount of magical energy into a magic form. It doesn't take a lot of time to make a mini snowman with small snowballs, but it takes time to make a big snowman. Is it something similar to that? It's more similar to a snowball fight. The opponent can attack the other party while they're making a snowball. If they roll the snowball to make it bigger, they will become a target. This is a chance for their opponents. Then, how did they pass the qualifying round? She created a wall, and after that, it's Lim's black magic. The venue became noisy. HM, Sir Ariel is acquainted with Lim, right? There are various rumors, but does that mean that contestant Lim's black magic is different from the general one? Whether that explanation is correct or not, there is a white sorcerer in my party, right? Miss Panacea, right. She announced her retirement the other day. After all, her kids are really cute, so that just can't be helped because they're too cute. Ahaha, being there for both the family and an adventurer, that is definitely a difficult problem. Yeah, anyway, Panacea is extremely skillful. I think that all the people present here would have known about that. I think it's safe to assume that Lim is the black sorcerer version. As expected, Mr. Commentator also took a long time to respond to that. That is extremely high praise. Of course, he's so strong to the point that I invited him to join our party. Yes, you I think I heard a shocking comment just now. He declined, though I'm certainly not hiding it, but I also didn't make a big deal out of it. I heard from Phoenix while we were chatting the last time we met, but it seems that Bella said in the Demon King Castle Clear interview that Ariel had complimented me. But that wasn't broadcasted. So, this is new information for everyone except a limited number of people. They must be surprised. Is that true? Berith looked at me. At that time, I was already in the Demon King Castle, and I thought it wouldn't be right for me to become first rank by joining the first rank party. That's amazing. Only those who have that experience can understand. Let's concentrate on the match. Got it. Berith continued, nodding and appealed with her eyes that she wanted to hear more about this later. If all of our acquaintances win and advance to the next rounds, we would fight Philip in the semi-finals and Fergus in the finals. But of course, we have to first win the first round. The light at the end of the passage came into view. It's the field. The first round begins. I'll acknowledge it. It appears that you are an excellent black sorcerer. The opponent, a wizard, said that while repositioning his glasses. While saying that he acknowledged it, he looked at me with contempt for some reason. But that doesn't change the fact that it's inexplicably plain. Piercing someone with the tip of a staff was interesting, but it's not a technique that can be used twice. Yeah. The partner of the wizard youth is a muscular hero. The hero just continued nodding after hearing the words of the youth. It's the same with how you teamed up with a monster. You're so desperate to stand out, but you know, Lim, I guess you were kicked out from the party because that is not something that can be solved with some ingenuity and effort. I also can't understand what Sir Ariel is thinking. To think that he invited you to his party. Well, it's probably just a joke. There is no idiot that would decline that invitation. Is he Ariel's fan? It would be bewildering if the respected first rank in the world praised a black sorcerer, even if it's just a little. It's such an impossible story that there are people who don't believe it, even though Ariel himself is the one who talked about it. Both that Lim is excellent and also that there is someone who would decline his invitation. I have also understood the ability of your partner. Lim, sorry, but you will be eliminated here. Then, the match started. Because Berith's great technique is powerful, it takes time and its movement is not fast. If she aimed for the technique to be both big and fast, it'll become magic that lacks crucial power. That's fine this time. The wizard and hero who were standing side by side are separated by a silver wall that gradually rose to divide the field into two. The wall is thin and brittle, but that's not a problem. We are planning to settle the match before they can realize that. The hero and Berith, me and the wizard are facing each other. The appearance of the wall and my sprint were done at almost the same time. A black sorcerer rushing forward. Don't screw with me. Refined magical energy gathered at the tip of his staff and a fireball was fired. It's on a trajectory that'll hit my torso directly. But there are things that most people don't know about me. First of all, my body was trained by my master, and recently, Fergus had given me intensive and valuable training. Because black sorcerers don't have the aptitude needed, they can't move that well. After all, they are a support member, so they can only do the minimum level of movement. That kind of image must have been applied to me as well. That's why he is surprised. I jumped in a posture that made me jump forward, rolled one time on the ground like a ball, and then resumed sprinting with the same energy. I dodged the fireball by diving below it. I'm desperate. Aren't you the same? Coo. He prepared to cast the magic again, but it couldn't be done. That's because his staff and the right hand that was holding it fell onto the floor. There was a dry thud. His arm was cut off by my staff. Actually, to be exact. A sword staff? Yeah. The handle of the staff is a hilt and the tip is a blade. It has the functions of a staff, but it concealed its function as a scabbard. Wizard is a versatile job that can activate various kinds of magic, but their body is often fragile. Most of them cannot use white magic and black magic. My sword was able to cut through him without any problems. Of course, I was also using all sorts of black magic. Why? Your movements just now and also, magic you, what's going on? The wizard, whose body was cut diagonally, left the field. Certainly, what he was saying is not wrong. It is certain that the carelessness of those who did not know Berith made it easier for us to pass the qualifying round. The fact that our opponents don't know about us can be advantageous. Taking advantage of their lack of knowledge about my movements and staff mechanism, I used it. In the short-term battle, the movements of the hero stopped for a moment when his partner left the field. Now's the time. My black magic and Berith's attack magic are cast at the same time. This time, silver was created from the floor on all four sides of the hero so as to surround him with arms, and each of it was so big to the point that I wanted to call it a fist of a giant. Just like that, the fists fell toward the well-built hero. As he was agitated by his partner's premature exit, he received the first attack while still defenseless. The second attack sank his foot to the floor. He tried to resist the third attack, but then the fourth attack came down. The opponent left the field by a series of silver fists dropping after another on top of him. The winner, Lim and Berith Bear. Along with the voice of the commentator, cheers rise from a part of the audience seats, around where everyone from the Demon King Castle is seated. However, a lot of the other spectators seem to be bewildered. Some of them are surprised. No, not yet. We are still in the preparation stage. I don't have the easy-to-understand charm that can make people suddenly popular even though they suddenly appeared. And Berith is an unidentifiable monster. The audience still can't get over our battle. But now the groundwork has been completed. Lim seems to be doing something different than when he was an adventurer, and Berith seems to prefer showy attacks. It can't be helped that the cards in my hand are steadily decreasing. As long as the impact of the first impression is important, I should use the cards that can be used. The surprise of seeing the unconventional actions of a black sorcerer holding a sword and picking a close-distance fight must have delayed the response of the wizard. Such an effect cannot be expected from the second time onward, unless the opponent didn't even try to know about the match of the opponent that they might fight against. On the way back to the waiting room, Berith murmured quietly, "I wonder if it's going well." Our purpose this time is not just to win. Proof that she can make the audience feel excited is also needed. It's not just about winning. By the time you win, everyone won't be able to take their eyes off of you. Yeah, you're right. I have to feel like I can fascinate them. Yeah, let's do our best next time as well. We broke through the first round. Similarly, Philip and Fergus also advanced to the second round. The main competition will be held for 2 days. The first day is up until the second round and the second day is up to the finals. The number of matches is not even, so the latter half of the matches may take more time to be directed. Introductory videos and the audience's enthusiasm would be broadcasted. Anyway, it's the second round. Our opponents are a hero and a hero. It seems that the leaders of different parties have teamed up in this tournament. In a dungeon clear, the party is basically fixed. The members cannot be easily exchanged or replaced. For example, in a tournament like this, it's possible to realize a dream tag team in which the contractors of the four great spirits, Ariel and Phoenix, are fighting together. But in that case, Who else can win the tournament? The only thing that comes to my mind is my master. However, Master will not want to appear. Most of the participants' teams this time are monsters from the same workplace or adventurers from the same party. Among those who remained for the main competition, there are 3 teams consisting of a human and a monster, including us. A team of monsters that are from different workplaces are Furcus and K, and the team of adventurers that are from different parties are our opponents this time. First of all, I have to apologize to you, Serlem. The Gust hero is a youth around 14 years old. His cheerful way of speaking gives him a lively impression. Until the moment I saw the first round, I had misunderstood Serlem. Even if you were excellent, I thought that it would be hard for a black sorcerer. Because when it comes to tag battles, individual strength becomes even more important. An individual will have to bear a lot more burden to win with a team of 2 people rather than a team of 5. After all, the number of people who share the burden of what is needed in order to win has decreased. However, I realized this after seeing your movements. You have changed from those days when you were still in your previous party. Maybe because there are fewer members to support, or maybe because there are fewer enemies for you to cast black magic on. The you who have gained the option to move by yourself is strong. His gaze is straightforward and I don't sense a lie. It's a fundamental thing. But thoughts are essential to casting magic. You have to think about what kind of magic you want to cast and keep on thinking in order to continue the effect. I cast black magic on all the opponents that came out, and since the actual effect would not be known to the other party members and viewers, the party members could fight comfortably. In such a state, there is no way to use a trained body. There are too many things to think about. I didn't know that a black sorcerer is actually capable of moving that well. On top of that, your attitude of trying all possible means in order to win is also wonderful. It warms my heart when I see effort and ingenuity being rewarded. He pulled out his sword. But that's exactly why I'll do my best. Otherwise, I would be doing you a disservice. Apparently, it seems that he is also hiding his warm feelings. Then I'll handle the insect human. The explosion hero is a well-built youth. He looked older than his partner. He's holding a battle axe, along with the signal that indicates the start of the match. The 2 heroes started running. The Gust hero ran straight towards me and the explosion hero got blocked by the numerous walls that Gareth created immediately after the start. From the destructive sounds that I immediately heard, it seems that he is advancing while exploding the walls using spirit magic. We have already taken into consideration that he would destroy the walls. These walls are to slow the progress speed of the axe user and the wind user. Wind. I can hear the swirling sound of air. It gets bigger as he gets closer. Is the wind wrapped around the blade? Now, the youth is running with a tiny storm. Gareth. Yeah. A silver wall obstructed the youth from getting closer to me. From their side, it should look like that. It doesn't matter, Serlem. It's called a tag battle because you can cooperate with your partner. I'll defeat you along with that silver. Is he going to go around the wall or is he going to destroy the wall? Either way, he would be cautious. Still, he must believe that he can react to the situation. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Since he actually has the ability to do that, I'm going to take advantage of that correct perception. Defeat Serlem. I think being confident is as hard as getting respect in this field. When I was a kid, I said with a smile that I wanted to be number 1, but after becoming an adventurer, even if the words are on the tip of my tongue, I still can't say it. I know the weight of that sentence, so it's not easy to say it. Serlem's statement about wanting to be a hero is famous, in a bad way, though. A useless person talking about a dream that is impossible for him to achieve next to his best friend who is the contractor of one of the 4 great spirits. Regardless of how I say it, I thought there was nothing I could deny in the content. It's not like he didn't know what it meant if he chose to be an adventurer to become a hero. He knew. But, we didn't understand that his movements are not something that a talentless person can learn in a few months. He is someone who has trained for many years. Not only that, he can quickly see through the opponent's movement, and his movements after that are also bold and accurate, such as when an offensive spell is coming. He can do an evasive action to go to the other direction. His swordsmanship is not bad either. His techniques are not that excellent, but it's offset by his eyes and movements. Of course, I don't think I'm inferior to him, but our conditions are too different. Taking into account his aptitude, an extreme amount of effort must have been necessary. I respect him for that, and I'm ashamed of myself for looking down on him just like everyone else. I will defeat him, he who is aiming to become a hero, with all my magic. A wall appeared in front of my eyes. But I already know about this. If it's exactly the same, it can be dealt with without any problem. But what if it's different? What if Serlem came up with an ingenious plan? At that moment, I felt the increase and movements of magical energy. Serlem's magical energy is hard to sense. Many wizards are good at hiding the performance of their magical energy organ because they have the aptitude for manipulating magical energy. However, this is not the case when magical energy is poured into the staff. That's why I understood. It's a slope. I see. It looks like a wall from here, but from the other side, it looks like a slope or stairs. Is he planning to show up above my head if I had tried to push on through the front? Is it a strategy to cast black magic with the magical energy in the staff and take the chance when I faltered? If I was someone who doubted his ability, even a hero may have been caught. But I know. That's why. The moment I saw a humanoid shadow at my feet, I simultaneously unleashed the wind wrapped around my sword. I slashed my sword upwards with the intention of cutting the sky along with him. At that moment, both the humanoid thing that was above my head and the staff fell apart. A few moments after that, I felt the clouds floating in the blue sky suddenly change their shape. Did the wind reach that far? Anyway, I had hit Serlem. I'm sure he already left the field. And at that moment, what? His response is not wrong. If he attacked after visually checking, the attack would be delayed for a moment. The speed of attacking the moment he thought that an attack would come is a hard-to-get talent. A talent honed with hard work. The thing that he cut is the scabbard of my staff and the humanoid-shaped silver. The magical energy was poured into the scabbard that has the function of a staff. Then, silver is entwined around his feet while he is standing still. She breaks through the brittle wall and I jump out in front of the gust hero. The youth who put all his energy into the magic as he declared. At this distance, he wouldn't have enough time to cast the offensive spell. I sprint towards him to pierce him with the sword. As expected of a hero, he tried to swing his sword from his position. The counterattack was supposed to be just in time. The difference in ability between a hero and a black sorcerer is that clear and cruel. However, I'm aware of that attack. The next moment, my feet that were on the floor had left it as if I jumped. But, this step was different. The floor was the one that jumped up. I accelerated with the help of Breath's silver and just for an instant I was able to surpass his speed. In that instant, my sword pierces his chest just before his sword is swung down. Ugh, the one that I have misread wasn't only you. The gust hero left the field. Only the brain and heart would cause humans enough damage for them to leave the field, regardless of their endurance. So far, Berith has shown only flashy techniques. Iron walls, walls that divide the field from end to end, and giant fists. It gave off a strong and rough impression. That is why the delicate use of magic that is closer to the Silver Prince was unconsciously excluded from the options. As a result, the audience seats are in an uproar. However, I tuned out those sounds. There's still someone remaining. A hero that is approaching while blasting and smashing the wall with an axe. A hero by a black sorcerer? No way, no way. No way. Maybe the opponent is just a newcomer. No, he's in the top 300 rankings. It's his second year now. It's the same thing with that time with Phoenix. This time as well, he got an amazing partner. It's not the same though. He was clearly moving too. Also, it's not possible for their cooperation to be that good if only one of them had the right timing. Huh? It's Vaklam, you know? No way, no way. But even Ariel said that, but it still doesn't solve the fact that black magic looks damn plain. Unlike in the dungeon, the person himself moves around a lot and it's interesting to see. He'll run out of clever schemes soon. It's fun to see his schemes working well, so isn't that okay? Still, If they don't fight head-on, then at that time the Black Sorcerer. Apparently, it seems that I didn't understand what it means to fight together. The explosion hero is laughing with regret. His gaze wasn't only looking at us, but also at the audience seats. If both of the people in the same team are strong, then their total strength would have increased. But by combining the strengths of two people, their range of tactics would have been able to expand. They may have missed out on that opportunity since they are strong and challenge this tournament merely because this is an unusual event, or maybe this tournament is meant to discover people like you. I also agree with Fellow's ideology and plan, so much so that if the goal to eliminate the existing dungeon clear was eliminated, I would have had no problem with it. He looks at Berith. I don't mind if you say no, but I do have a favor to ask. The next blow, I'll give it my all. If you can, I'd like to see which is better, Miss Berith's magic or mine. Berith looks at me. Her feelings that she wanted to accept his request was fully conveyed to me. I reply by nodding to her. If someone asked you to have a contest of ability, on top of accepting it, you should win as well. If it was the hero that she admires, he would have done it that way. He holds his battle axe overhead. Berith's hands are clad with the fists of a giant. They clashed with each other unhindered by anything. The axe intercepted the approaching fist and an explosion sound that shook the eardrums spread throughout the venue, just like the gust hero. He also put all his energy into a single blow. Although they are all spirits, they have different ranks. They are all like fragments of the four great spirits. The larger the fragment that is separated, the greater the divine blessing that the spirit can give to their contractor. His spirit appears to be a large fragment. The giant's fist was tattered and could not be distinguished as a fist. It gives off an impression of a broken pillar. He, an axe user, was not sent off the field. But it's only a matter of time. His upper body is gouged out and the cross-section is emitting a faint white light. The upper left half of his body was gone. Where should I go to request a rematch? I'm not working in a dungeon. That's a shame. What's left of the avatar turns back into magical energy, dissolves in the field, and disappears. He left the field. End of the match. Just like that, we broke through the second round. By now, we should have impressed the audience. Berith is said to have both flashy, high-powered magic and delicate, versatile magic. She also defeats the enemy head-on and at the same time supports her partner to fight with his opponent. So far, it feels good. But, there are also concerns. Until now, it didn't become a problem because we were able to smoothly win. A hero who is unrefined, tenacious, and strives for victory without worrying about putting on airs. A style that she truly admired and was bound to suffer a setback. The opponents of the third round are Philip and others. He must know his sister better than anyone else. If the opponents so far are strong enemies, he is a formidable enemy. We left the field, while Berith was being applauded by the audience who liked the match. I can't believe it, they actually won. Warrior Alba murmured with a bitter face. Lim's movements are so good that I can't think of him as a black sorcerer, and above all their cooperation is really good. They are breathing in sync with each other. Is Lim the one trying to match his partner's breathing? I'm impressed to see that he can make such a firm decision even in situations where a slight mistake will make them fail. Frost Hero Bella puts her finger on her lower lip and murmurs. If each of their movements were looked at separately, it doesn't seem like a big deal at first glance. Those things like the wall, decoy, and magical support. But, it became quite annoying since they combined it with the right timing and place. It's very well thought out, really. Warrior Alba clicks his tongue at Lark's words. TCH, why didn't he do that when he was still in our party? If he did, would you have sold him as a black sorcerer that can move well? When Lark asked that, Alba scratched his chin with a complicated look. It's quite unusual to have a black sorcerer like that, right? If he had done that, we wouldn't have placed in 4th rank now, because for him to move quickly, he would have to sacrifice a lot of his usage of black magic. I think that in order for him to exhibit those movements during the tournament, He needed to secure a margin for thinking first. Thinking is also essential for magic. Isn't it impossible to achieve both in terms of the computational power of the brain? Everyone now understands that Lim's presence and the rapid rise in rank were not unrelated. I already know that you're smart. I'm sorry, I forgot that Alba's intellect is a little disappointing, so I ended up answering seriously. You've become a little cheeky. Huh? A hero is more interesting that way. A healthy light taste is good for the body, but what people want is a stimulating strong taste. Well, I guess that might be true. Lately, hasn't there been an increasing number of comments in videos saying that I want to get beaten up by Bella's arguments? Popularity is justice for an adventurer. No matter how annoying it is, personally speaking, I feel the same way. Alba. Which part of me is annoying? What does the leader think about this? Your favorite best friend is teaming up with an unknown monster. After being talked to by Bella, my consciousness that was listening to the commentary after the match had returned to my friends. I responded to Bella, who still ignored Alba's words even after he said, "Don't ignore me." I'm enjoying it. It's just that it's such a precious opportunity. It's wonderful to see them supporting each other to win the match, but just like how Miss Nicola has now won a one-on-one match, it might be good for him to get the opportunity to defeat his opponent on his own. If that happens, the number of people who complain and make a racket should somewhat decrease. In the next match, the one-on-one opportunity came to Lim. The first day goes up to the second round. The third round semi-finals and finals will be held tomorrow. We returned to the waiting room and tried to return our mind to our main body. At that time, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Lim, are you there?" "Yeah." I unintentionally raised my voice and said that. That voice sounds familiar. Naturally, this room is off limits to anyone other than the people involved, but since the whole party seemed to have been given spectator seats by the organizer of this tournament, so I guess it isn't impossible for her to do this. At any rate, I have no idea why she's here. A woman's voice. There's no intonation in Berith's voice. It feels like her eyes that are covered by the mask are narrowing. "You've also seen this person. Please come in, Lily." After hearing my response, the door opens. Beautiful golden long hair, emerald eyes, and white porcelain skin. A beautiful appearance that can fascinate people. And also, pointed ears. She's an elf. The hunter Lily. It's been a long time. No, that's not right. Yeah. I may have thought that because we meet face to face less often than before. I understand. No, it was a slip of the tongue, even though we're the ones that forced you out of the party. Anyway, it's also true that I was the problem. No, we shouldn't have misunderstood your abilities, even if you were hiding them. In that match, your side was completely aware of the other members' movements. But we know. I'll stop here for today. I guess that means that she's not here to talk about my withdrawal. Her gaze turns to Berith, who became stiff in front of the fourth-rank hunter. You're not an insect human, are you? Although I've expected this, I've judged that it wouldn't become a problem. For example, if you turn into a vampire, but you end up doing actions that are not similar to a vampire, other vampires and those who are well informed about vampires would feel a sense of discomfort. Something like that person is not acting like a vampire. Elves are originally the people of the forest. Even now, most of them are still living in the forest. Most of them don't even know about the existence of TV, let alone dungeon clears. It's a story I heard from her before. And the insect humans are also people of the forest. Lily knows about the real ones. In this tournament, avatars are allowed to imitate another race. I'm aware of that. However, I'm curious. Since it's you, you've probably thought this out beforehand, but in the past this was hardly a success. As a result of giving priority to climbing the ranks as fast as possible, I was forced to leave due to the Black Sorcerer is unnecessary argument. When the party is in the fourth rank, I'm also a human being. Of course, my plan is not perfect. You came here because you were worried about me. Don't get me wrong, this is not due to goodwill or atonement, but since you once said that it's okay for my avatar to stay as it is, I was just worried that you might have been deceived by your partner. Elves are also demi-humans. There was a discussion as to whether to keep or remove her pointed ears when she first joined the party. Well, Alba was the only one who voted to remove it. You wanted to compete with your real appearance, right? That's why I thought there is no need for your pointed ears to be removed. Berith needs this appearance to become the her that she wishes to become. This mask is for the sake of looking forward, not to conceal. Lily's gaze turns to Berith. Is that so? Berith nods. I see. If you can properly earn the support of your friends, then at that time, you'll freely demonstrate your abilities. I don't know your circumstances, but I hope the day when you can take the mask off will come soon. Thank you. Somehow, I can understand the story, Lem. Yeah, I think she currently doesn't want her identity to be known, right? Yes, that's right. Then, let me teach you how to behave like an insect human. I already got permission. We can use this waiting room. Why would you go that far for us? It's nothing. You wouldn't tell me to repay the favor, so I just decided to repay it how I see fit. Or do you have any other requests? Favor? According to the flow, it's probably about her avatar's ears. Is she grateful because Phoenix and I voted to keep it as it is? Even if I told her that she doesn't have to worry about it, she'll probably still be concerned about that. Should I just be thankful and accept her offer? I glanced at Berith and she confirmed by nodding slightly. From her point of view, she met me, Phoenix, and Lily in a short period of time, so it seems she's getting used to. Nope, that's wrong. I can see that she's still nervous. Then I look forward to teaching you, Berith. Just like how Lily is strict with herself, she is also strict with other people. Abandoning her attachment with speed, she began to use Godspeed as only one of her skills and her accuracy is improving day after day. And that's what I heard from Phoenix. It seems that everyone has been doing some trials and errors since the Demon King Castle. It looks like I'll face some troubles the next time we fight, I thought, while thinking like the Demon King Army Chief of Staff. I also looked at Berith, who will be mercilessly trained while going through Lily's Spartan training. This is a good opportunity, since I'll teach her the earth magic that insect humans use in battle. So why don't you think about what movements you'll use when Berith uses that magic? I'm not saying that it has to be used tomorrow, but it'll be good to prepare early. Thank you. Think nothing of it. Her face was calm as she gave a small smile. After Lily's special training, we then had a meal with the people from the beginner's dungeon and everyone from the Demon King Castle who came to support. Cashew excitedly talked about her impressions. Miller and Nicola were excited by something. Citri's distance is getting closer, and Thor, who was feeling sorry, and the Demon King, who generously nodded. Agaz wiped the food on his mouth with a handkerchief. While it's not supposed to be her job, before I knew it, started helping out in the store and she did it perfectly. There will be another match tomorrow and Cashew looked sleepy, so we finished up early. When we parted, Miller smiled softly and gave me words of support. There seems to be no anxiety, unlike the previous time. Just like that time when I was invited by Ariel and she thought that I would quit the Demon King Castle. This time she thought that with the appearance of people in the tournament who evaluated me differently from what I usually get, I might want to return to become an adventurer again. Of course, if I had chosen to do that, she would have supported my decision. However, I will not resign from my current job. She knows that now. Then, the next day, it went just like Sir Fellow said. There is no longer a mocking expression on Philip's face when he appeared. His partner is Mark, a holy paladin. He seems to be the quiet type that properly does his job. Nicola was a little surprised when she learned about that during the qualifying round. She thought that her brother would bring the fairy that can display more magic. The wizard Rory. Did he think he needed better physique and swordsmanship more than magic? There is only one team that he knows who the members are. Even if there is a way to know who everyone is, there is no way he can predict who will advance to the main tournament when he formed his team. This is probably a configuration he made in order to defeat Nicola, Berith, and me. Sure, it's different than before, but merely getting an easy victory all the time is not enough for a dungeon clear," Philip said with a voice that only I can hear. He seems to have noticed the same thing as what I'm concerned about. I guess that's only natural since he has known his sister all the time. Yes, it should be a match where both sides would exert themselves and both sides have a possibility of winning. Solemn, if you get so fixated about the way you win the match, it'll be difficult to make it in this world. You know about that, right? We're fixated about it, that's why we're here. You're right, and you'll end up learning about the reality here. Berith stays silent. Then, the semi-finals begin. Mark. Yeah. The two of them start running. Instead of running side by side, Mark is following behind Philip. From the movement of magical energy, white magic is applied only to Philip. It seems that he has increased its effectiveness by reducing the number of people it's cast on and narrowing down the areas to be enhanced. He probably enhanced his attack power. Not only did he avoid the division by running closely together, but he also ensured the offensive and defensive power needed in order to break through Berith's counterattack. He is the Diamond Hero, a swordsman with excellent defense ability. He also knows his sister's magic. Did he judge that it's possible for him to break through? Berith. Yeah. We also start moving. We split up and I approached Mark in an arc. A number of cones protrude diagonally from the ground in the same way the wall is created. Philip still didn't stop. He holds his sword sideways, cuts the cones right in half, and jumps over it. Mark changed his direction at the last minute when I entered his blind spot. Then, the Holy Paladin rushed towards me, while Philip rushed to Berith without any hesitation. If their combination is excellent, then we shouldn't let them cooperate. Right. It's a simple solution, but it won't be easy. If our cooperation is a nuisance, then they can just interfere with it. There are loopholes, or more like conditions, in our cooperation. If I start to fight, my thinking ability for magic will be reduced. If Berith supports me, then at the same time, the durability of the wall that is activated and the attack power of the fist will decrease. The amount of time it takes for the magic to activate will also become longer. Helping each other means using some of your abilities for the other. During that time, you will become more distracted by yourself than before. It's not good or bad, just a fact. If there are people who win by helping each other, interfering with them would be an effective move, especially since I'm a black sorcerer. The magic that I have shown so far wouldn't be able to force my opponents to leave the field. Even when my magic is combined with the combat abilities that I've shown so far, it's still not comparable to someone with an actual combat-oriented job. First, break the cooperation between Berith and me, then defeat me. After the defeat Berith that has lost her support. It's an ideal and realistic strategy. That's why we've decided. ? I saw them trembling for an instant, even though Mark is getting closer to me, while Philip is getting closer to Berith. We aren't paying any attention to each other. Are you insane? Mark murmured in an angry voice. Well, that's just natural. Although Holy Paladin has an aptitude for white magic, it is generally said to be a degraded version of Paladin. However, by no means is he weak. He's still not an opponent that a wizard can handle with a sword. And yet, here I am confronting him with a sword staff, without Berith's support. In other words, this is the same as declaring that I would win against him, while ignoring the disadvantages of my job. The more serious and harder they work, the more irritated they would be. Do you think you can win? Are you looking down on me? I also understand that he's getting angry. I mean, I know what I'm doing. Is this a battle of sanity? I dare to say it in an agitating way. I know I can't win against him in terms of sword techniques. The barrier of talent in relation to combat is thick, and even the result of effort might not be able to surpass my opponent. Still, there were situations where I had to win. At such times, persistence alone is not enough. That's why I use whatever I can, even if I can only take less than half a step forward. For the sake of getting closer to victory, fine. If you want it to be that way, then I have no other choice but to defeat you with all my spirit. Mark probably noticed that and agreed. He's planning to win this, on top of accepting all my plans. The battle begins. I think you were called Miss Berith. right? I once saw a hero who fights in a similar way with you a long time ago. I had a giant fist. Philip's fist is approaching. It's fast. I promptly deployed the amount of silver needed on my arm and protected my abdomen, which the fist was aiming for. The impact. The silver wrapped around my arm cracked and shattered. Then my body flew far backward. That hero aspired to become an adventurer just because her brother affirmed her childhood dream and chose a style that did not suit the times and the person herself. Consequently, she was forced to experience failure. I tried to create a shield from the ground. I jumped backward right away. An instant later, the wall that was in the middle of being created was sliced and he came from the other side. I want to become a hero. No matter how big, scary, many, strong opponents she has, or no matter how tattered she is, she will win in the end. It's so cool, right? You can achieve that. I recalled a memory of my childhood for a moment. That foolish brother didn't know the reality. Even after he failed, he didn't interfere with his sister because he was still hopeful that if it's her, then just maybe. It wasn't until she reached the stage where her failure was apparent that they finally met again. That older brother was foolish, extremely foolish. He encouraged her, even when he himself couldn't accomplish anything. He continued speaking in a small voice that sounds like it'll disappear if the wind blows, so that I'm the only one who can hear it. A hero that is abandoned by his allies is miserable. Because without a hero, a party can't be formed. Even though he's an essential existence, they have determined that he is unnecessary. They have judged that he couldn't become the center of the party, and that is nothing but a denial of his value of existence. You won't become popular. Why can't you understand that? We are fighting while matching you. That's why everyone is always tattered. Although the avatar repair expense is not something insignificant. Even after we've done all this, the number of views is still not increasing. I don't care if you win or not in the end. If you are a hero, you should become the focus of a strategy that can be profitable. There is nothing wrong with what my old allies were saying. However, I didn't stop and I became full of regrets. At first, everyone agreed with my method. They said, okay then, let's become a cool party. But we need various things in order to continue living in reality. And when they found out that my way can't fulfill those needs, that they can't acquire those things, they felt dissatisfied. It can't be helped. No one was interested in the hero I wanted to become. There was one girl who remained. It was the thief Layla. She's the only one who stayed with me before and also after I changed my methods. The only part where our opinions slightly differ is that she seems to like the Silver Prince. In the face of his sister, who was exhausted but still tried to smile when she saw her brother, the man made up his mind that he will never again spit out words that are just kind, but useless, and that he would make sure to let her existence be known to the world. Because, unlike the foolish brother, his sister had beauty, wits, and fortitude. He would make it impossible for anyone to ignore her. That became the man's goal. His swing gouged the ground and the ground around him rolled up. With that, I pretended to have my stance be thrown off balance and strike him with a backhand blow. The moment he notices it and reacts, I strike him using my feet. From the beginning, I intended to hit him with a roundhouse kick instead of a fist. His eyes slightly widened, but immediately defends against the kick that is aiming at his temporal region with his arm. His body drifted and the distance increased slightly. Well, I don't really understand it, but if I was that child, hearing her older brother say, "You can achieve that," would be a good memory for the rest of her life. Even if there are some things that I regret doing, it would be impossible for me to resent being supported by him. That is what I don't like, he said, while having a really pained expression. That expression immediately disappeared. I shouldn't have shown her a dream. Honorifics have disappeared. The words that were for Berith are now for his little sister. Dreams are what that person sees on their own. It shouldn't and can't be anyone else's fault. While refining the magical energy needed to form the giant fist, I form a separate silver arm and attack him. No, it should be. If everything is her own responsibility, then what's the responsibility of those who supported her? Being gentle, flattering her, challenging her, and pretending I don't know once she failed? I can't do that. I definitely can't do something like that. That child made the decision, right? It's all her own decision. Yeah, and I'll do what I have decided. Slashing and cutting all of it. He is getting closer to me once again. Didn't you already succeed in doing that? No, it seems like my little sister is still dreaming. The distance between our hearts has become separated once again. What's wrong with that? The destroyed silver became liquefied, then it wriggled and gathered like slime. I thought she'd find a common ground between dreams and reality someday, but I was wrong. She's planning to waste the present that we have built with great efforts just because she was instigated by a man that she accidentally encountered. Ah, I see, so that's what it is. That's when I realized it. To him, Lem looked like his past self. He doesn't deny his little sister's reckless dream and irresponsibly affirms it. The only one who would suffer from that would be his little sister. That's why he said something like that even though Miller was also there. He was so angry that he forgot to put on the mask he usually wears when he's in contact with ordinary people. Hey, did I say something amusing? I think your sister is grateful to you. I think she just wanted you to know that there are things that she can't give up on. Really, at first, I was just going to talk. Philip once told me to form a party together with him and I was the one who agreed. I'm also the one who performed the character of the Silver Prince. It's not like I didn't like it. However, I felt a sense of estrangement from my ideal self. As I continued, it became more suffocating. I was once persuaded that I needed to be popular first so that I could someday become the person I wish to become. I've become more popular and I thought it would be okay for me to once again aim to become the person I wish to become. But this is what happened in the end. I know, but I have no intentions of approving it. You have to wake up from that worthless dream. I'm certainly not going to wake up. I want it to come true. The destroyed silver gathers and becomes a gigantic arm. The arm is swung down in front of him. It's a common thing in the adventurer industry. The withdrawal or entry of members and also the dissolution of a party. This depends on their policies and contracts with the union, but in the case of a dissolution, the videos that the party posted in the past are often deleted. Usually, they would part ways, but sometimes some of them would go straight into a new party, like Nicola and Layla, and Philip and Rory. Mark, who is confronting me, starts running silently. I couldn't find the videos of the Holy Paladin Mark's previous party. So, the information I can gather is only from his current party and from Nicola. By the way, the videos of Nicola's and Philip's previous party are also no longer available. The video that I saw is something that she personally saved. Mark is tall. His body is slender but also toned. There is a theory that a job is a combination of aptitudes and I think that this is mainly correct. For example, a shield-bearing vanguard is blessed with height. The sword attack launched from his long arms has a wide range, and his well-trained body with a shield makes it so that he can respond flexibly to enemy attacks. These sorts of factors are common. It's because there are such and such factors that he is judged to get that job. If someone works hard in that way, he will be rewarded. A world where God informs the people which job is suitable for them. A world where people can find out what they can be at the age of 10. Regardless of what they wish to become. I wonder what he wanted to become. First, the flash that was released from stepping so deep into the ground in a trajectory that is going to split me vertically in half. This is one of his basic attacks which I had thoroughly observed in the video. However, the intensity of this attack is incomparably different when seeing it right in front of my eyes. It's an extremely accurate slash with no deviation at all. That's why the only thing I'm worried about is my movements! Exclamation mark. His expression twitches when he senses my black magic. To explain resist in simple terms, by covering the entire body in magical energy, it can keep away black magic that has a negative effect on the body. I guess I could say it's like an image of wearing a raincoat on a rainy day. However, similarly, you can still get soaked if you get exposed to heavy rain. If a storm were to hit, there would be no way to endure it. For black magic, resist is something basic, and exactly because it's basic, I've gotten used to it. This is because the force and duration of rain are known. The rule of thumb is that if you are clad in something like this, it's possible to neutralize the magic. But he's not foolish. Rather than the usual amount of magical energy, he used more to match the estimated effectiveness of my black magic that I have shown from the previous matches. However, there is a limit to the amount of magical energy that he can use to cover his body due to output problems, since he also needs to maintain the white magic that he had cast on Philip just a moment ago. Still, he must have calculated that the amount would be enough to disable the black magic and then slash me. However, it's not enough. I pushed the effect of the magic to the limit in exchange for limiting the duration to just a moment. What I cast was speed down. Generally, when you try to strengthen a part of the magic, another part would become weaker. For example, if you try to increase the offensive ability, the range would be reduced. Conversely, if the range is set to the minimum point, then that amount can be used to strengthen the offensive ability. If the magical energy of a black sorcerer, who has the ability equivalent to one of the fourth-ranked party, is applied through the wand and used only to cast one black magic to one target for only a moment, the effect may be tremendous. The movement of his body became slow. There is a delay in the slash attack. Still, I just barely managed to avoid it. I managed to move half a step to the side and hold my sword so that the hilt is pointing to the sky. At that moment, a lump of metal that can easily cut a person glided along the sword. His downward swing was parried. The arm of my avatar, which has no sense of pain but does have sensation, begins to go numb. I couldn't completely stop the impact. And when the speed down is broken, he swings the sword, which had struck the ground, towards me. Perhaps because he was focusing on speed, the attack was not with the sharp edge of the sword, but instead with the dull edge. So it's more like a slam. It hits my sword and my body gets blown off, just like a ball that was kicked. Okay, there are cheers all over the place. The black sorcerer that is getting cocky got himself beaten by a powerful person. After all, I'm someone who is disliked, so it would be strange if everyone instantly starts to cheer for me. This is fine, finish him off. There's no way he can win without his partner. After all, a black sorcerer is just a black sorcerer. There's no way he can match an actual fighting expert with just a little training. Don't underestimate adventurers. Mark's expression is unpleasant. Only he and I can understand. Lim successfully managed to parry the first attack. However, he was blown away by Mark's prompt second attack. He somehow was able to get up, but he should have received quite a substantial amount of internal damage. Yeah. Without getting unfazed by Lim's response to the first attack, he immediately swung his sword upwards. What a splendid response. A normal black sorcerer would have received severe damage. Yeah, that's right. Ariel is here. Phoenix is also here. They must have noticed. I didn't receive as much damage as the audience thinks. Rather than being blown away, I jumped while avoiding the impact. From his point of view, on top of his slash being parried, I read his second attack and received almost zero damage. However, the audience did not notice this and made a fuss as if he had the advantage. Most people would be uncomfortable with the discrepancy between the evaluation of others and their own. Aside from unfair evaluations, many people are also reluctant with being evaluated more highly than they actually are. Now, there is a discrepancy between his and the audience's evaluation of the earlier offense and defense. If he is someone who is overly confident and also inexperienced, not only will he agree with the evaluation, but he won't even be able to notice my actions in the first place. But Mark is different. He should have noticed what I did and felt that his actions are not worthy of their cheers. That said, no adventurer would actually explain it here. What kind of entertainer would dampen the excitement of the audience? If they're a serious person, maybe they would try to match the evaluation. A compromise derived from their work and their personal disposition. Win against me and finally reconcile the audience's evaluation with his own. No matter how much he tries to remain calm, this will definitely affect his movements slightly. Is this how you choose to fight? Do you think it's pathetic? Some people may think it's shrewd, but he shook his head. No, but I can't lose. Even under normal circumstances, Holy Paladin is often considered to be the inferior version of Paladin. This is because the attribute of white magic aptitude is not desired in this current era. That is why the current situation of being able to contribute to the 99th ranked party is the best result. Even with the support of Berith, who used a considerable amount of earth magic equivalent to a hero, the defeat will have a lasting effect. Getting defeated by a black sorcerer in a one-on-one fight can lead to a significant decline in his evaluation. A match is always something that people challenge in order to win, but this is a special match that he cannot afford to lose. It's the same for me. Yeah, but one of us will have to lose. Contestant Mark is starting to move. On the other hand, contestant Philip will unveil Diamond for the first time in this tournament. This is hard. If they fight separately in a tag battle, I'm in a bind on where to look and what I should talk about. After all, in a dungeon clear, the hero party has the leading role, and from there it is a system where they focus on their own individual activities. The recording is edited and the voice is applied later. However, in a tag battle, everyone plays a leading role and there is also the audience that witnesses the battle in real time. It's certainly difficult. Mark holds his shield and charges forward. He's planning to stop me from whatever I'm trying to do with my sword by blowing me away with that shield. He might have thought that a simple, high-powered attack of hitting me with a shield wouldn't lead to a big mistake even if he was exposed to all sorts of black magic for a moment. In response to that, I start running away from him. What? Our contestant Lam is trying to gain distance rather. This looks more like he's running away. It looks like he's sprinting with all his energy. The commentator's voice sounds troubled. Huh? Stop running away, you coward. Just fight fair and square and die. If you're that scared, then just withdraw from this battle. The audience seats are somewhat noisy. Ahahaha. So that's it. Since a shield holder's equipment is heavy, the other members will adjust their advancing speed to them during the clear. Compared to the lightweight equipment of a warrior, they are slower. This just can't be helped. Lim is now using that point to gain distance. I see, but what does that mean? No, maybe. That's right. The adventurers in the audience seats would have realized this. Right? Lim is generating his magical energy and putting it into his wand. It's like a temporary retreat in order to get ready. I see. However, if you think about this as an adventurer, running away from the enemy is. Yes, part of what makes him interesting is that he doesn't get caught up in such preconceived ideas. It's a big premise, but this is not a dungeon clear. Certainly, that's true. In a dungeon clear, it is not recommended that the hero party, who is an ally of justice, do acts such as turning their backs on the monsters. However, this is a tag battle that pays no attention to whether they are humans or demi-humans. All that they pursue is victory. Increase their options according to the circumstances. Think and prepare what they need in order to win. Wielding a sword, showing his best cooperation with the demi-human, and being willing to turn his back in order to prepare his next spell. All of his actions are for the sake of achieving victory. Mark is pursuing me. I pour magical energy into the wand. The next thing I use is poison. Poison is really simple. It simply erodes the other person's body little by little from the inside. It may sound like it's reliable when you say it does continuous damage, but it doesn't last even a minute if it was a normal black sorcerer casting it. There is also no change in the target's appearance, unlike the poisonous arrows used by Lara, where the flesh around the point of impact would rot. It also has the effect of gradually worsening the target's sense of operating their physical body. But since my previous party members defeated the monsters before this effect could show, there may be many adventurer fans who do not know about this effect in the first place. Contestant Mark's movements seem to be a bit disordered. I think it's more important to figure out Lim's intention, rather than the black magic itself. Certainly, Lim's assertiveness in this tournament has been astonishing. It's possible for him to resist my black magic. It is also effective if he uses white magic to detoxify the poison. If that happens, I will have to start over from the point where I have to reapply the spell again. instead of only using the magical energy needed to maintain the spell, and the magical energy consumed will increase. However, since he is giving more priority to maintaining the white magic for Philip, he cannot devote all his energy to deal with the black magic. The usual way of fighting for black sorcerers is to devote themselves to supporting the others. If they can make the enemy feel that they are troublesome, it's a success, and if they can shift the aim to themselves, it would be a great success. It is easier to defeat an enemy that is trying to force its way through than it is to defeat a perfect enemy. Yeah, it's not quite the same, but there have been instances in this tournament where people have tried to take on Lim, only to be thwarted by Berith's wall. I'm sure that some of the people in the audience are aware of this. The video of the qualifying round was shown on the screen in between matches, during breaks, and when the venue was being repaired. Contestant Mark is very calm. Without forcing himself to chase or ignore Lim's black magic, he is trying to read the true intention behind his action. Those who can do this will become stronger. Now, as I'm standing still, he's closing the distance between me and him. It's an amateurish idea, but I thought that wouldn't things work out if he just went and straightforwardly fought him? What do you think about that? For me and Herva, we would rush into the fight thinking that it would be fun, including whatever the opponent is planning to do. However, this is not recommended. After all, it's better to use your head. If someone has become the first and third rank hero, it's not just me, but anyone will be able to straightforwardly challenge any strong opponents and no one will laugh at them. Ahaha. I see, so it's important to choose a countermeasure that suits you. I'm not saying that Mark isn't strong enough, he still hasn't cut off the white magic on Philip. Moreover, he is maintaining the resist towards Lim and he is still moving his body. A lot of holy paladins give up on developing their white magic, but he hasn't neglected that either. If so, it would still be easy. But Mark is different. There is no compromise in both his swordsmanship and white magic. My line of sight intersects with him. I'm sorry, Philip. The poison is removed. He cast a detoxifying white magic on himself. The attack power enhancement that was applied to Philip is released. The Diamond Hero is a swordsman with particularly good defense. With the addition of increased attack power, he has the strength to withstand Berith's attacks and crush her defenses. Berith would have an easier time fighting him since the enhancement had been lifted. At the same time, Mark is now in perfect condition. Sorry, but I don't have that much time. You're right. The difference between the audience evaluation and his self-evaluation, and the release of the enhancement on his partner. There is one more reason for him to hurry. So far, it's been proceeding according to my strategy. The moment I thought that, I was surprised. That's because Mark has thrown away his big shield. A shield user has thrown away his shield? No, I see. Oh. Contestant Mark has begun to adapt to the situation. This is wonderful. If this was a dungeon clear, it is unlikely that a shield user would throw away his shield, since it would mean that he is abandoning his role as the tank to protect his companions. As I mentioned earlier, this is a tag tournament. Taking that into consideration, he might have thought that the big shield in a one-to-one fight with a black sorcerer has only been hindering his mobility, which is why he threw it away. I agree. He might also want to hurry to defeat Lim and support Philip. Did he decide that contestant Berith wouldn't be able to interfere, or did he believe that contestant Philip wouldn't let her do that? Either way, the conclusion on this side seems to be nearing. Mark approaches me, as if to make Ariel's words a reality. The first attack came from the same trajectory as swinging down. It slightly shifted in a flash to make it hit my abdomen. I promptly cast attack down, but because there is also resist, the sword I'm using for the defense snaps off. Not only that, my field of vision is compromised. I got blown away. I managed to kill the momentum by tumbling on the ground, and once I prepared my stance, he was already in front of me. Once he threw away his shield, he got faster. Of course, it's not only that. He also cast speed up on himself. No. He also threw away his sword. Well, that explains why he's so fast. A kick with the momentum of his sprint is approaching me. Although I tried to defend against it by crossing my arms, I received the impact along with the sound of my bone breaking. My back crashed to the wall of the field. My left arm can't move. My right arm somehow managed to have some strength in it, and I didn't let go of my broken sword. The sword falls to the ground, along with my elbow. He had picked up his sword and threw it at me. His fist, approaching with a rushing momentum, is aiming for my head. Just in time, I avoided it by diving to the ground. That fist made the wall collapse. He pulls out the sword that had been stuck in the wall after it cut off my right arm. Mark kicks off the ground. I also start running towards him. Is there anything else? A moment of hesitation appears in his eyes. He brushes it away and holds his sword above his head. His countermeasure against my black magic is perfect. He also has white magic. Moreover, I no longer have a staff. I don't have the physical ability needed to avoid his attack. There's no way to avoid his attack. Mark will win. If this continues, I use black magic and cast speed down on myself. It's a form of sudden stop for one of the two that are rapidly closing the distance between them. I'm sure he was expecting me to change direction, accelerate, or decelerate. But could he have imagined that I would cast a debuff on myself? For me, this is a training method that I use every day, but for most humans, it's an unthinkable way of using black magic. My bangs were quickly slashed and the tip of the sword grazed over the tip of my nose. Then, the blade cut the ground. I start to move again. I step on his sword and jump. But you already have nothing else to. You gave it to me, didn't you? It was only a moment ago. Because of him, I lost my right arm starting from the elbow. Both the exposed bone and flesh are from an avatar, so it's obscured. The flesh immediately dissipates into magic particles, but the bones have a little more time before it gets disintegrated. Since the magic density is different, the cross-section is sharp enough to pierce the bare human body. No way. He couldn't finish his sentence, because the white bone from my elbow had pierced his throat. He opened his eyes wide and was stunned for a few seconds, but in the end he laughed, along with a regrettable, apologetic, praiseful smile. He left the field. My body fell to the ground. He had lifted his sword in that situation and severed my right leg from the knee down. What breathtaking offense and defense. The winner is contestant Lam. No way. He ended up winning single-handedly, Alba said with an astonished expression. I know. I was watching. My tone was often misunderstood as an angry one, but that's not the case. Alba usually snaps when he hears my irritating tone, but now he's not even paying any attention to it and just continues to stick to the window to look at the field. Lark, wouldn't you lose as well if you fight against him? Maybe. Anyway, I was already beaten once because of a certain someone who gave him a magic sword. Alba often makes people feel irritated, but this time Lark lightly eluded it. But at the same time, both Lark and I are surprised to hear that Alba mentioned Lam's victory with his own mouth, albeit jokingly. But then again, it's Alba, so it was probably just another whim of his. Putting aside Bella, Lily doesn't seem surprised by Lam's victory. I shook my head at Lark's words. I'm surprised, but it's fundamentally the same as what we personally witnessed at the Demon King Castle. He researched to get a profound understanding of the opponent, predicted what the opponent would do and how he should respond to it, and then create a strategy. The Frost Hero Bella nodded to my words. I still have mixed feelings about Lam's withdrawal, but Bella has done nothing wrong. On the contrary, her calmness and keen opinions that one would not expect from Rookie have helped me a lot. Even though it's as Lily said, I'm still not sure how to react to this. That Holy Paladin is definitely not weak. Yeah, he's excellent. In addition to magic resistance, he also has white magic aptitude, which should make it easy for him to deal with black magic. At any rate, I think he did a good job of reducing the effectiveness of Lam's magic. I'm not sure if it's because he has the same type of job, but Lark is more talkative than usual. You're right. But what I'm curious about is, yeah, I also thought about that. Yes, that's right. His black magic is not just something like that. Even if there's a reason as to why he can't muster that much strength, as when he's purely focusing on defense, that's still way too weak. In the first place, compared to the previous matches. Don't tell me. Everyone seemed to have noticed at the same time. It was different. However, there was one person who was concerned about something else. Alba. Ah, where'd Phoenix go? We finally noticed it. The leader of our party was not here. No. Isn't that our leader over there? The place that Bella pointed to was an ordinary audience seat. At that place, there was the figure of Phoenix. Whoa, that was such an intense battle. Yeah, I think there are various perspectives, but personally I would like to applaud both contestants. Since it's not often for me to get the chance to watch an adventurer match with such a fresh feeling. Although it was a wonderful victory, Lam has also received serious damage. An avatar leaving the field is caused by a fatal injury or by losing too much simulated blood, as in leaking out magical energy, to the point that if the blood was real then that person would have died. He managed to avoid a fatal injury, however, he has lost one hand and one leg. Will the match depend on the one-on-one fight between contestant Philip and contestant Barith? Sir Ariel? Mr. Commentator is saying something. I was refining my magical energy. To be precise, I continued to refine it. By no means did I go easy on Mark during the fight. It's just like how Mark continued to maintain the white magic cast on Philip for quite some time while fighting me. It's exactly because this is a tag battle that using your power for the sake of your partner's victory is not treated with contempt. Because he was serious about this. He had racked his brains about the distribution of power. It's inevitable that there would be openings for Barith's desired fighting style. That's because of the super high firepower needed. Although she can also just avoid using it and fight purely with her nimble hands, this also has the purpose of displaying her fighting style. As her partner, and as a black sorcerer, it's natural for me to help her. We fought separately and now that I somehow managed to win, I have to cast black magic on Philip. Before I leave the field, I ignored the magical energy that is leaking out and maximize the operation of my magical energy organ. Mark was a strong opponent, so I thought that an arm would be a necessary sacrifice, but I didn't expect to have one arm and one foot severed. It's impossible for me to move and distract Philip in this condition. A voice. A stranger's voice. No, it sounded familiar. I've heard this voice countless times before. It's definitely Phoenix's voice. It sounded like the voice was pretty close. When I turned my head, I saw my childhood friend leaning over the railing, further forward than the front seats, calling out to me. To the surprise of the general audience, his face was a little excited and he looked happy. What are you doing? You're going to cause a big fuss. More like, I'm in the middle of a match right now, though. It's okay, Lem. What's okay? I don't get what you're trying to say. You won, defeating the enemy head-on and helping his allies win. I admired those kinds of heroes. However, reality is harsh, and even though I like to contribute to the victory of my friends as a black sorcerer, in the end, I couldn't throw away that admiration. The battle with Phoenix was extremely enjoyable. But that was only possible because of my master's horn, the cooperation of my allies, and my position as Lemmigaton. I see. I'm now feeling happy. I'm so happy to the point that I'm trembling, but I pretended not to notice it and tried to concentrate on the fight. I don't think it's wrong for me to do that, but Phoenix said that it's okay for me to express it. Sir Phoenix seems to be shouting from the audience seats. Is he trying to cheer for his friend? The generation of magical energy is still continuing. I have to observe the fight between the other two people and measure the best timing. I can be happy after finishing. He's right, Lem. It's not an emotion that you should get used to stifling. You should express that emotion when it's at its greatest. Even if it's only for a moment. He couldn't have been close enough to hear that, but it seems like Ariel can understand Phoenix's feelings. Phoenix brought his hand forward. Since one of my arms was broken and cut off, he's probably offering his hand as a substitute for it. Did you come down here just to do that? You're such an idiot. Okay then, I'll borrow your hand. Fortunately, I have a little bit of time. It's enough time for me to complete my magic. The torrent of emotions that was eagerly waiting to be expressed was released with my permission. My voice was raised and he clenched his fist at the same time. Yeah, I won. With my black magic and body that was trained by my master, while leveraging the swordsmanship that was trained by Focus, utilizing all of the experiences and knowledge that I've gained so far. Against the vanguard of an adventurer's party. Single-handedly, against the holy paladin that's in the 99th rank, as the Black Sorcerelm, I won. When I realized it, I was already exclaiming in a loud voice, like an idiot. It wasn't pointless. It wasn't meaningless. All my efforts, during these 10 years, have steadily allowed me to realize my childhood dream. To think that I can't even express my happiness if I'm alone. I still have a long way to go. I'm no longer looking at my best friend, but I know that, just like me, he was still smiling. I thanked my best friend and the one who's in first rank and cast the last black magic of the semi-finals. Up until now, I've always flowed my magical energy through the staff to cast magic, even if it took some time. I've been doing that, except for the speed down at the end. By doing so, I can save my magical energy and get a huge magic effect with a small amount of magical energy. However, what is released now is all of my magical energy that has been produced in my body since the start of the match and was concealed with magical energy manipulation. Birith, I'll give you the best moment. That's why, with all of your strength, you should punch him hard. Immediately after the magic was activated, I left the field. I'm leaving the rest up to you. I started watching clear videos because I was influenced by my brother. It seemed like he started watching it because of our father's influence. Mother didn't seem to like it though. The brother and sister admired heroes, and both of them became a hero at the age of 10. It was impossible for us not to aim for it. The cool heroes that shook our hearts even through the screen. I can't help but want to become a hero. But no matter how much effort we put in to make our dreams come true, we couldn't get any results. To be honest, I don't want to recall how I felt at that time. When I tried to talk to people, their expressions would become worn out, so if I have to describe it, it felt like the end of the world. To put it another way, my brother had reconstructed my world. In the new world, there were people who admired me, loud cheers came from all over the place, and I became the beautiful and chivalrous Silver Prince. But that is only the result of the mask that he had prepared for me. Although I am the one who put in a lot of effort to act according to the role, my brother is the one who wrote the script. So, what's the problem with that world? There is nothing wrong with it. On the surface, the customers are happy, my teammates are satisfied, a lot of money is coming in, and we are doing well. The only problem is that I'm not satisfied. In sports, there are times when a popular player would transfer to a different team. Perhaps there is reason for him to do so, such as because the player is aiming for the top, or because he has long admired that team. Some fans will be supportive, while others will criticize it as a betrayal. I don't know who is correct. Is there even a right response? If there is, then who made that decision? All I can say is that these players thought about it all on their own and took responsibility from their decisions. It's not that they didn't consider what their teammates and fans would think. They didn't. They made the decision by themselves because it was about them. What I didn't have was that kind of strong mentality. I've always kept my past failures at the bottom of my heart. I was hesitant to talk to my brother about the party because he was the one who brought out these results. That day, the day I visited the room where Lam and Miller were, the reason I cried during the conversation with my brother, the reason that made me very sad, it was because I thought that my brother had changed. I have no intentions of denying a party that can be sold and be popular. It should have been a part of the process. We admired heroes, experienced a setback, and made a comeback. But that wasn't for the sake of becoming a popular party that can make a lot of money. It was because in order for us to become just like the heroes we admired, we first need to be seen by the people. And in order for us to be seen by people, we needed to have a personality and elements that were easy to understand and can attract their interest. For me, I have someone I admire. I have a dream of wanting to become someone like the hero of the Cursed Sword Herva, who is currently in 3rd rank. Even now, it's still the same. I think that my brother also had a hero he admired, a dream he's aiming for. Just stop doing this and become a proper adult. The hero you're aiming for won't make any money. You can't live without money. You're the one who chose this as your job. The results are finally showing. Stop acting like a child. That day, I thought to myself, I see brother Phil has grown up. I'm the only one who still remained like the kid that eagerly watched TV. When I looked at him, the boy who was just as excited as me about the hero's fight was no longer there. When I thought so, I became sad. But I'm sure it's wrong. I don't think the thoughts he said to Berith were a lie. So, is he now living in order to atone for the past, when he casually affirmed his sister's dream? That's much sadder, but there was one saving grace in it. And that is, it seems like you can't use any big moves without the support of a black sorcerer. Well, it seems like you can't even smash silver without the support of a holy paladin. The battle was in a stalemate. I have tried to attack with a silver arm from the ground, with my fist, and by using a weapon. However, I still couldn't break through the defense of the diamond hero. In addition, he used diamond, which covered his entire body with an armor that has a rock-like texture. He doesn't seem to like that appearance because it made him look like artificial demi-beasts or a golem. But in exchange for his agility, his defense is now much higher. On the other hand, he has also been unable to destroy my magic since just a few minutes ago. To be more precise, since the number of attacks required for him to destroy my magic has increased, he chose to evade rather than destroy. Mark is excellent, but the enhancement by white magic is only a temporary relief. However, since it's magic, it's possible to increase its effectiveness depending on the conditions. He can focus on the target and increase the amount of magical energy poured into it. As a result, his offensive power, which was originally slightly unable to crush the silver, managed to reach the level where he could crush it. But then Mark's magic was interrupted by Elam, resulting in this current situation. My attacks lack the decisive blow and his attacks are one step short of reaching me. But I wasn't just wasting my magical energy. If I depend on Lam for everything, then nothing will change. If I have a goal that I want to accomplish, I should at least think about how to fight for it and implement it by myself. I've finished the preparations. Philip, we will win this fight. How are you planning to defeat us? When Mark will defeat them? He's implying, what are you saying when you aren't even capable of defeating me? I understand why he would want to say that, since I always get helped by Lam. If it goes according to the strategy we made beforehand, I should be able to get a final boost. However, even if I don't get it, I have to try to win this fight. Because I've been helped by so many people. So today, here, from now on, at least for this moment, by myself. With this silver magic, I will break both their diamond and the regret he has been carrying. A thin silver was coiled around my right arm. Here I come. I've been thinking about this for a long time. People have different suitabilities. For me, however, it's not enough to just impersonate who I wanted to be. That approach was a failure. In the first place, that's just an imitation, an inferior copy. I'm not saying that admiration is bad. It's just that the world isn't that easy to live in, to the point that you can deal with it with only admiration. My perception was naive, until the first failure. My brother and I were the same. But Phil is amazing. Both of us who weren't popular and our companions, the thief Layla and the fairy and wizard Rory, are now popular. The holy paladin Mark was also misfortunate at his previous party, so my brother turned around the lives of 5 adventurers, including himself. He perceived adventurers as merchandise, thought about trends and party balance, and created a personality that is suitable for him and me. The result was a success. Layla, Rory, and Mark seemed to be happy with the current situation. But what about me and Philip? Whoa. There is a development in this side as well. The battle was in a stalemate after Mark stopped casting his white magic, but contestant Berith is attacking him again. Contestant Berith is very proficient in using earth magic. People tend to pay attention to those who have spirits, but magic is a power that is approved by even humans. Speaking of adventurers, The famous wizard of foresight Merlin can use magic that is on par with contractors of the four great spirits even though she doesn't have a contract with a spirit. You're referring to the wizard in the second-ranked party, right? Well, although she might not be as good as Merlin, she certainly gives off the impression of being able to use both flashy, high-force magic and subtle, versatile magic. I feel sorry for the two commentators and everyone in the audience. I'm not an insect human who doesn't rely on spirits, but a hero in disguise. Although, Ariel might just be pretending that he doesn't know, even though he actually realized it. Yeah. But will she be satisfied with just being able to properly use both magic? Or will she, as expected of a top-notch hero, to think that he can instantly give an answer for what I've been worried about for the past few years? That's right, I admire a hero who ultimately wins in the end, even though that image became muddy and tattered. A hero who can endure damage and defeat his opponent with great skill. I have learned how to fight with the fighting style that I admire. My aptitude as a hero who wins with beautiful, flowing magic. A hero who is protected by her brother and Mark and defeats her opponents with ease. I have also learned how to fight with the fighting style that my brother demonstrated. For me, failure and success, aspiration and aptitude, dream and reality. Two fighting styles that are seemingly at odds with each other. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Lem. Thank you, brother, for showing me how to survive, and reality. Thank you, Lem, for showing me how to never give up on my dreams. I'm grateful to both of you. That's a pretty adorable armament. Contrary to my boastful speech, all I did was clad the surface of my arm with silver. It seemed a bit anticlimactic. Is that so? Even if I do this? But of course, this is not the end. What? Uck. He jumped to the side. A cannonball-sized silver was aimed at his back. The sword held by their arm was reshaped and thrown at him. I see. This will certainly allow you to have a longer range to some extent. But if that's all it is, if it's only to that extent, I won't be able to defeat him. So I just tried to not let it end at that extent. The cannonball he avoided didn't miss its target, just like how I intended it. The cannonball crashed into my fist. Just like that, it coiled around my arm. The silver arm became slightly larger. Contestant Berith has taken all this into consideration. Since her special move takes a long time to prepare, she had to buy time with the walls and limbs black magic. The problem was that the various skills she had will not damage contestant Philip, who specializes in defense. But if she doesn't use those skills, then he will close the distance. She solved that problem in a single swoop. It's brilliant. While maintaining the diversion of minor skills, she made the preparation to use her greater skill. Once the preparations were complete, she used her minor skills to stop her opponent and deliver the blow. Not only did she use them well, but she also combined the skills that she can use and made it evolve. This will be very troublesome for her opponent. If I try to create huge magic all at once, it will result in a huge opening. If that's the case, I can use small magic and gradually make it bigger. Of course, it wasn't as easy as it sounds, and constructing the magic was so tedious that smoke was coming out of my head. But this is a new form, not just one or the other, but a combination of admiration and aptitude. All that remains is to produce results. That is the most difficult part. Well done, but it's still not enough, and there's one flaw in that strategy. He remained calm. Their arm, that grew before his evasion, was holding a sword. He didn't avoid the swing of the sword. He gripped and crushed it with his arm that was covered with diamond. Just like that, he put both of his hands around my arm, and put more strength into the grip. The creaking arm developed a crack and eventually broke. It'll be finished off as long as I don't avoid it. With your skills, the silver can't harm me. Then I'll go towards you. From the moment he caught the sword, I started running. By the time he turned around to look at me, our distance had shrunk to the point where we could hit each other. He didn't even block the blow aimed at his abdomen. There are two sounds of impact. One from my arm striking him in the stomach, one from his arm striking me in the face. The both of us retreated as if we were repelled from each other. We didn't intend to do that. It was the impact of both of our attacks that did it. At the moment of contact, The silver that was scattered around him stuck to my arm. The magic was set up so that the silver would merge together at a certain distance. My vision wobbled. What a heavy blow. I shouldn't take another hit to the head. I had considered that he would react quickly, but I didn't expect that brother of mine would actually prioritize countering rather than defending. It didn't seem like no. That's just like my brother. The person I admired was the hero of the cursed sword. Then who did my brother admire? That person was called the Iron Wall Hero. The Iron Wall Hero is the most amazing, because if the hero doesn't receive any damage, then he won't lose, right? A hero who never falls is a hero who never loses. Just because he's the Iron Wall Hero doesn't mean that his attacks are weak. An armor that is impervious to any attack can become a weapon that can shatter any armor. He can take on all of his enemies and then win. Isn't that so cool? That's what my older brother told me when we were kids. I was moved by the cool female hero who tries to win even if she was torn and tattered. Phil was fascinated by the cool hero who remained unharmed against all kinds of attacks. I will not be defeated by a fist of that level. I knew it. My brother has changed, but there are still parts of him that still haven't changed. You didn't lose your admiration for that hero, did you? It's just that you've sealed it away and you're now acting as your sister's knight. Don't worry. I'll hit you harder next time. Punch, then defeat him. It's extremely simple, but when magic, weapons, and fighting techniques are involved, it won't be that simple. A heavy and dull sound just resounded. Contestant Berith had been maintaining her distance until the preparation for her great skill was finished, but she's now abandoning that and is going for close combat. On the other hand, contestant Philip, who has been fighting a steady battle with his high defense, chooses to counterattack instead of strengthening his defense. I personally like this development. Well, since I'm a commentator, so if I had to say something more like a commentator, I would say that their actions aren't the result of leaving everything to their emotions. Can you please tell us more details? In the case of contestant Berith, she might have had an intention to solve the lack of offensive ability of her minor skills. The feature of being able to manipulate it freely even if it's away from the caster consumes magical energy. If she uses it at a very short distance, she can save some of her magical energy and use it for increasing her offensive ability. I see. Then, what is the intention of contestant Philip? They're still exchanging blows, but his diamond is still staying strong. With the current right arm and minor skills, Berith won't be able to do much damage. So it's not wrong for him to go on the offensive. If Berith's right arm is completed, it'll eliminate the need for her to incorporate the combination of her two skills. Then her minor skills will be further strengthened. So maybe he is trying to settle the fight before that future comes. So you're saying that, even though at the first glance, the both of them seem to be having a fist fight, they are actually sketching the path to victory in their head. As the commentary continued, so did our offense and defense. No, that's not accurate. This is more like offense and offense. I punched him in the face, chest, abdomen, sides, and chin, and sometimes I even punch his fists that were aiming for my back and knees with my right arm, or with my arm that grew out from the ground. However, his diamond is still not broken. Even a real golem would be easier to deal with. This defense is too hard. Speaking of him, he didn't take any defensive stance at all and just comes straight at me. If there is an arm that gets in the way, he will tear it off. And if there is a wall standing in his way, he will hit it again and again until it breaks. The bigger your arms get, the heavier your movements become. It's still better than you with your full body golem armor though. It seems that you still have the composure to crack jokes. I felt like he grinned inside the helmet that looked like a golem's head. Speaking of accumulated damage, I'm at a tremendous disadvantage. The exoskeleton that the insect humans were said to be proud of is already tattered. Some parts are dented or tore off. Although both the insect humans and I have a contract with an earth spirit, each spirit has different suitabilities. Even though they are like alter egos, they were split apart a long time ago, and they have different personalities. It might be similar to the story that says that if we trace the human ancestors back to the beginning, They are all one entity. Even if in the beginning they are one entity, every one of them is now a different individual. My partner is good at formation. He was given the ability to transform a part of the earth, as long as it was silver. Phil's partner is good at hardening. He was given the ability to give a rock-like hardness that cannot be destroyed by a person's hands. It's only slightly heavier. I was facing him, but then I started running in the opposite direction. Phil pursued after me. A silver slope was created right in front of me. However, there was something strange with its condition starting from the middle. It's bent backward. I ran through it regardless, and just before the top and bottom turned over, I kicked the silver. I twisted in midair and transmitted more strength to my fist. Below me, there was the diamond hero, who chased after me. My fist, which also has height added to its power, absorbed the silver used on the slope immediately after the jump and became even bigger. No matter how many times you do it, the result will stay the same. Then, I'll just do it again and again until the result changes. I swung my fist toward his helmet. Just like before, he didn't try to defend against it. My right arm was already thicker than an orc's arm, but looks like not even this will give him any damage. His arm tried to grasp my lower back. Is he planning to break my body right in half? But just before he did it, he jumped backward. You've thought a lot about this, huh? Liquid silver was gushing out from the place he was standing before. His armor is like a golem's. It looks like a combination of stones of various sizes. If I can sneak the liquid silver into the armor through the gaps, then I can damage him from the inside, although it's not an appearance that he wants to show. He also won't be able to ignore it, since there are people watching. Although my sister is planning to hit and defeat me, even if I ignore her, she probably won't attack me with this. It won't play out like this. Do you think I'm an idiot? Phil didn't respond. He's thinking about it. He thought that his sister is an idiot. Well, I can't deny it. All right, I'll defeat you while continuously moving. It doesn't matter, I told you already, we're the ones that will win. Phil started running. There are two chances. Neither of them is available now, but the chance will definitely come. I have no doubt about that. I created a wall to obstruct his path. I'm dumbfounded. I thought I had temporarily blocked his path. So, in the meantime, I also approached the wall and was trying to absorb the silver of the wall with my right arm while striking him on the other side of the wall. But I couldn't do that. The wall was being lifted along with the ground it grew out from. Of course, he was the one who did it. You're trying to absorb this, right? Feel free to do that. After saying that, he threw the wall. You're probably wondering what it means to throw a wall, but there's no other way to describe it because he actually threw it. Not good. It's good that I know what's on the other side of this, but it's troublesome that he used it as an attack. Even if I can absorb the wall that's approaching, it will block my visual field. On the other hand, if I choose to avoid it, the completion of my right arm will be delayed. I hesitated, but in the end, I choose to absorb it. I used my fist to attack the silver that I made. You made the wrong choice. He's fast, but that's okay. That's just how it should be. He was undoing their diamond on his body, other than his right fist. He knew that I'll choose to absorb it and threw off the best armor. He raised his fist from a low stance to punch me in the jaw, but it missed the target. The wall that I was trying to absorb had changed its form into an arm. The former silver wall, now the current silver arm, grasped my right arm and raised me overhead. My body fluttered in the air. Ha! You're making a sound that seems as if you're having a lot of fun. Aren't you forgetting your character? The first chance came at the perfect timing. Given my brother's personality, I thought he would choose Rory, a wizard who would look great for shows, as his partner. However, this time he chose Mark, the holy paladin who usually protects his sister alongside himself. He may have thought about what the audience wanted and decided that swordplay was better than brightly colored magic. There are winners and losers in hero shows and dungeon clears, but for the customers, it has a strong aspect of performance. In the case of dungeon clears, the party can decide how to present it themselves, from which angle and which shot to use. However, In the case of a tag tournament, there are people who watch the tournament live, regardless of the fact that it will be broadcasted on TV later. If you think about it that way, the fairy, Rory, is small and hard to see, and even though the venue is full of magical energy, the concentration is not as high or as plentiful as in a dungeon. It's hard to make the best use of Rory's strong point of gathering magical energy from her surroundings and use it as her own. He might also have such thoughts, but those are probably not the real reason. Those are not the decisive factor. Isn't it because he wants to defeat Lim? Isn't it because he recognized that Lim is an excellent black sorcerer and is being cautious against him? That's why he teamed up with the Holy Paladin. If that partner loses, he wouldn't be able to stay indifferent, even if it's in the middle of the match. Now, I reduced all of the arms that was located around my surroundings by one size smaller and turned those parts into spheres and threw it. Then, all of it merged with my right arm in midair. The enormous right arm was used as a hammer and I swung it down on him. The impact was big enough that it made the venue shake. My large hammer smashing him right in the head did not happen. It was stopped by a right fist that was aimed upwards. The impact shattered the ground beneath his feet, making his body slightly submerged in the ground, but the damage seemed to have reached him thanks to the lack of armor on the other parts of his body. But still, it was the best timing. Then how can you still react to it? With a slight sound, he stepped back. There was a feeling of floating for a moment. Having lost the support of his arms, my body started to fall down. Then, Phil approached me. I put my left hand on my right arm, grasped it, and pulled it out. I formed a sword from my right arm. How skillful. Aren't you more suited for this? You're noisy. The sword I swung was crushed, but I succeeded in deviating the trajectory of his fist. The fist that was supposed to hit my head ended up hitting my chest and my body was blown away. I pushed my right arm against the ground and slowly stopped the momentum. When I looked back, there, Diamond, was already redeployed on his body. Don't tell me, is what you've just done the best that you can do? If that's the limit of what you can do when you get a good opportunity, you will never be able to smash this body of mine. Of course, that's not my limit. I hope that's the case. Did he think that I didn't see that? It was only for an instant, but I clearly saw it. There was a crack in his right fist that resulted because of the previous attack. It has already been repaired, but it was definitely cracked. My attack power only needs to be slightly stronger. The next attack will decide the result of the match. In the best case scenario, I can support you with black magic after defeating Mark. It would be great if I could turn Philip's attention towards me. This was the conversation I had with Lum at the strategy meeting before the tournament. The worst case scenario would be if Lum lost to Mark, or if I lost against my brother even earlier than that. Yeah, I'm probably late at asking this, but you don't disagree with this? Lum's gaze seemed anxious. No way. Of course, I'll try to win even in a one-on-one match, but this is a tag battle. I have no complaints about winning with the help of my partner. I see. If that's the case, then that's good. Lum smiled in relief and continued. So, about the magic that I'm going to cast on Philip, I'm thinking about using confusion. Since even if he uses Diamond, this will disrupt the thoughts that maintain the skill. Although the armor will only loosen for around the range of an instant to a few seconds, if you strike him at that moment with your completed right arm, you should be able to defeat him, right? Yeah. Nicola, after hesitating for a short time, I somehow managed to say it. You see, Lum. About that, can't you cast defense down instead? Lum put his hand on his chin to think about it, without denying my opinion. Well, that's true, and I also think that the audience would be more excited to see you smashing their Diamond, rather than me making his armor become shaky. Moreover, it also fits the purpose of making the audience charmed with the fighting style that you wish to have. But he had a complicated expression. Black magic cannot be cast on objects. Also, since it also can't be cast on others' magic, the only thing that can be lowered by a defense down is Philip's own durability. It can't make Diamond turn brittle though. The reason why white magic and black magic are effective on avatars is that it was configured to be that way during the creation phase. Otherwise, since avatars are made out of magical energy, white and black magic won't have any effect against it. Yeah, I know. In order to make the best use of Lim's support, I must first get past my brother's impregnable fortress. I thought he would say various other things to me. Lim is kind, but that doesn't mean that he's lenient. He is greedy for victory, is committed to helping his friends win, and even though it doesn't look like it to the audience, he has been thinking about ways to win more than anyone else. I wonder if that part of him would be a little bit more shown through this tournament. I would be happy if that was true. Anyway, he never compromises when it's about a match. If he thinks that my idea won't lead to victory, he'll tell me the reason why. Then, I'll leave the rest up to you. He smiled and only said that. I was so happy to hear that short sentence. He decided that this was possible. I'll cast defense down at the same time you smash his armor. However, even if you can break through, Diamond, most of your power will have been used up by that time. Yeah, but you'll win. Yeah. With Berith's fist and Lim's black magic. I'm not going to verify what kind of situation Lim is in now. Of course, I'm worried, but I'm not going to pay any attention to it. He will definitely do what he said he would do, I have no doubt about that. That's why I will also do what I said I would do. I started running, not towards my brother. I ran toward the vicinity of the remaining arms on the field. As I ran, my right arm slowly became larger. My opponent didn't interfere with it. Is he focusing on increasing his defense ability, or is he unable to chase after me because of the damage he received earlier? It's gotten a lot bigger. All of their arms I've created so far have been retrieved. The only thing left to do is to clash with him and crush him. I'm going to hit you with this. He seemed to be planning to attack me as I sprinted toward him. The ground shook with each step. Without any other interference, the distance between us dropped to 0. My right arm thrust out and he stopped it using both of his arms. A moment later, a thunderous sound on par with an earth tremor resounded throughout the venue. His body slowly went down, but there, Diamond, is still not broken. I told you, breaking my body is. I'll definitely do it. Because I'm the one who made this decision and my partner has entrusted me to do this. Then, there was another thunderous sound. What is this? Phil looked surprised. His body went down even further. I made my right arm become gigantic only by using absorption, although it also consumed magical energy to operate the arms and create the walls. I am a hero. Moreover, it's not like I'm new to this. I'm already 16 years old. I have been training for 6 years, ever since the identification of my job. So, I have enough magical energy. The arm was already enlarged to the limit of the size that I could handle. That's why my brother never doubted that this was the best I could do. Because in fact, it really was my best. It's just that I received some support. A silver arm was hitting the elbow of my right arm. After hitting, the arm was absorbed by my right arm. Since I've already hit him, I don't mind even if it enlarges to a size that I can no longer handle. I repeated the process again and again, as long as I still have enough magical energy. Hit, 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 hit. I kept on hitting him again and again. Even if it doesn't seem to be effective at all, I just continued to do this. And then, one step at a time, it started to break. Ugh, goo. The next thing I knew, my opponent's back was against the wall of the field. He was in between my right arm and the wall. Krk. There was the sound of something creaking. There was a crack in Diamond, but that's not all. My right arm also had a crack, but I didn't care about it. I continued to push, kept on hitting him with my fist, as if to crush him with the impact. Eventually, it broke. His armor and my right arm. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. In that instant, I closed the distance between us. The silver that was wrapped around my arm at the very beginning was the only part remaining. A right arm wrapped in thin silver. This alone might not be enough, to finish him off. But there was no need for me to be worried. Punch him. I felt like I heard a voice saying that. I'm sure it's the voice of the best black sorcerer. I swung my fist as hard as I could toward my brother, who had a fist clad in a thin golden color. The other party also did the same. We punched each other's face with all our strength. There was a dull, heavy sound. Although I previously thought that it would be bad to receive another blow in the head, I ended up completely receiving it. Nevertheless, I didn't end up collapsing. I guess that was probably because his armament had also become weaker. On the other hand, he was not there. That's not accurate. I merely missed the moment when he disappeared. There were still traces of his presence. The magic particles that looked like scattered stardust showed it. He left the field. Lim's defense down was cast at the best possible timing. Contestant Mark, Contestant Lim and also Contestant Philip has left the field. The winner is Lam and Berith Bear. The cocoon opened. When I got out, Mark was there. He had an indescribable face. Is he smiling? But he also seemed calm. At the same time, he also looked frustrated. Lim. He was strong. It seems so. I'm sorry, even though I was already cautious against him. No matter how good of a black sorcerer Lim is, he actually shouldn't have been able to win against Mark. If they fought 100 times, then Mark would win 100 times. But that's just the overall strength. The answer would be derived if their fighting abilities are forcibly quantified and compared. However, this was a tag tournament, and there were a number of strategies that he had prepared for this battle. There must have been something more that I didn't know about. I won't be able to figure that out unless I ask Mark or check the video. Why are you apologizing? Those who actually fought against him would understand, but if you look at it from the audience's point of view, they have a firm impression of Lim as the one who was kicked out from his party, and due to the fact that I lost to him. Is he thinking that his value as a product would fluctuate because of that? There won't be any problem with that. Is that so? Of course there will be some worrisome opinions, but it won't be a big deal. There is also the fact that Ariel had invited Lim to his party and the other heroes that lost to him before you. Moreover, if you take Fellow's goal of establishing a fair competition into consideration, he won't treat black sorcerers as coldly as the adventurer industry had done until now. In other words, so you're saying that this matter will instead make Lim become re-evaluated, so it will be hard for other people to look down upon the losers? If this had been a project unrelated to Fellow, it would have been dangerous. Just like what you were worried about, it would have been normal to have comments saying that those who lose against a black sorcerer are not fit to be an adventurer. What's more important than the facts itself is how it is presented and how it is captured. It's a relief that the person in charge of deciding that is Fellow this time. Hey, what are you smiling about when you just lost? It's not like he's smiling from ear to ear, but it's rare to see Mark smiling. It's not that he's a man that doesn't smile at all, but his expression is normally unshakable. No. Sorry about that. The battle with Lim. How should I express this? Right. It was fun. When I think that this battle will not be tainted by outsiders' evaluation, I feel happy. Don't tell me that even you have become his fan. I'm probably even smiling at his grumbling. This is definitely a bitter smile. How was Nicola? I couldn't understand her until now. No, I didn't even try to understand her. Failure is a terrifying thing, isn't it? Especially in an occupation that is dependent on public favor. The slightest mistake can turn all your supporters against you. In this sort of industry, it is a mystery why she continued to obsess over a style that had failed in the past. Mark listened in silence. But through this matter, I finally realized why. The reason why she admired Lim and why she couldn't give up on her childish admiration has become clear. And that is, to put it simply, she's an idiot. An idiot? Mark's eyes widened and became round. It's somewhat amusing and I ended up laughing. This time it was natural. A normal person generally has a lot of consideration. Once he fails, he can't fail anymore. Once he succeeds, he doesn't want to let go of it. When his life is stable, he strives to maintain or improve it. This applies to normal or slightly smarter people. But idiots are different. What those people have is passion. If there is a place they want to go to or scenery they want to see, they can never give up on it. It's constantly appealing to their mind, and it can't be restrained by reason. It's a sentence with a lot of feelings contained within. That's right. Everyone starts out as an idiot. They become adventurers because they are stupid. They are already an idiot at the point when they choose a difficult job where they're always divided into two sides, either a winner or a loser. Because they are stupid, they aim for first place, and because they are stupid, they think that they can be recognized by everyone. But then they realize the truth about reality, and most of them realize that the only way to survive is to become smarter. Those who can't do that will disappear and no one will remember them anymore. I didn't want that to happen, so I aim to become an adventurer that can be popular. Since I can't let my sister become trash, I've been watching her since I left the field. But Nicola is not an ordinary idiot. She didn't follow her past mistakes. You're right, she had a lot of schemes. Yet, she continued to stick to the style she admired. For an idiot, she really thought a lot about this. Not only that, she must have been fighting for the sake of her foolish brother as well. It can't be popular. The style that Nicola wishes to have, the new style itself, is not the problem. It has a good balance with the current style. But I think I probably understood what Lim and Nicola were trying to tell me. When I think about that, Mark, am I not being calm? You've never been calm when it concerns your sister. Ugh, I didn't expect to be stung like this. If you thought so, then you should have said so before. Do you really think that you would actually listen to me when you were not calm? If before this incident, Mark had told me to properly listen to my sister's story or that I should stay calm, I probably wouldn't have listened to him. After all, results are important. I thought that Lim and my sister would never be able to beat me and Mark, but at the least, they managed to overturn it. That being the case, I can't ignore that result. There was a knock on the door of the waiting room. I guess it's time for the interview of the defeated. What should I say? Mark has been following my plan when it's related to the work of adventurers. Or rather, that's the case for everyone in the party. Even Nicola was doing flawlessly at her job. Just say what you want to. If you want to praise them, then do so. Understood. We headed for the door together. I have to fulfill my promise. It should be okay to do the apology after the tournament is over. First of all, I raised my hand to breathe as she came back to the waiting room. You did it. She walked up to me and just like that, she hugged me. Yeah, we won. Lim and I was momentarily confused for a moment by the hug that had a mix of the hardness of the insect human and the softness peculiar to women. But I soon realized that it was due to pure joy. You're right. Actually, I'm also very happy. I patted her back. After we stayed like that for some time, she suddenly pulled away. I'm sorry, Lem. It's so shameful of me. I was just so moved. Yeah, I know. I got all tattered in the battle, and I made Lem's clothes all dirty. You don't have to worry about that when you're happy, Lem. Berith's eyes became teary. Ahaha, but the finals will soon start, so you have to go back to your physical body, replace the avatar, and get back in there again. The contestants that are participating in the main tournament have made multiple avatars at the expense of the tournament management, so that the contestants can face the following finals in a perfect condition. Why yeah, she went to the cocoon, although the winner can also use their withdrawal function to come back to the cocoon. I guess the tournament's side would want the winner to leave the venue gallantly. So, the winners are supposed to leave the field on foot. In that case, since the waiting room is close, if they don't find it too troublesome, they can continue walking from there. Philip and the Mark were shown on the small-sized TV that was installed in the waiting room. It's the interview of the defeated. Perhaps because they were standing in front of the camera as adventurers, they had the exact same appearance with their avatars. Mark praised me in a few words, while Philip praised Berith's attack technique. Lim has been making an unexpectedly steady advance in this tournament. What do you think of him, Philip? I didn't have any intention to underestimate him, but he's a better adventurer than I realized. To be honest, I used to think he was unworthy of being in the 4th-ranked party. but now I'm just ashamed of my previous perception. I see. So do you think that the Phoenix Party's decision was wrong? I don't know about that. He is strong, an excellent black sorcerer, and also a fighter. However, even if all those points were present, it's a different story when it comes to whether he can be famous or not. Moreover, the Phoenix Party probably had their own circumstances. The only thing that I can say is, what is it? Lim showed the world a different way of fighting in this tournament than when he was in his previous party. After that, he talked about how his sister and Berith have something in common, which is their earth magic, and how his sister can also do something like that, and that since the prince will eventually become their king, he can't always be protected by himself and Mark forever. In other words, he said that eventually they might be able to fight side by side. How resolute he's shrewdly advertising his own party. But it's amazing. Our thoughts were firmly conveyed to him. Nicola was watching it motionlessly with her physical body. All that remained was the finals. If our victory was something unexpected, then Furcus and I should call their Obbers, since they are participating with their dungeon name, have accumulated a series of impressive victories without any hitches. In this tournament, the two of them have defeated numerous powerful people. None of them had been able to land a single blow on Furcus. It wasn't like her armor could repel the attacks. However, not even a single blow had landed on Furcus, nor was it able to land on Obbers. However, this didn't lower the reputation of the defeated side. No, there are some negative opinions, but most of the people's thoughts seem to be more of admiring, like, is this the strength of the Demon King Castle's Big Four? And that's about it. Since I know firsthand how strong they are, especially Master Furcus, so I'm not surprised to see how well they are doing in the tournament. Berith, we were on our way to the venue. What's wrong? After the winner's interview, we are only left with the finals match, but the battle with Philip is already over. That I want to win against those two? Sure are. Berith seemed to have noticed something. Are you worried that I'm feeling burned out? Sorry. I am. When you have achieved your goal, you can't help but relax. It's impossible not to feel a sense of freedom, and from that point, some people don't need much time to pull themselves together again, while others need more. I haven't known her long enough to know that. That's okay. More like, it's understandable for you to be like that. It's true that I was exhausted until a while ago, but I'm okay. Since I'm already doing this, I'm aiming to become the winner of this tournament. Besides, there was a pause before the next words were uttered. Berith, I said, while feeling puzzled. If I'm with you, I don't feel like I will lose. Berith said that something like that while turning her face away. Thank you. That's the best compliment. A black sorcerer is a support position. No matter how highly evaluated they are, it is merely a job that makes it easier to win. If they were present in the party, being with me and not feeling like she'll lose meant that she thinks that I'll definitely win. Isn't that the best compliment a person can get, no matter what job they have? While feeling my heart getting warm, I keep on walking toward the light of the venue that is starting to be in sight. What about you, Lim? I'm not sure about that. You're so mean. I'm just kidding. I wonder if that's true. Well, compared to Phoenix's party and the Demon King's army, I might not be reliable since I'm only ranked 99th. It seemed like she's slightly sulking. I spoke while reflecting on my words. Ever since I was little, I've always admired heroes and wanted to become a part of the first-ranked party. I thought it was possible as long as I'm together with Phoenix. Although my goal has changed a little since I became part of the Demon King's army, I'm now fighting alongside reliable companions so as to not lose the title of impregnable. Yeah, up until now, I've only teamed up with people who want to win, and I've always won together with them. And this time, I have been fighting together with you until this point, right? Would that answer be okay with you? There were many times when I felt that Alba and I are not compatible in terms of personality, but his desire to help Phoenix win was real. As long as we have the same desire, that is enough for me to accept him as my comrade. Berith murmured after hearing my words. Too complicated. Kidding. I got the message, thank you. I'm sure she's blushing behind her mask right now. Assumes as much when she averted her face. Shall we go? Yes, to win. And so we were off to the finals. Our opponents were already present on the other side of the field. At the beginning of the event, who could have predicted that this would happen? There is only one adventurer remaining in the finals, and that person is also a black sorcerer. When it comes to the monsters, although they have the impression that they always have the role of villains and evildoers, there is no need for them to play such a role in this kind of tournament. This kind of scene is happening only because this is a competition where the purpose is purely for determining which one is stronger. It's a spectacle that can be seen only because we recruited the contestants regardless of their race. What do you think about this as the first ranked adventurer? If you include those from the qualifying round, there were quite a few adventurers participating. That's a difficult question. For example, if I was simply informed about this information, I might have said they are pathetic. Ariel continued his words. However, this time I have personally witnessed their fight. Along with everyone in the audience, we know the details of their battle and their enthusiasm. I can't raise any complaints regarding the fact that no adventurers other than Lam are staying in the tournament. After all, they are standing here as a result of their victories. I agree. Besides, this is a battle that I'm personally looking forward to watching. The tag team of a human and a monster, contestant Lam and contestant Berith. On the other hand, the members of the Demon King Castle's Big Four, the Reaper Knight Furcus and Obers, a centaur archer. Monsters fighting against other monsters is something you can't see in a normal dungeon clear. To be able to see adventurers fighting other adventurers and monsters fighting other monsters, I think this is a really interesting endeavor. For example, when I was a kid, when talking to my friends about which adventurer we liked, we would quarrel that the adventurer we liked is way stronger than the other adventurer. Even people like Ariel talked about such things when he was a child. By the way, I did that as well. This time, it's a tag tournament, but if an event like an individual battle is held, the dream of having a one-to-one fight might be able to be realized. To be honest, I also have many opponents that I would like to fight against with. I get so excited when I think of the possibility that a battle between the contractors of the four great spirits may be realized. I'd love to have a match with Phoenix and also with you, Lem. Ariel. It's an honor, but it sounds like you're supporting me. And eventually, I'll fight against contestant Furcus in the Demon King Castle. There's something different about this. Is he trying to get the audience interested in the contestants who had made it to the finals? After that, he also mentioned Oba's maneuverability and her skills in archery, and Berith's flexible magic skills that she can freely manipulate. If the first-ranked adventurer are commending the contestants to this point, the interest of the audience would increase even more. Furthermore, he also implied the dungeon clear of the Demon King Castle by the first-ranked party, providing a topic of conversation apart from the match. Since the statement was made here, whenever it is mentioned, the existence of the tournament would inevitably be mentioned as well. Concerning the result, I wonder if it can be said that Fellows' personnel selection is perfect. Well, it's not something that I should be thinking about right now. Black Sorcerer, you've done well to reach this point. There was Furcus' voice that was already changed by a voice changer. At the Demon King Castle, I had withdrawn in the middle of the fight. I'm honored to fight against you, Reaper Knight Furcus. The fact that we are colleagues, friends, and master and student cannot be known by the audience. Therefore, we exchanged our greetings in such a way that it would not be discovered. That is quite a pretty good sword for a black sorcerer. I'm sure that your master is excellent. Yes, and today, my sword master is also watching the match, so I can't lose. She's right in front of me. Do you think that you can defeat Furcus? It's possible if I'm together with my partner. That's the spirit. The finals are about to begin. At the same time, with the start of the match, Obers shot an arrow. We could hear the sound of the arrow being shot from beyond the silver wall that Berith created. Furcus' size is comparable to a giant, so even with a wall the size of our height, we could still see her movements. Well then, good luck, Berith. You two. We bumped our fists together and then parted ways. The wall was blown away by Furka's front kick. Then, Berith, already clad in silver, striked against her foot. So it wasn't Lam, huh? Although we previously had a heated discussion, I'm not the one who's going to be her opponent. Don't sound so disappointed. Since it's also fun this way, I shall be the judge of that. Okay, then you can do that. I didn't look back. While flowing my magical energy into the staff, I went toward Obaz, the centaur archer. Do you actually think that you can catch up with me with those two legs? Her lower half of the body is that of a horse's and she's galloping in a high speed across the field with 4 legs. She is also talking to me in a reserved manner. The sense of distance made it so that no one would ever imagine that we are actually working in the same workplace temporarily. Maybe you're right. I might not be able to catch up to you. Isn't this the part where you're supposed to say that you'll definitely catch me even if it's a lie? I'm not good at lying. Excellent. However, how are you planning to defeat me then? It doesn't matter how fast she is. Black magic can be cast as long as the existence can be recognized. Centaurs are a race that has low magical energy resistance. It should be easy to cast a spell on her. I use the magical energy flowing in the staff to cast speed down. Her movements visibly slowed down. The black magic has been enhanced by using high purity magical energy and applying a target restriction and time restriction. I ran towards her at full speed. She noticed the speed down. Then she carefully placed the arrow on the bow and fired it, making sure not to make any mistakes. She's fast, but I can see every movement she makes, so I know exactly what she's aiming for. The problem is that there is nothing I can do to defend against it. Even the slightest deceleration by evading it is too valuable in this situation. So I won't avoid it. I put my hand on the expected trajectory of the arrow. The arrow struck the palm of my hand and was repelled. Exclamation mark. Is that silver? It takes magical energy and time to cast magic from a distance. That's why I got my fist to be covered in silver when I bumped my fist with Berith. It can be concealed inside my robe. And for those who are curious about my equipment, the only thing they would see is the sword staff. It wasn't too difficult for me to hide the fact that the arm opposite to the one holding the staff was covered in silver. Even so, to think that it couldn't even slightly reduce your speed. Obaz put away the bow while saying so, then she pulled out a spear from the cloth hanging on her torso. I've never heard of her being proficient in spearmanship. Did she get a brief lesson from Furkas? It's the first time she has pulled out a spear in this tournament, so I can't judge her skill. The distance between me and Obaz is getting shorter. I'm almost inside the attack range of her spear. Just when I was about to take one more step, the attack came. Even though I had predicted it, I wasn't able to completely avoid it. I somehow managed to protect my magical energy organ, but it still pierced my abdomen. This is Furkas' magic tool, a super long-distance piercing attack by a spear that can shape-shift. Did you think that you can ignore this Furkas and leave just like that? While fighting against Berith, she found a momentary chance and attacked me. A long spear extended from her hand to the back of my abdomen. Alright. There is no lie in the words I said before the match. I do think that if I'm together with Berith, we are capable of defeating Furkas and Obaz. After that statement, I entrusted Berith to become her opponent and then I no longer paid any attention to them. From her point of view, I would be full of openings that she would aim for. The moment when my awareness is strongly focused on Obaz was one of the most promising possibilities I had considered. That's why I had told Berith. I told her not to interfere with the thrust that was aimed at me. As soon as the spear was fully extended, I grabbed the shaft. Berith. Yeah. Furkas's spear is strange. It's possible to freely change the shape of the weapon as long as it does not deviate from the shape of a spear, and on top of that the parts that are worn out can be discarded. In the battle with Phoenix, the part that was caught on fire was cut off and so it avoided being entirely burned down. But then there's something I've been wondering. The discarded part will no longer be a magic tool. It'll just be a part of the spear. This has been verified. Then, What separates the main body from the part? It's not the tip of the spear. This part had been discarded multiple times. The same goes for the end part of the spear's shaft. In other words, it's not defined by both ends of the spear. As far as I can see, there were no special decorations or markings. I didn't ask her about it. No matter how good the relationship is, there are some things you should never ask without consideration. That's why it's going to be a gamble from here on out. Furcus must not have imagined this because it's an action that I would usually be unlikely to do. Since it's not very lamb-like to plan a strategy based on something that hasn't been confirmed or revealed by prior information gathering. It's exactly because the strategy is like this that it was able to work on her. You seem so relaxed that you can even afford to look away, Furcus. Berith struck the shaft of the spear that Furcus had thrusted toward me! Furcus' body movements are still nimble even if she is wearing armor. In the previous matches, not even a single person was able to touch her armor. But, how about the spear? Of course, it's different. A spear is a means of attack. A weapon. No matter what, it has to touch the opponent and sometimes even the opponent's weapon. If Berith had tried to hit her at this moment, she would have reacted. Or rather, Furcus would have predicted that. But as for the spear, since it is a weapon that is supposed to be used for attacking and because it can be regenerated, combined with this situation, the degree of caution for it must have been lower than for her body. A single blow was struck at that point. The spear was crushed and broken. Normally, there would be no problem. She could have immediately extended it again and skewered Berith, but she couldn't. Come. It was me who gave the command. I won the bet. The spear, the longer part, will become the main body. She pierced me with it, who was far away from her, and Berith broke it just a short distance from her hand. The part of the spear from that point until it reached me was much longer. The spear shortened as I wished and I pulled it out of my abdomen. Somehow, just like that time with Alba, I keep on snatching away other people's magic tools. No, Lemmigaton did it once and Lem did it once, so there should only be a limited number of people that would think so. I held the spear with one hand while maintaining speed down. As expected, I wasn't able to catch up. Since the beginning, you extend. Furcus' spear pierced chest. Give it back. The voice was near. A gigantic black knight is approaching this way, while destroying the silver wall and ignoring the liquid silver that is coiling around her. Don't just go and ignore me. Just because she's huge doesn't mean she's slow. Since she has a large stride, it's difficult to catch up to her when she runs. Inevitably, it's also difficult to run away from her. But I still ran away. Furcus' fist hollowed the ground. At the place where my body was until a moment ago, I'm no longer the now. I had moved away by rapidly shortening the spear. However, in order for me to do this, the tip must be fixed in place. The tip of the spear that had pierced Obba's had barbs on it so that it won't be easily pulled out. That's why I'm now heading towards Obba's, who hasn't left the field yet. What a cruel thing you're doing. I'm sorry. It's okay. I also won't just accept this damage without doing anything. She threw the spear. I threw away my staff to try and catch the spear and turned my hand that was clad in silver toward it. Ugh! The momentum of that single blow penetrated through the thin layer of silver and pierced my hand. But I still tried to grasp the spear, because Obaz was already holding her bow. This should be enough time for her to shoot an arrow, maybe even two. I repelled one of the arrows that she shot with the spear that I received from her. The second one pierced me in the shoulder. Just like that, we crashed into each other. I pulled out Furcus' spear and once again aimed at her. No, there was no need for me to do that. The burden of throwing the spear while being seriously injured, the crash, and the discharge of magical energy due to the spear being pulled out. Her body was grumbling due to these factors. Although she got influenced by a powerful speed down spell and was on the verge of leaving the field, she was still able to pull off that movement. She is a splendid archer. As I listened to the footsteps of the Black Knight approaching behind me, I made my next move. It was the same as the battle with the Holy Paladin Mark. The actual match was still different from what I had expected. At that time, the damage was estimated to be just one hand, but the result was that the damage actually made both arms and one leg unusable. It can be said that that was just how excellent he is. But I can also say that my assumptions were unsatisfactory. I thought I'd already made some minor adjustments this time, but nevertheless, I'm still full of wounds. A stab wound piercing through the abdomen, a hole in the palm of my right hand, and an arrow lodged in my right shoulder. Due to the impact of the collision, magical energy was leaking from the wounds. Oba's instantaneous response was amazing. To think that she could regain her composure so quickly even in the midst of the shock that her partner's magic tool was snatched away. Even though I had no choice but to do so, I even ended up throwing away my staff. Now all that's left is focus. Even though Philip specialized in defense, even the 99th rank hero was unable to easily destroy the silver, but she actually easily destroyed it with just a single kick or a swing of her arm. Such a person was approaching me. Extend. Pointing the shaft end to the ground, I thought in my mind, extend, extend. The spear stretched its shaft just like what its owner wished for. Extend, extend up to the skies. Bam! A huge arm had swung over to catch me, but she stopped when she broke the extending spear. By that time I was already high in the sky, and this time as well, the spear extending from my hand was longer. I wished for the spear to be shortened and repaired it while it's returning to my hand. Interesting, but Focus sank both of her hands into the ground and lifted up a huge lump of earth. I don't even need to think about the purpose. She's trying to shoot me down. The scale of every single thing she does is huge. There's a limit to what I can do while in the air. It's going to be tough at this rate. But I'm not panicking, because I believe that things won't continue on like this. I looked at it as I continued to fall down. I've clearly told you to stop ignoring me. The lump of earth that Focus grabbed was smashed into pieces. Berith striked it directly from below. I've forgotten about you. That's the best thing to say if you're trying to provoke me. Focus lightly parried Berith's continuous attacks. So dull. Well, that's because I'm dividing my attention to do another thing. Silver arms appeared all over the field. Those arms are holding a silver cannonball. Focus evaded the cannonballs that are thrown one after another. And that's not all. Perhaps she had watched the semi-finals, since she's using the broken part of the spear and chunks of the lump of earth to deflect the cannonballs. She's probably doing this to avoid the silver being reabsorbed by Berith's right arm. She had figured out that distance was the key. But that's not the purpose of the rain of cannonballs. Or I should say that that's not the only purpose. Here I go. Although no one was here to hear it, I still muttered to myself. In my right hand was the staff that was supposedly thrown away earlier. In order not to lose it, it was attached to me with silver. Yes, their arms had picked it up and threw it into the sky. I flowed my magical energy into it with all my might. I ignored the fact that my body was approaching the ground and waited for the perfect timing. And then, the timing was here. The same as that time with Oba's. I casted speed down. She is not merely wearing an armor, rather she could control the armor by entering inside it. If the person inside gets slowed down, it is inevitable that the manipulation of the armor will also be hindered. Then, Berith will boldly strike at that moment. There was a momentary fluctuation. Focus tried to change the way she moves her body in response to speed down. But Berith used that slight gap to strike her. It was the first time during this tournament that an attack was able to hit her. Then Berith struck the abdomen part of her armor 3 times and immediately jumped back. At that moment Focus's right arm tried to attack her. The blow that seemed like it had gouged the ground due to Berith's avoidance actually sank into the ground. It was as if the fist had dropped into water with a thud, and then it immediately solidified. Focus's right arm was buried in the ground. Berith quickly approached her again and struck her abdomen 4 times this time. Now both of her arms are covered in silver. The silver is connected at her back. Moreover, the size of her arms were adjusted so that they have the same size. Although Focus is hitting Berith with her left arm, she wasn't able to gather much strength into it, probably due to her stance. So Berith just ignores it and continues to hammer down her punches. On top of that, When their arms hit the knee of the Reaper Knight, Furka's gigantic body fell down right on her own knees. Both of Berith's arms are still getting bigger and bigger, and the other arms are striking Furka's elbow. Just like that time with Philip. The onslaught lasted less than 10 seconds. My magical energy is also decreasing at a tremendous rate. That was a good black magic. Just when I thought I heard her muttering that, she pulled her right hand out of the silver. She used both of her arms to grasp Berith's arms and then she tore them off! It's not just the silver, both arms are missing from Berith's avatar. Once my body gets used to this degree of decline in speed, it would still be easy for me to move even in this condition. That is not something easy to do. The more skilled a person is, the easier it is to notice the trivial discomforts. They would also be quicker to readjust, but Furka's readjustment speed is way too quick. You know, I'm the one that is right in front of you. At that moment when Furka's tried to find me, Berith's fist strikes into Furka's armor. Although she had lost both arms and is leaking a large amount of magical energy, she immediately wrapped the arms that she used to hit Furka's elbow around her shoulder and used it as a replacement for her arms. After seeing that, Furka said, "I apologize for my rude actions. Berith, you are also interesting." Furka knocks down Berith's fist with her left hand and seized her body with her right hand. Berith still did not give up when both of her arms can no longer be used and headbutts Furka's armor. A crack appeared in the armor. It is a means of winning that has been opened by her persistence. It was wonderful. Don't say it with a past tense. Yes. The fight is not over yet. I alleviated the impact of the fall by falling into the liquid silver, then I stood close to the wall while holding the spear. It was so helpful that Berith turned Furka's attention towards herself. The tip of the extended spear is aimed to penetrate through the crack that Berith made. Furka didn't stay still to watch it happen quietly. She tries to crush it with her left arm, but the silver wall rises and hinders her movement. She was unable to destroy the silver wall that had been created from a short distance due to the lack of momentum. The same goes for the right arm that is seizing Berith. "I'm going to crush you." "I thought that you might want to do that, so I am already wearing silver armor." "Well, you should be able to crush it though." "If Berith leaves the field, her magic will disappear." That perception is correct. But by that time, the spear already pierced her. She receives the impact. Furka's spear had pierced her avatar that is inside the armor. It is aimed right where her heart is located. Since I know her position inside the armor moved backwards. The blunt end of the spear penetrated into the wall and made a dent on it. This positioning is because my own strength is not enough to ensure that I will not be pushed back by Furka. Eventually, the armor stops moving. The spear had pierced her heart, although the opponent is Furka. Wow! The front part of the armor opened. From inside, the front of the armor opens with a creaking sound. I immediately returned the spear to its original length. A streak of silver ran past. It was as fast as lightning, faster than the returning speed of the spear. It wasn't an attack. It was Furka herself. Her white hair fluttering like streaks of light drawn by a meteor. She was simply running. But there's a hole in her heart. I almost missed it because she's too fast, but you can see the afterglow of magical energy fluttering about the places that she passed by. Our attack was a success. Normally, she would have been defeated by now due to fatal injuries. This can't be explained by pure fighting spirit. She doesn't have regenerative abilities. Even if she doesn't have a heart, there should be a weakness. Her body should be the same build as humans. In this world, there are creatures that are extremely hard to kill, but there aren't any that can't do that. A creature that is hard to kill. I've thought about the race, but now I'm certain of it. Her resemblance to humans, her massive appetite, her immense strength, and her high vitality. This time, I'll take it back. Furka overtook the still returning spear, straightened her hand like a blade, cut the spear, and then grabbed it. The side she grabbed onto was the longer side. "What about your sword, huh?" Both Thar and Berith said that, because the moment she got her spear back, Berith was defeated. As she grabbed the spear, she adjusted the angle and made it elongate. It pierced Berith's head, who was still caught in the right hand of Furcus' armor, and immediately returned to its master's hand. Without even looking, Berith's body crumbles, turning into magical energy particles. All of her accompanying silver disappeared as well, including the silver that connected my right hand to the staff. The staff drops. I throw away the spear that has now turned into just a stick and grab the falling staff with my left hand. If I didn't do that, I would have been skewered. Furcus' magic tool pierces through the space where my upper body was. She defeated Berith, called back the spear, turned it around to face me, aimed, and thrust her spear. All in less than a moment. Just when I thought that the spear returned in the blink of an eye, Furcus was approaching me from the front. Her silver eyes were trained on me. Unconsciously, I utter, "You're an ogre." She bent her lips slightly into the form of a smile. She thrusts. Even though I could read its movements, my left ear was pierced and splintered. Correct. I lost my posture and she kicked my abdomen like it was a football, knocking me into the air. The wind was knocked out of my avatar's lungs, which didn't need to breathe in the first place. I tumbled towards the ground. Come to think of it, you said that you'd tell me if I was correct if I managed to guess your race. I recall that in the corner of my mind. It is said that in ancient times, many horned individuals were often mistaken for magians, but ogres cannot use magic. Some of them can use illusion magic called witchcraft, but basically, they fight with nothing but their own bodies. People would often say the magical energy of a magian, the vitality of an ogre. As the words suggest, ogres boast tremendous vitality. If your magical energy organ is not excellent, then you can't convert energy into magical energy. In that case, where does that vitality come from? Maybe the energy from the food they eat. What did you learn from your sword master? In mid-rotation, I stick my left hand out to the floor to catch myself. I adjust the stance of my unsteady body. As I was thinking about how to dodge her attacks, she said that to me. With those few words, I understood her intent. I have used the sword staff many times throughout this tournament, but the only time that I can honestly, barely say that I fought with the sword was the match with Mark. But the match was decided with my black magic and a sharp-pointed bone. If Furcus was defeated in that state, if she chose to be defeated as the Reaper Knight, avoiding the exposure of her true form, everything would end without anyone knowing about the swordsmanship that was trained into the Black Sorcerer Lim by the Furcus. If that happens, Lim would once again return to the Demon King Castle to work as Lemigaton. It is a rare chance to stand on center stage as an adventurer. For that reason, you exposed your true identity to the public, even though the identity of the Black Knight has been a mystery for generations. Look, that was the only praise I received from my sword master. That's right. You have spent years watching your party, to ensure that they always win without discomfort. That is your polished powers of observation. That's why you're good at your job as Chief of Staff. You look closely and find the way to victory. This is good. Look closely. Even she isn't invulnerable. There is no such living thing. Look at her face that never breaks a sweat. Most people would only see an expressionless face, but it's a face that I've seen a lot. Don't miss the change. Isn't it painful? Even if there's no pain, the damage to the heart shows in her movements. She herself has a hard time moving. Here she comes. Fluid movements. Her upper body moves with the left step. Her left foot steps on the ground, the same time that force is put into her thrust. A thrust as fast as the hunter lily's Godspeed, aimed right at my chest. I jumped diagonally, not to evade her spear, but to block it, with the staff. A sharp thrust strikes the staff. The impact was so great that it caused my midair body to rotate. Instead of opposing the attack, I use its power to rotate me in the air one time. Using the momentum, I swing my sword, aiming at Furcus' neck. I knew that her thrust would break the sheath of the sword staff. Furcus' eyes widened, but she immediately responded. She avoided it by turning her upper body. Then, I applied speed down again. I carelessly cancelled the spell when I pierced her heart through the armor and it stopped. Since it had already consumed a lot of magical energy, it was hard to regenerate it. I landed on her spear. For a moment, it almost hit the ground but it didn't. A normal person would have dropped their stance, but Furcus won't drop her spear for something like this. Shrink. Her spear shrank to the size of a short spear. Of course, there is no space for me to stand. But it's too late. I saw that coming. I was already throwing myself at her. Those eyes go well with black magic. Make the enemy slow, weak, and brittle. Avoid their attacks and hit with your own. Add on defense down on her and slash Furcus from her right shoulder to her left flank as she was returning her upper body. Magical energy particles danced in the air. For the first time, on that day, I was able to strike my master down. The master that I couldn't even hit during training. Adjust those eyes for one-on-one battles. If you can do that, you'll get a little bit better. Good. I felt like Furcus smiled, but not enough. GCK? Her left hand tightened around my neck. Throwing away even the spear she's so proud of, she restrains my left arm with her right hand. If she breaks my neck like this, I'll be eliminated. You shouldn't lose focus until the very end. I know. ? My right hand was shoved into her chest. It is true that after getting hit by the spear that Obers threw, my right hand was damaged to the point that I couldn't hold a sword by myself, and I didn't even pretend to lift it during the fight with Furcus. So it's not strange for her to think that I can't move my right hand. Even if I could, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I can shove my hand into the already gaping wound, into the wound in the heart that was made bigger by the previous attack. The spear wound penetrated her all the way to her back, but the gap wasn't big enough to pierce her heart, so I just crush her heart with all my might. It's nothing personal. I just want to win. I know. Nobody wants to lose. When she lost to Phoenix, she wanted a rematch, albeit as a helper. It wasn't for me, it was for themselves, is probably what they wanted to say. Both of my masters are strict, kind, and dishonest with their feelings. If they themselves say so, I won't deny it. That's what a disciple is. As my neck bone starts to creak, a sound that should not be made rang out. The strength in Furcus' hands abruptly leaves. Black Sorcerellum. I couldn't speak well. Well done. My view clears, as the opponent right in front of me became particles of light. Ha. Such strength. Such vitality. Despite a whole wound on her heart, she continued the battle. She boasts a speed that surpasses that of the expansion and contraction speed of her magic tool, and her skill with the spear reaches the very pinnacle of martial arts. I was able to handle it at the very end, but just barely, because I had the opportunity to see her spearmanship again and again. I was her disciple in the ways of the sword. My own strength is no match for her. But at least for today. Only for this match, because of the tag tournament. Berith and I versus Furcus and Obers. And the winner is Lim and Berith team. 1. And the winner is Lim and Berith team. An old man lets out a sigh at the sound coming from the TV. I see my pupil still hasn't given up, as usual. The red-haired old man seemed to have a thin smile on his face as he muttered that a hero, as a black mage, The one-horned, former demon king watches his disciple's victory while sitting on a chair. Had I surpassed father's trials, perhaps I would have been able to overcome any and all hardships later in life. I am here as a guest. No, that's not quite right. Perhaps intruder is more apartment. However, the old man, my father, was not surprised by my entrance in the slightest. What do you want? Is that the first thing you say to your son who you haven't seen for more than a decade? This what do you call it, tug tournament? Was it your idea? Further had taken up residence in Serlem's hometown. Once I had surmised who his master was, the search area was narrowed down. Although, I thought he would have disappeared again. There were many letters atop a desk. When it comes to someone who knows his location and sends letters to him, only Serlem comes to mind. I suppose there could be others, but it is impossible that father would even open the letter unless it was someone important. Is he still here because he believes he wouldn't be able to receive news of his disciple if he disappears? Impossible. It's not original. Those martial artists do something like this sometimes too, and some sports even have doubles, right? I made it something like that. I see. You thought up something interesting. Ahaha, this is my first time being praised by you, father. I couldn't help but foolishly feel happy getting praised by my father, despite him disappearing for more than 10 years. But what can I do? He is the greatest demon king, after all. Why did you give your horn to a human child? Because he was a bigger idiot than I. Well, I suppose one cannot call a black sorcerer, who declared that he will become a hero during his debut, clever. If anything, I believe him to be a very thoughtful person, however. And that is why. An idiot who doesn't think can't be saved. But that boy. He thought it through, and still continued to challenge it all without giving up. He has the heart to not succumb to the ridiculous reality imposed upon him by the world and the people around him, all while he was a 10-year-old brat. Father, you didn't run away. My father was simply the strongest and coolest demon king there was. A strong hero will be happy, getting nothing but praises. But a monster with a talent to wield black sorcery is seen as dangerous, simply because he is a monster. It doesn't matter. I got tired of it all. That place bores me. Who's being the demon king now? My daughter is. Your granddaughter, Lu, huh? Oh, I'm glad to see that you still remember your granddaughter's nickname, HMPH. And your faithful pupil is now the Demon King Army's chief of staff. If that is what they decided, I will not interfere. You value him very highly, I see. You did give him your horn after all, so it's to be expected. What? Did you want it? If I did, would you have given it to me? You wouldn't even let me train. You couldn't have handled it. Back in the day, Father's words sounded harsh and cold. But now, I feel like I can understand the true meaning of his words. He wasn't telling me to give up because I had no talent for it. He didn't let me do it because I would have died. But a human child could. It is not about the body, it is to do with the heart. Ah, I see. I couldn't agree more. I don't like conflict. I like to watch fights, but I don't want to be on the side where I fight. My heart isn't cut out for a job like the Demon King. My heart couldn't handle the harsh training. I lacked a goal to strive for to push me through it. I guess he saw through that. So, what do you want? Back to the first question. I will end all dungeon clears. I'm going to erase the perception that monsters are evil. A wonderful thing. And when that happens, further will only be seen as a powerful demon king. And so, foolishness. It is not foolishness. This is revenge against the world that chased my further out. Against this industry. And it's a revolution. I see. In order to clear the future for all the discriminated monsters, including my father. I see. Doing so would rob your pupil of his re-employment that he worked so hard to finally get. But rest easy. A talented person like him can keep on living in the new world. I don't hate adventurers. Quite the opposite. I'm the ally to all who are misfortunate. If that's what you want, then go ahead and do it. There is no need to ask me. I want you to come back as the strongest demon king. That is for me to decide. And right now, I have no intention of doing so. What would it take to change your mind? Perhaps if an opponent worthy enough to use the horn against ever appeared, whispered my father, but soon after, he said it's nothing, forget about it now, leave, waving his hand to shoo me away. He turned his face to his disciple on the screen, rather than me. Are you expecting that much out of him? From Salem? I'll write you letters. Don't expect a reply. Then I left my father's house. He harbors a new goal within his chest. To nurture an enemy worthy enough to fight. Fortunately, there are many candidates. Wow, this guy's good. Strong? Yeah, he's a black sorcerer, but his movements are well trained. I can't tell by watching, but I bet his black magic is awesome too. But I heard that black sorcerers aren't popular. Who cares? He looks like someone who will win no matter what. And he actually did win. That's it. I'll invite him together with this insect human into the party. It's hard to make an adventurer out of a monster like demi-human. Maybe it won't work, but I'm sure this slim guy has been looking for a job ever since he got kicked out of his old party. That's probably why he chose to appear on center stage as an adventurer. Again, who cares? I said I want him, so I'll get him. That young boy just turned 10 and just confirmed his job. The same goes for me, the one talking to him. He's a hero. He came back from the spirit shrine the other day, so I should probably call him that. The third person in this era to form a contract with one of the 4 great spirits, The first person in 60 years to be chosen by the water spirit, the modern-day water hero. If I were to rank him among spirits, he's on the same level as the storm hero Ariel, and the flame hero Phoenix. Was it? Let's go meet this guy. What was that guy's name again? Fellow, I think. Yeah, him. He can arrange things for me, right? I don't care about things like common sense. I'm going to win with my friends and tell the world that what adventurers need is strength, right? Yeah, you're right. We met them not long after this. Nico, what you and Salim wanted to say was that there are ways to show discrepancies, right? After the tournament, the discussion was started up again. Everyone is here for the discussion this time as well, but the focus doesn't seem to be to point out my mistakes like last time. Why yeah, it seems that it was conveyed properly after all. My answer: the popularity I established as the Silver Prince is very valuable. Popularity that was held up by the fans who liked it from the very start. That much I know. I also know the feeling that we cannot neglect them. On top of that, I was worried over my aspirations from long ago that I couldn't throw away. Isn't that super good? While I do love the princely Nicola, I was invited by the original Nicola and became an adventurer. If you can accept it, that's for the best. The thief Lila was enthusiastic. We're adding elements, not changing course. Like finding out that a cool guy who can do anything is actually afraid of bugs. Of course, people might say that this breaks the illusion. When there are a lot of people, it's natural to have varying opinions. But most fans would just say that it's cute. I mean, I've seen a lot of examples of that. On the contrary, a person who was selling themselves as a careless character got work on a cooking show where it was discovered that the only thing that person was a professional at was cooking. People like surprises. The calm and stylish Silver Prince, but hidden deep in her chest burns the heart of a wild animal, is how we'll present it. This part is the style that I once failed with, and the thing that Phil didn't take notice of in the first place. But in this tournament, in the semi-finals, the crowd was excited for not just my fight, but Phil's fight as well. And Phil, who studies the adventurer business more than anything else, cannot ignore that. I'll be honest, it's worth a shot. I was surprised at how easily my brother said that. Why yeah, don't get me wrong. We haven't decided on a broadcast yet. First, we'll test it out by diving into a dungeon. And I'll validate your discrepancy or whatever with our allies through the camera lens. If everyone thinks it's acceptable, we'll adopt it. If it's rejected, you're paying for that dungeon clear. Phil said it quickly, avoiding eye contact. He's embarrassed. But I think it's a realistic compromise. We'll test it out, and if it doesn't work, I'll stop. We're doing it because I want to, so it's my responsibility. Well, I'm fine if Phil is fine with it. Personally, I want to see Diamond Phil. I'd like to see Phil go wild, said the fairy wizard Rory, while sitting on my brother's shoulder and swinging her feet. I'll think about it. In my case, the world already saw me. It depends on the response. I can't wait. If Nicola is going to be on the front lines, then we have to rethink our battle formation, said the Holy Paladin Mark, calmly. So let's discuss about that. And so the party continues their discussion. It was decided that the first dungeon that we'll challenge is the one that we already want payback for. I wonder if he's still there now. After the tournament, I feel like I stood out too much at the award ceremony because Ariel had his arms around my shoulders, shouting praises, but I managed to get through it. I must also thank my colleagues, such as Cashew and Miller, who cheered until their voices were hoarse in the cheering seats. When we returned to our real bodies in the waiting room, I was about to ask Pirino, Nicola, about heading home. But then we had a visitor. Just when I wondered who it could be, it was Phoenix. Congratulations on winning. Thanks. You too, Miss Nicola. That was a magnificent fight. Thank you so much. But didn't you put too much burden on the black sorcerer limb? If I were you I'd I cover his mouth. It's fine. It was my plan, anyway. GMRH. I let go. It wasn't about that. I'm talking about showing you how to fight better. Why yeah, due to my inadequacy. He really helped me out a lot. Not at all. It's thanks to you that we were able to win, Nicola. Yeah, he's right. I apologize. I just got a little jealous at seeing how good the cooperation was between you and my best friend. No way. I'm so happy. You getting jealous is creeping me out, man. Harsh, dude. Fufulam is only saying that because he cares about Fenji MPH? Nicola, I'm sure you're tired, so why don't we head off? She's probably talking about the bet I made with Philip. But Phoenix doesn't need to know about that kind of thing. Knock knock. Went the door. Salam. It's Philip. Are you still here, now? I'm coming in if it isn't Phoenix. A pleasure to meet you, sir. My name is Philip. Ah, that was a splendid fight. Thank you very much. But this is... Oh no. This guy found out that we were training together, I said. Philip had a complicated look on his face, but then he gave a small nod. I suppose I should say that is impressive of you, Flame Hero. But I doubt that I have the right to say that. Phoenix was curious. Wait a minute, Philip. Please stop there. But then he bowed his head. I am sorry about the other day. Blinded by my inexperience, I insulted your best friend, a person who is ranked 4th in the world and many times my senior. I stand corrected, along with my apologies. And then Philip explained the situation to Phoenix and apologized to him as well. No please, I don't mind. It is true that I don't think about how exactly to survive in this industry. Even if you were to point out those shortcomings, I don't have a reply. But I see. Phoenix smiles unnaturally. So that's it, Lem. You got angry for my sake. Thank you. You're as kind as you used to be. You were. Damn it. Stop it. You're creeping me out. My whole body was hot from embarrassment. My face was red hot. Philip not only kept his promise, but apologized to the person in question, which isn't bad at all. But I am so embarrassed. I'm so happy. Shut up, you idiot. Ahaha. Don't laugh. The siblings looked on in bewilderment at our exchange. Indeed, I have received a full reimbursement. Elementary level beginner's dungeon. There were 4 people gathered in Thor's office. Thor, me and Fellow. Thor and I sat on the same sofa while Fellow sat on the opposite one. Is a maid, so she stands waiting behind Thor. Incidentally, I was asked to attend by name. I would have been surprised if I hadn't heard it from Phoenix. However, I knew that he partly tied me with Lemmigaton, and I wondered what he would think about being ignored as my master's son, that is the person who was originally supposed to inherit the horn. So I met him as Lem, my childhood friend of 10 years, Nicola with her amazing sense of smell, and now my master's son. Although all of them are exceptions, 3 people saw through my mask in a short period of time. I think it's fine, but I can't help but feel a little uneasy. Not to mention there was Ariel who could sense my master's presence from the adventurer version of me. Truly a splendid revival. Fellow is smiling happily. A refreshing smile to make one think that this isn't a failed attempt at taking over the dungeon. Anyone can think of offering a clear reward, but to create an all-level dungeon. Certainly, not every monster who works in an elementary level dungeon possesses elementary level strength. I decided to participate in the tournament partway through this job, and I was worried about winning, but this was my original task. Reshape Thor, who is the master of this dungeon. Repay their debt to Fellow. In order to solve that, prepare clear rewards and change the dungeon into an all-level dungeon. Adequately provide a cash prize for the target clientele, newbie adventurers, so that they can be emboldened by the clear and be more useful in their future activities. Drive back the intermediate level parties who aimed for the clear reward despite their level exceeding the intended target of this dungeon, making them pay up for their avatar repair expenses. The crucial point was to hide the fact that it was an all-level dungeon. As a result, clear failure videos from intermediate level parties were withheld because they did not want to admit that they were wiped out by an elementary level dungeon, which held back the rumors from spreading. This is a plan to earn a lot in a short period of time in order to defeat a load of clueless gold diggers. But it's impossible to keep this a secret forever. Word will eventually get out. If that were the case, It's not a problem at all. It is true that newcomers are getting rich. Yet there is unofficial but accurate information of the monsters becoming stronger when an intermediate level or higher party challenges the dungeon. To be honest, I believed this dungeon to be at its end. It was outdated. Fellow was still smiling. But in this status quo wherein it is difficult for a budding adventurer to bloom, to be able to let them shine, yet also preparing something for the experts is nothing short of admirable. High praise. Why yeah, Thor was baffled. I will give up on this dungeon. About that. I mildly raised my hand. Serlem. Whatever is it? About that. Thor here would like to have a discussion with you. I gave him a look. Thor's eyes widened as if he just remembered something and cleared his throat. I heard that Sir Fellow had plans to use this dungeon as a venue for a new type of game. Correct. How about if we loan it? Fellow's smile froze. This dungeon has 3 strata in total, but it was made in consideration of newbie adventurers. There is a surplus of magical energy generated by the core. It is currently temporarily lacking of magical energy due to the recent clear attempts. But there is nothing wrong with the generation ability itself. In other words, you won't let me buy it, but you are willing lend it to me? To put it simply, yes. This was yet another plan, but only after the repayment is complete. The lending of a magical energy space of Fellow's desired shape. Naturally, if a contract is signed, there will be a use fee. I'm not worried about him not being able to pay. This is the man who managed to persuade the union to hold a tag tournament, after all. And they could use the money received from him to use for the clear reward for the newbies. I see. So this is what you have decided. Ha. Please excuse me. I was sure that Sir Thor would have never wanted to see my face again. Ignoring the mistake Thor made by not properly reading it, ignoring that Fellow actually properly lent him money, he tied him to a contract that would result in the loss of the dungeon. Even if you ignore the ethics, Thor probably doesn't think well of Fellow. To talk business with someone like that, I suppose it's only natural to be surprised. Preserving this dungeon is the priority, Thor said straight to Fellow without looking away. Is that so? Well then, I look forward to working with you. Huh? Thor was flabbergasted. It seems he was taken aback by how fast he responded. Truly, this is a lifesaver. To be honest, because this tag tournament was held above ground, the cost was ridiculous. I thought that a place that is familiar to the citizens and easy to go to would have the greatest effect. If it was done inside a dungeon, the surrounding would be full of magical energy which would make it easy to continue to scatter it about. We could repair the venue infinitely with earth magic. We wouldn't be forced to use the avatar generation shops that are directly under the Adventure Union, etc. It really was a hassle. On the other hand, there aren't that many dungeons that I could buy you that would transfer management rights over to me. I was in trouble. Well, it's difficult to accept something new so quickly. If it becomes a new competing industry, there may not be many dungeons that welcome you with open arms. In those circumstances, Her Highness is quite welcome of such methods. She's flexible. I shall confirm the contract. If you plan to fool this pig of a master again, I hope you're prepared for what is to come. Stop with the pig master thing. Fellow raised his hands to show no resistance. Of course. Let us conduct business where both parties are happy. Shove it up your... Hey now. Thor soothed a seething. And then we more or less talked about the new business. The discussion that day was over. Just as I thought about why he called me to the meeting in the first place. Serlem. I was getting ready for the final task for the beginner's dungeon after this. Fellow called out to me in the hallway. Was all that your proposal? I shall leave that to your imagination. Giving a forced smile is my specialty. I give one in response to his forced smile. Come to think of it, I stopped doing it recently. I feel like I've been genuinely smiling a lot lately. You wish to become a hero? Yes. And you believe becoming a monster will make that come true? Human or monster, it doesn't matter. A hero is someone who energizes the people, gives them hope, and gets them excited. If I win with my allies and make demi-humans think, it's okay for us to win too. Monsters aren't just there to be defeated, I believe that is unmistakably a hero. Incredible. Why not take it one step further? How about overturning this current situation, where monsters are perceived as evil, by erasing dungeon clears? That's right. No way, I reply immediately, smiling. Why? Because I love dungeon clears, defense as well, both as my job and as entertainment. So how about you, fellow? Why don't you take one step further? What do you mean? It is better to cast aside your anger towards dungeon clears and spread new values while preserving this form of amusement. His eyebrow twitched. Did my daughter mention something? Number? Just a guess. If I were him, I'd be angry too. The strongest demon king, who single-handedly drove back multiple parties, which included a young Ariel, in a clear. To have such a father that you're so proud of just disappear one day. Perhaps he was sick of it all. The cause was possibly due to the evil setting that still remained. There's nothing wrong with wanting to break that. Is that so? You're right. I hate dungeon clears. I do not mind the power struggles, but the current established setting is unnecessary. However, if you were to abolish the setting alone, it would not change people's perception. It is faster to get rid of it all entirely, faster. He noticed it too, that if you do it slowly, there is a way to preserve it. As I thought, he is hurrying for Master's sake. Is that so? Yes. This time, you saved one dungeon, but the demise of all dungeons have advanced a step. It's not over. I wonder about that. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have a task to attend to. Even if we talk about this more here, there will be no conclusion. No, we have already come to that conclusion, so we won't cross paths. When you told my father that you wanted to become a hero, what did he say? There's no reason to play dumb now. A lot. But he never once said it was impossible. That made me very happy. I see. I gave a quick bow and left the scene. The task of the day was a big favor that I asked Thor for. I asked about the appointment and asked if I could participate in it one last time. The deepest stratum, the Orc Forest. 4 people remained in the completely destroyed field. Thor and I, Nicola and Philip. Thor and Philip were exchanging blows. Outside, Thor is usually unreliable, but in the dungeon, he's a martial artist. Letting out a war cry while whittling down Philip's diamond with his fists. What fearsome punches. No matter who else remains, if someone like the floor boss or dungeon master loses, it's all over. But I don't have time to go and help him. No, perhaps that's unnecessary. Looking at him now, I should probably focus on my own fight right now. Sorry, Phoenix. I said that I would preserve my magical energy for the horn, but this isn't an easy opponent. All my allies have been defeated. It's a one-on-one fight. It's tough fighting as a black sorcerer against her silver. No matter what you see from now on, don't be surprised. Having said that, I unleash the horn. I control and limit the tremendous amount of overflowing energy. I limit my transformation. Only my right arm turns pitch black. I can't be expected to empty the horn of magical energy every time. It's important to only pull out the appropriate required amount. She knows that I'm Lam. Yet she's seeing me, her opponent, reveal a strange-looking right arm. I wonder what she thinks of this form. Ha ha ha. What is this magical energy? Looks like I have to get stronger too. Nicola looked happy. It's impressive that she wasn't surprised. She makes her silver fist as large as it possibly can while still being able to use it effectively. Then we both approached each other, both raising our right fists until we clashed. With a thunderous noise, her silver arm is smashed to pieces and only my body continues advancing until I pierce through her chest. How frustrating. The Silver Prince's new form was beautiful yet noble, wild yet strong. It was so cool. I want to fight her again. And so I say, I'll be waiting for you in the Demon King Castle. She blinked at those words, then her whole face smiled as she nodded. Yeah, I will definitely come and take you down. And then her body disappears. We are given a job decided by God. We live, choosing our own occupation. There are things we won't be suited for, but we can't give up, because there are things that you should aim for.